Welcome back, everyone, to Don't Drink and Draft. My name is Dom, also known as the D20 of God, and once again I am joined by Frank.
Yeah, still Frank.
Drank Fryer.
True.
And today we'll be talking about the upcoming Secrets of Strixhaven set with our limited set review. So for the people who watched the Law and Eclipsed video, first of all, sorry about that. So secondly, this will be going a little bit differently. I've already done a first pass at the all of the rankings, and it will be Frank's job to try and convince me that I'm wrong.
Yeah, I'm vaguely familiar with a lot of the set. I am again more interested in a lot of the cards for their constructed potential. But I am excited to see whether or not I can induce some shot drinking. So I think the rule we came up with was that if I can convince you to shift a card by, did we want to say 2?
Yeah, probably more than one category.
More than one category. It's pretty easy to say, I'll nudge this to a B+, please.
Yeah.
So, okay.
We'll see how we go with white. It was a first pass. I've kind of intentionally left some things. I know there are some things that I already want to move after talking with some people about this, but I've intentionally left that one. So,
okay.
We'll see how we go. So, we want to get started from the left side on white.
Why not?
Let's start with what I have ranked as the best card in the entire set. So, Secrets of Strixhaven, once again featuring the Mystical Archives bonus sheet. Every single pack is guaranteed to have one of these, I believe, at a variety of rarities, including like common ones. Although
I think it's just uncommon. Flatly.
Okay.
And then you have rare and mythics, yeah.
They have notably changed the frequency at which the mythics appear.
Yeah, so you won't get Winds of Abandoned out of the game as much as you would if it was in the original Strixhaven bonus sheet.
Which is good, because this card doesn't belong in this format.
Cracked in half, yeah. I'm not going to argue with this one. We can leave it here.
Yeah, so I think for the Mystical Archive ones, maybe we won't read too much of the card, but this appears in Vintage Cube, and it is good there. It's almost splashable sometimes. It's 1 strike against it is a sorcery, but letting your opponent get lands, not that much of a downside when you're removing their entire board.
That is true.
Plague Wind is good. Alright, so happy to leave that at A+, yeah?
Yeah.
Antiquities on the Loose. I think this is the second best card in the whole set. Do you remember... Oh, it is a rare. Okay, we were talking about if it was a rare or mythic the other day. It's a rare. It makes 2 spirits, and if you flashed it back, then it puts a +1 counter on all of your spirits. It does this for 3 mana on the front and 6 on the back.
That is pretty damn good.
You remember History of Benalia?
I do remember History of Benalia.
That was a very good impression of that, while also triggering all of your Opus things on the back half.
Yeah. Very good in Spells Matter. Like, the only thing that I could see is potentially bumping this down to A, but this is what? On both casts, that's 12 power worth of creatures?
Yeah, and if any of your spirits from the first time around still exist.
That's true, because Lawhold does have a fair few spirits, so it'll just incidentally do that as well.
Yeah. It is 4 power and 4 toughness for 3 mana.
Yeah, the front side is so above rate.
Yeah. And then it just
more upside. Yeah, I mean, I would maybe be potentially nudging this down to top of A, but I don't necessarily. I'm not going to complain about it staying where it is.
Alright, let's go to A and compare it with the mythic, the Emeritus of Truce. So when it enters, somebody makes an Inkling. You get to choose, you or your opponent will make the Inkling. But then if the opponent has more creatures than you, then this thing makes Swords to Plowshares in exile that you can cast.
Yeah, we get to see the prepare mechanic for the first time. I think, this card is especially exciting in Limited, where even just the floor of it being a 3 mana 3/3 that generates a 1/1 flyer is kind of great. And you can, of course, use the flyer that you're handing out to make it create a Swords to Plowshares. If you're doing it for that mode, you kind of need to conceptualize the Swords to Plowshares as being almost like a generous gift effect, where it gives your opponent life and a 1/1 flyer to replace whatever you're removing with it.
Which is a little rough.
Yeah, I don't think it can go any higher than A for sure, but it's solid on rate as just a guy that makes more bodies. Great when you're behind, still very good when you're ahead, which I think is, the hallmarks of a good Limited card, right?
Yeah, and sometimes you'll just make the body and not care about the source supply
Yeah,
shares.
being able to curve out with this on the play is very nice.
But also on the draw, if your opponent has made 3 bodies and you have nothing, you can get the Inkling and the spells.
Swords. Yeah, and at that point you're laughing.
Yeah.
All right, stay there.
It's not very splashable though. All right, practiced offense. As far as overruns go, this one's looking pretty good. Counter on team, target player controls, presumably you, and then a creature of your choice gains double strike or lifelink until end of turn. So this is here triggering your repartee. Whenever you target a creature with an ability, you get to trigger your repartee abilities.
Yeah.
And it also has the law hold, leaves the graveyard for the flashback ability.
Yeah, so great in both of the white archetypes. Splashable as well, and just the ability to cast this for both modes, or cast this and flash it back in the one turn. To give a huge alpha strike, giving multiple creatures double strike, or just one creature that your opponent's not going to be able to block double strike lifelink, is going to be really hard to come back from.
Along with 2+1 counters.
Yeah, obviously relies on you having a board presence already, but I think that will be fine.
Historically, overruns a bit dicey and limited. They're hit or miss depending on the format. I think this one doesn't care because the fact that you can split it over 2 turns, it's very flexible on whether you need it as an offensive or a comeback spell to gain you some life. Triggers all your abilities. It's just, this thing's going to kill me a lot.
Yeah, I'm happy with it staying here. I will have more controversial opinions later, I'm sure.
If you have 2 Inklings and your opponent has no flyers, it can put 2 counters on both of them, give them both double strike. That's like 12 points
damage.
In the air.
Yeah.
Staring Hopesinger, flying lifelink, 3 mana, 1/3, and here's that repartee. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, put a +1 counter on each creature you control. Notably includes this.
Yeah, this is also really good in the same kind of spots where practiced offense would be really good.
Yeah, except this is the creature. Like, you can have no creatures on board other than this, remove a bunch of your opponent's spells, protect this, and this will be your win con.
Yeah.
Maybe this needs to be
I actually like this more than the offense, to be honest.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because it will just run away with the game. In a control deck where you just have this and a pile of removal spells, this is like a miracle growing creature. I kind of like it as an A.
It's even very
The lifelink and flying means that it just gets in and wins the life total race on its own.
Yeah, like I can see splashing this in a deck where I can play the 2 and a white when I draw my planes on like turn 5, and then immediately follow it up with a targeting spell.
Like splash it in some kind of Prismari deck. Yeah, sweet.
Okay, so we bumped it up by 1. That's not enough to take a shot yet, but we may have to do a retroactive on that.
Yeah, true.
Now this one may be moved. We'll see. Chrome as well, classic commander card. You may remember it from that time your friend cast it and then you died. Choose one. If you control a commander, you choose both, but that's not relevant. And that's why this is in A- and not A+. So all of your creatures gain flying, vigilance, and double strike until end of turn. Or all of your creatures you control gain lifelink, indestructible, and protection from each color until end of turn. So generally speaking, each half should kill someone.
Yeah. This is yet another... So White's thing that's good in this set is apparently overruns. This is the 3rd one that we're looking at. This is another really, really good one. I think the lifelink indestructible protection from each color is maybe going to be the mode that you pick a lot of the time, unless the flying vigilance double strike wins when you cast it.
Yeah, well, the double strike doubling the amount of damage is the main thing that you have to consider.
Yeah, this can
if
just
you have lethal.
generate lethal pretty easily.
Both modes are good defensively and offensively. You can snap this out of nowhere and have a bunch of flying blockers your opponent wasn't banking on.
Yeah, flying blockers that deal their damage first.
Or the lifelink just helps you come back really quick while saving all of your creatures with indestructible. You're not going to get both modes, so it's not guaranteed to murder people. You will need bodies on board. This is probably something that we'll have to keep in mind as we continue rating White, but I still think that even on half a mode, I've seen this cast for half a mode a few times, and it still normally kills people.
Yeah, I'm happy leaving this one where it is.
Okay. Alright, so no B pluses. Let's go. B. Informed Incorrect. 2 mana, 2/2 vigilance, on right creature. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery that targets a creature, create an Inkling.
This is all, like, very good.
Looking at this again, definitely might be moving this one up.
Yeah.
At least to a B+.
Yeah. Just 2/2 vigilance at a base rate is very good. And then, like, given that we've seen 3 fantastic overruns already, and even the other great spell on Antiquities on the Loose is a way to make your board go wide.
True.
Your ideal white deck, it seems, is looking to make bodies go wide and then buff them all up. If you can snag one of these broken ways to buff your team.
Repartee, as I've said before, rewards you for doing what you already want to be doing. Which is interacting with your opponent's creatures. It does give you a little bit of extra reward for targeting your own creatures, which you may not want to normally do in Limited, but that's fine, because this creature's powerful enough, you want to protect it.
Yeah. I think at a B+, this is fine. It's not, like, completely all the way busted. Like, it's not like a Monastery Mentor or a Young Pyromancer, where, I mean, obviously the tokens are flying, and that's fantastic. But needing to target with whatever spell you cast is a restriction that will come up.
That is true, and it has to be an instant or sorcery, so we can't go around enchanting our creatures. Although I don't think there's a lot of those in this set for that reason.
Yeah. Yeah, that seems fine to me. I will muse on whether or not we need to be changing the drinking rules. But we've already made 2 changes so far, so, we're in the clear.
I do think that this is the kind of card I want to play on turn 2, and if I untap with it on turn 3, then in the right kind of deck, it board in a cans, you can just run mono removal in this.
Yes.
Anyway.
Speaking
Erode.
of removal.
Now, this is a card that I'm ready to be convinced to bump either much higher or much lower.
Yeah, I was thinking about this when I glimpsed it at B-, because obviously it is unconditional creature removal.
Yeah.
That is, for 1 mana, that is very strong.
Does hit Planeswalkers. There's 2 of those in the set.
There are 2 of those in the set.
Yeah.
I'm not super excited about that for Limited.
This is a constructed card.
Yes, but the downside of giving your opponent a land is a really big one.
It can be, yes.
So whatever you tag with this, unless it's like the super late game and the land doesn't really matter that much, the thing that you're tagging with Erode needs to be something that is threatening to kill you immediately. You're not just going to be throwing this removal spell at a random creature. So the first copy of this, I feel like you can take relatively highly, but I wouldn't want a huge amount of Erodes in my Limited deck.
I feel like the land aspect actually gains value as you go, because at some point your opponent just has all the mana.
Yeah, exactly.
Unconditional removal is very nice, but it depends on how much that extra land will cost you. Because at some point the game will be, an extra land does absolutely nothing for your opponent, but in this multicolored focus set, I can see it being like, oh, thank you, you're gonna let me get my 1 of swamp so I can cast this bomb that I'm splashing for. Oh, oops.
Yeah.
Especially with Converge, actually. I would board in another basic against an opponent who had Erode.
Yeah, I think I'm maybe leaning more into the C's for this, to be honest.
Okay.
Yarg.
Yeah.
I don't
trigger repartee, but there's no shortage of things that trigger repartee.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to bump it as low down as just a flat C, because I do think that the first copy in your deck is quite good to make sure that your opponent's bombs stay in check. Yeah, high C+, I think, is fine.
And we'll move it as we go over C pluses.
That's true. Yeah, like it could potentially go under Reprieve, but we'll see.
Reprieve does draw a card.
Reprieve says draw a card. Best words in Magic.
Daydream. Gonna first look at Flicker in this set, which has prepared creatures. So it just flickers something straight away, takes it away, brings it back with a counter on it. Sorcery can't target your opponent's creatures, but it does have flashback for 3.
Yeah, so once again, this is something that is targeting for repartee and flashing back for the Loreholt's Leave Graveyard mechanic.
Yeah.
A lot of this will also depend on how good your creature ETBs are. Obviously, creatures that have prepare and that enter prepared, this can count. Re-prepare.
Even if they don't have a regular ETB, it's still quite good.
Yeah, so this won't go in every deck, but in the decks where you are happy to play this, it will be really exciting.
It reads like Splash Portal to me.
It
from
does,
Burrow.
yeah.
Even with the draw a card effect, technically
It
draws
itself.
It draws itself. Which is not the worst.
Yeah.
We happy at B-, up, down?
I think here is fine.
I think it's really flexible. I think you do need to have enough creatures to make it work.
Yeah, but in a set that cares about instants and sorceries, that's always going to be the dance that you're doing.
True. Reprieve on the bonus sheet. Love me a reprieve. Return target spell to its owner's hand, draw a card.
great tempo. I love the art on this one as well. This
I
looks
like
sweet.
and the in-universes printing and border and everything is really... I love the Lord of the Rings set and everything, but sometimes my cube just wants to all have the same kind of look and feel to it.
Yeah.
This is gorgeous. That may be affecting my rating of it.
That's fair. Like, thinking about it, it is, like, harder to buy advantage from the tempo that this is gaining you in a limited environment.
I think it's really good in the white-black aggro decks that are combining interaction with creatures.
Yeah. Obviously, like, in a lot of spots, it will sort of read like it's almost a time walk. Because you're able to, like, your opponent doesn't lose a card, but you gain a card back, and they've ideally spent their whole turn tapping out for something that would change the tide of the game. And
Well, if they've tapped out for a prepared spell that's big mana, the prepared copy does not go to their hand.
that is true. So
it does become an actual counterspell in those situations.
yeah. I maybe want to, like, shift it slightly down in C+, but I do still think that this card is quite good. Maybe we just... Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a creature, but it gives you something to do on turn 2 if there's nothing else going on.
Yeah, I think it's decent.
Repel Calamity, more bonus sheet. Destroys a creature with power toughness 4 or greater. Super simple, clean. Very white-coded removal.
Yeah, I dig this. This is great. If I'm biased towards removal. I would even put this at, like, a B-, maybe even B.
I did have it in the B category initially, and after reading through the set, I just realized this is not a set with stats. We're just like original Strixhaven, where the creatures are printed with low power and toughness, and you find other ways to buff them. Like, that's why the white-black deck is good. The green is really strong because it just has stats, and Opus triggering your creatures to give them extra stats is also quite important.
That's true. Okay.
So this actually will not hit what you want it to a lot of the time.
Okay, if that's the case, then sure, we can leave it at a C+, but I've got my eye on it. I will certainly... If I see a Repel Calamity come around in a pack, obviously, because the pull rate on these is lowered, I will be fairly excited if I'm already in light.
More than one's not super exciting, though.
That's true.
And now we get to compare it to the non-bonus sheet version. Stand Up For Yourself. Destroys a creature with power 3 or greater. So it doesn't have the toughness restriction, but it does target things with slightly less power.
And it's a mana more as well.
It is.
Which is very relevant. But the scaling on this is still, like, good. Oftentimes you will be trading up on mana with whatever you cast this on.
Yeah.
This
will kill the vast majority of threats in the set. It's not often you want to spend your 3 mana removal spell on a 2 power creature, unless it has some wicked static effect.
Just block it, dude.
Yeah.
I want this in B-, I feel. I'm
biased towards... that much better than the Repel Calamity, having the... Repel Calamity can hit things with big toughness, big booty.
Yeah, big booties. Okay, well, I mean, I don't know, man.
Just above the Calamity?
Yeah, maybe just above the Calamity.
Just
normally I would put them the other way around, because I really like mana efficiency, but if... You're the one who's seen more of the set than I have. So if it's really going to be missing that much, the Repel Calamity, then I do feel less excited by it.
I think the Repel Calamity will perform better in raw stats just on the basis of showing up less.
That's fair.
But the 2 mana, that 1 mana is a nice difference.
That is true, yeah.
Okay, Quillblade Laureate. I had this as best uncommon white creature. I'm ready to move that if necessary. Just a double striker that has a spell that gives something +1/+0 and double strike.
Yeah. At sorcery speed, but it is, again, a way to trigger your repartee abilities.
It is.
I'm not, the most stoked on this necessarily, because its own stats aren't fantastic, so you need to find other ways to buff it up.
Which there are in this repartee.
Yeah, but...
it can target itself.
It can target itself.
Doesn't feel great.
Yeah, it does also... It dies to a stiff breeze.
Yeah.
And... obviously, if this creature dies, then you don't get the chance to use its prepared spell.
Yeah.
Which is awkward.
It does block pests really well.
Blocks pests really well, which is decent, but I do think that you need to make sure that you're in a deck that is able to... Or ideally, you would like to be in a deck that is able to buff this up, because I think that the double strike trick that it comes with is not fantastic.
It feels best in a white-green, which is an unsupported
Yeah.
color pairs.
Yeah, I normally I like a double striker, but I'm tempted to move this one down. Yeah.
All the way to C, or just...
I think it's got enough upside that it can stay in C+. It is still 2 spells in 1 card.
Yes. I think all the prepared creatures are just going to be sitting in the top half.
Similar to Adventure, where it's just a mechanic that's inherent card advantage.
Even the worst adventures, which are overcosted buff spells and overcosted creatures with no abilities, were still really good.
Yeah.
Alright, Ennis. Legendary creature. When it enters, it exiles a creature and that you control, notably. It just has to be something you control, and returns it at the beginning of the next end step. But at the end step, if one or more cards were put into exile this turn, put a counter on Ennis. So it's kind of a 2/2.
Yeah. And it's a 2/2 that resets your prepare creatures.
Yes.
And triggers your repartee. This seems very solid. Obviously, it's probably going to be hard to scale up further than a 2/2.
Yeah,
There will be ways to do it. You want to be daydreaming.
Multiple copies of this guy's not good because it's a legend.
Yeah, so I think I like this where it is. It's a bear with upside, and the upside is like fairly relevant if you have good ETBs or good prepare creatures to be rebuying and resetting.
It's doing a bad Felia impression, but
but Felia is broken in half.
Yeah.
So if you're doing a bad Felia impression, you're doing something well enough.
It's a good Flicker Wisp, I guess. Flicker Wisp is already
Flicker Wisp is correct. And Flicker Wisp targets your opponent's stuff.
It does, and permanents as well, not just creatures.
Yeah.
There is... I have been asked this question already of if one or more cards are put into exile, a prepared spell, a prepared creature, technically, as it's on the battlefield, there exists in exile the prepared spell. That's how it works, is as long as this creature's on the battlefield, you have a copy of this prepared spell in exile that you can cast. Tokens and copies are not cards. This says if one or more cards were put into exile. So
this does also trigger off a flashback, actually, right?
Yes.
If you flashback something, it'll go to exile.
Or delve, which is not in the set, but if it doesn't care how the card was put into exile, if
it has to be a card.
Rectangle, like that isn't represented by some other game piece, is put into exile, even just temporarily, it doesn't care if it's still there at all, it will trigger. So there will be a few incidental ways of triggering this that you wouldn't think of, but it's probably not going to get above a 3 or 4 power.
Yeah, but if this is getting to 4 power, I'm very happy. I'm very, very happy.
Oh, absolutely. And for two mana, you already get your value off the ETB.
Yeah. I like it where it is, I think.
Yep. Don't want to move that one higher?
Nah.
Alright, this is what a few of us have flagged as the best white common in the set. Somebody tried to convince me to move this into B. I'll think about it. Elite Interceptor is just a 1/2, and it comes with its spell that taps or untaps a creature and draws a card.
I really like this.
I really like this.
I think that, Thraben Inspector, fantastic card. Yeah. This is a Thraben Inspector that's casting instants and sorceries in your instant and sorcery matter format.
Yes.
It is targeting things for repartee.
Either your own creatures or your opponents.
Yeah.
So you can repartee even if they have nothing.
I think that this... I want to bump it up. Dom.
You reckon it's better than Ennis?
I think that this will be good in any white deck. Ennis will be good, obviously Ennis's ceiling is higher than this, but the floor on this is just so solid. It's like a 2-for-1 that has a bunch of synergy points that already exist.
They're not terrible in multiples either.
I quite like them in multiples. You get to just keep stunning your opponent's creatures. And we've seen that one of the best things for white to do is cast a bunch of cheap bodies and then set up for an overrun.
That's true, actually. That is true. And then... As the turn that you overrun, you can just tap all your opponent's creatures.
Yeah. Now, imagine you daydream this. You get to flicker again, and it's a 2/3 now.
Oh my god.
Dude!
And then I get to untap or tap,
and you get to do it again!
Cards. Although, before you daydream this, do remember to cast its rejoinder.
Yeah, you can't have a prepare spell or multiple copies of the same thing.
No, when it leaves, the prepared also gets...
Yeah. Remember your sequencing, folks.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's necessarily good enough to get into the Bs, but I would be picking these quite highly.
Yeah, that's fair.
I need to find something to really get you on here. You're far too sober.
I am. It's a real shame.
Alright. Inkshaped Demonstrator, a 4-mana 3/4 Elephant Cleric with Ward 2, and repartee. Whenever you target a creature with an instant or sorcery, it gets +1/+0 and gains lifelink.
I'm looking at this as a 4-mana 4/4 lifelink Ward 2 which in this set that I said doesn't have stats, just
This
feels
is the
chunky.
stats. Yeah.
Trade with 2 creatures, gain 4 life. It's the ultimate stabilizer.
Yeah, and like very hard to trade off. I like that. I like this where it is. I think Ennis has higher upside and is essentially virtually drawing you cards, but if what it will eventually draw you into is something like this.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's pretty chunky. Alright, Summoned Dromedary. 4 mana, 4/3 Vigilance, and you just pay 2 mana and it comes back from your graveyard to your hand. As a sorcery only, but it's just... This thing will never leave play. Well, it'll leave play, but never leave the game.
Yeah, this is just generically very good. It doesn't really play with any of the themes that
The
we've
Lorehold
seen.
synergies.
I guess, yeah, it plays with the Lorehold synergies, but it's just a guy that your opponents can't get rid of.
Yeah, so you do want to be getting it into the graveyard to trigger your Lorehold abilities, but that's easy when this thing has Vigilance. You just attack every turn.
Yeah, it's kind of elegant how simple
Yeah.
and brain dead the play patterns with this thing are.
This is
Just send the camel in.
The least complicated spell that we've looked at.
Yeah, once you get to 6 mana, you're just like asking your opponent the question every turn.
You put them in the abyss.
Yeah. Yeah, I
This
think
could
this,
be, honestly, a little higher.
it could. I think the fact that it doesn't have synergy with the Silver Quill mechanics makes it a little more awkward, but it's still just at base rate very, very strong.
Normally I'd say it doesn't block well with that stat line, but actually it does because you just want to block with it and then get it back.
Yeah, and like the 4 power letting it trade. That's very good.
I think this is the kind of thing that if I have one of, and this set turns out to be really grindy, this is going to be the decider in the game.
Yeah, 100%. I think it can stay roughly where it is though. I'm not. Yeah.
Group project. I think they got this wrong because it doesn't have anything involving like, being terminally let down all the time or...
Yeah, there's no downside on this.
Yeah,
So where's the...
it
doesn't
didn't
really
quite capture
jive
the
with
real
me.
feeling of...
Yeah.
It just makes a spirit for 2, so it's a 2/2 for 2, 1/2,
And that you then flash back for free.
3 untapped creatures you control. So it's doing its best impression of
Battle Screech.
Battle Screech, except this doesn't care what color the creatures are,
Yeah.
and it also doesn't make 2 bodies that fly, which is
Yeah, so definitely worse than Battle Screech, but it is less mana to cast up front, and
very easy
again,
flashback.
I'm still talking about how this white deck theoretically wants to make a bunch of creatures and go wide.
Yeah,
This is fantastic for that, giving you an initial body, and once this has been 2 mana, cast 2 spells, and make 2 creatures, you are very excited.
I will note that Battle Screech was good because you tapped 2 of your birds, and then you only needed 1 other white creature the turn that you cast it.
This does
and it
need 2
leaves a blocker.
others.
This needs 2 other creatures other than the one that made, and you will be tapping yourself out for a turn just to get another 2/2. That's the kind of turn that you want to take as a setup, and then untap and overrun and kill your opponent,
Yeah.
which very doable, but it's high risk.
Yeah, for that, I think that this is fine where it is.
Yeah, okay. We've moved this guy to the bottom.
Yes.
You still feel okay about that?
Relatively, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Graduation Day. This is going to be a hard one to evaluate. It's a single white mana, and whenever you repartee, you just get a counter on a creature you control. Almost feels like Luminarch Aspirant just getting a counter on something all the time. It can trigger multiple times in a turn.
Yeah,
doesn't-
Luminarch Aspirant is a guy though.
Yeah, this doesn't have a body.
This
on it.
isn't a guy. I mean, I like the fact that this is going to just trigger off of your removal spells and everything.
It is so good with the Elite Interceptor.
Yeah. True.
Because it makes those bodies really relevant. And I think that's my main thing about it, is it turns any body into a relevant threat. With a little bit of effort, but not much effort.
Yeah, if you can get multiples of these as well.
Oh, yeah.
Like-
Then you really need to make sure that you
Which-
have creatures.
Yeah, which is doable, because this is an uncommon, but...
Yeah, probably the best deck in the set will be 20 Elite Interceptors and 4 Graduation Days.
How do you beat it? They're clocking in with a 5/6 Elite Interceptor, and you're just screwed.
But, that's a 5-to-1 ratio, so does that mean the Graduation Day loses value?
Yeah, I don't know. I see what you mean with this being hard to evaluate, because the upside is definitely there, but I think how many triggers off of this do you want in order to be happy to have included it in your deck?
2.
Yeah, I think 2 is reasonable. I would be aiming for 3
Yeah.
a lot of the time. At which point you have also just cast 3 spells.
And this not being a dude means that your opponent doesn't just remove it.
Yes, that is true. I'm maybe not as immediately high on this as you are, though. I'm not sure.
Sure.
You can drop it down a little bit. I don't know if it's dropping an entire grade, because I do think that the
Yeah.
build-around potential is there, but I don't know if I would call it top of C.
I think this will get really annoying in multiples.
Yes, but I also think that there are worlds where, at least early in the format, if people haven't figured this out, this is like the best thing to be doing. You can catch them later in the draft.
That's true. Alright, more commons. 3 mana 3/3 for 3. Classic draft all-star. Also has vigilance and repartees to get +1/+1 until end of turn. So a lot of the time you'll untap with it, you'll attack with it as a 4/4 vigilance.
Yeah. That's pretty neat.
Sometimes you can catch people with a chunky block.
Yeah. I like this stat line quite a bit. Again, similar to the camel that we saw earlier, this is just going to be something that you can continuously send in with. If you attack in with mana open, then you can be bluffing the pump on it in combat, so it's awkward to block, and it's awkward to not block, because then it's just asking the same question, sitting back on defense.
Yeah, it doesn't cost you anything to attack.
Yeah.
It's a definition of some really solid filler, I think.
Yeah, I agree with that.
A nice win con with the interceptors.
Oh, yeah.
I think maybe we do need to bump Interceptor out.
Interceptor is so good! Put it under David. Yeah, okay.
Everything is... It's not the card itself, it's that everything's good with it.
Yeah, it's such a good glue piece.
It really is. Glue piece.
Mm.
Speaking of glue piece, this is high because I think it's a good glue piece. I'm ready to be convinced that this is lower. Stone Docent, 2 mana 3/1, so not an amazing stat line, just kind of basically aggressive. And you can pay a white and exile it from your graveyard to gain 2 life and surveil 1. Sorcery speed only, but...
This is reminding me a lot of Wary Thespian.
Yes, that was my thoughts exactly, and that's why I put it here.
Yeah, you can aggressively trade off and then get some value with the graveyard ability, which synergizes with your deck ideally, gains you a bit of life.
If you incidentally discard this or mill it over somehow, which red and white mills themselves, which is not something that red and white normally does.
I think that this is, again, this is fine here. Like, Wary Thespian has proven itself in all of the sets that it's been in to be a very nice way to fill out your limited deck and get aggressive and then get some value from being aggressive.
It feels really bad when you trade down, but it feels amazing when you trade up.
Yeah, and like, the only thing that's awkward with this is pest tokens, I will say.
Yes, that was the...
Yeah. Don't want to trade this into a pest deck. Maybe if you're like up against a Witherbloom deck, you just leave this on blocking duty and you let the pests through. But that also feels bad.
Board them out. But if the pests are attacking you, then you're probably just attacking with this.
Yes.
Although the pests gain life. Anyway.
You'll figure it out.
So, do we move it up, down?
Maybe like down a couple of slots.
I feel like it's a nice curve filler at 2.
Yeah, we'll see what the other C's are, but like I think that this is like a pretty definitional C.
Alright, Shattered Acolyte. 2 mana, 2/2 lifelink, and you can sacrifice it to destroy an artifact or enchantment. So your Cathar Commando. I think this is secretly, the lifelink is secretly the best line of text on this.
Yeah, I like it quite a lot as well.
It triggers your infusion abilities in Witherbloom without spending mana.
True. That is if you're in an Abzan Witherbloom.
Or just a white-black.
Yeah, true. True, because yes.
It blocks pests super well, because it even gains you life.
Yeah. I don't know how many super scary artifacts or enchantments there will be in the set, but this is good coverage if those come up.
Not a ton. This is a pretty sideboardable card for sure.
Yeah, I think that in that case maybe it can go down slightly. Like it is still a bear with quite a lot of upside. I think I prefer Stone Docent marginally.
Yeah, which also triggers your life gains. Incidentally.
Alright, we can go hop to it now.
Yeah, hop to it, which was Cracked in Bloomburrow, a set that cared about rabbits, because this makes 3 of them. This set does not care about rabbits.
I'm still tempted to put this in a C+, to be honest.
Now that we've looked at how many...
go wide benefit cards there are.
I was thinking there'd be more go tall with the repartee.
Yeah, but like group project, this is fantastic.
This is board in a can. It's that you go from nothing there to 3 mana and suddenly you have a bunch of stuff you can repartee.
Yeah. I kind of like this bottom of C+, to be honest.
Yeah, that's fair. Above just the trick is though, above just the 3 mana 3/3 vigilance, because it's the same amount of stats.
Yeah. I mean, the 3/3 vigilance looks that can buff itself, looks pretty good into the board of 3/1/1 rabbits.
It does.
Right up until you anthem. At which point the maths flips completely.
Yeah, that is true. And
And the fact that this is also an instant auto sorcery in the set that cares about that is
that's for your
potentially an
red
upside.
white if you're wanting to trigger your opus. There's actually without Magecraft across all 5 colors, this set doesn't care strictly about instants and sorceries as much as the first one did, which may catch people by surprise. You may be highly valuing all these, like, especially with the mystical archives.
Yeah, if you got an opt or something like that.
Yeah, but outside of blue red strictly, doesn't matter at all actually.
Okay. Yeah, I like making more than one creature.
Yep.
I think it's sick.
It's probably the line between the C and the C+.
Yeah, it is very close, but I do quite like it.
Alright, another difficult one to evaluate. Primary Research. When it enters, returns a non-land permanent with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard straight to the battlefield, so your Sun Titan. And at the beginning of your end step, if a card left your graveyard this turn, draw a card. So straight away, on the turn you cast it, it returns something mana value 3 or less, creature or non-creature, and then draws a card.
I like this quite a bit, to be honest. Opus cares about you spending 5... Oh no, that's instant or sorcery. Damn it.
Yeah.
I was feeling so smart.
Increment cares about casting larger. But
Okay.
This white
is
doesn't
not
care
in the
with
right...
Brain.
Yeah. But, like, if you can find good fixing, this is splashable in, like, a blue-green deck. The effect is very strong because you're essentially just tacking 2 extra mana onto whatever 3 or less permanent you're getting back to draw a card with it as well.
You do want that 3 or less permanent to be decently good.
Yeah, if you're returning a 2-drop, then most of the time, unless it's a game-breaking 2-drop, you're not going to be feeling great.
Yeah.
Does Ennis blink non-land permanents?
No, creature only.
Once again.
Yeah, I think this will be an engine in some decks, and in other decks you'll just cut it because it's a 5 mana not doing that much.
Yeah.
So considering the baseline of getting a 3/3 non-land permanent draw a card, that's probably like a C-.
But the upside is in like a good all holds deck is so there.
It is also very 5 mana.
It is very 5 mana, but at least it does add to the board in some capacity.
True. Well, unless you don't have anything worth getting back by the time you're trying to cast this.
Skill issue.
Trade stuff aggressively.
Yeah, trade. I think if you're in a deck that is wanting to do this, trade aggressively and know that you will get your value back once you hit your primary research.
I'm going to draw this to turn after I exile my Stone Docent from graveyard, and I'm going to be sad about it.
Yeah, but you're surveilling into your ability to look for the research.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I think this is fine where it is, realistically.
3 mana 2/3 flyer. That's the rate that we're at these days. Not only that, it has ETB Surveil 1, and whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. This should probably be moved up.
I think so. Like, I'm just getting flashbacks to Glider Kids from Avatar.
Oh, yeah.
It scryed 1 and gained a bit of life.
I was thinking of
but
when
this,
you had Team
this
Avatar.
also buffs itself up quite nicely.
It does.
Like, and is the same kind of card selection on a flying body.
It's not going to get more than +1 or +2, maybe. I probably wouldn't look
In a turn.
Yeah, because it does say 1 or more cards leave, so you have to have each card leave as an individual trigger.
Yeah, but it's still a well-started flying body that's going to, like a very high-value glue piece. I think.
It's gonna be hard to block all round if you have any instant speed ways of making things leave your graveyard, which there's not a lot of.
Yeah, I guess they thought about that when designing the set. It's almost like they designed the cards.
Yes.
Almost. Yeah.
Up here,
I think
above this, it's really good with this.
it is really good with it. I'm tempted to put the Historian above the Laureate, weirdly enough.
Yep.
Yeah. I think the Laureate is, like, maybe better. It could potentially be better than I'm rating it at first blush. But a C+ is already, like, quite a good grade.
Yeah.
And I think that it accounts for the fact that it will sometimes just eat rocks.
This is decent body. Nice blocker. The Surveil really smooths everything out. It's really nice.
Alright. What else we got?
Nothing's being bumped up more than one category. I think
Not yet. Do we want to adjust the rules?
maybe it should be every third one that gets moved up one category. I have to take a shot at this rate because
Yeah, I'm too agreeable. That's my problem.
maybe I'm just too good at judging cards.
It's entirely possible. Like, I feel like, people can have their own opinions on however the Law and Eclipsed one went. But I feel like it went relatively okay.
I think it did. It just went long.
Yeah, easy.
All right, we got the bargain bin pine lime flavored vodka today.
I smelt it. It's horrendous.
It's the real hand sanitizer, but the hand sanitizer is trying to cover its own flavor.
All right, give us 3 words that come to your mind after drinking that.
I was gonna say tastes better than it looks, but that's 5.
Oh, it looks like a clear liquid. Sorry, it's not a super high bar to clear.
It tastes like a. I don't know if you've ever accidentally left like Sour Patch Kids gummy bears or like the Nightcrawler sour worms in a plastic bag on a warm day and come back and they've all melted together.
So it's just gummy bear juice.
Yeah. If you like wrung that out, like squeezed it out, then that's what this tastes like.
Okay. All right. So from here on out, every 3 cards that get moved, you take a shot.
Or if it gets moved more than one position.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Eager Glyph Mage is the next one, right?
Yes. This one I was convinced to bump up a little bit.
4 mana 3/3 ETB make a 1/1 Inkling.
First time I read this, I thought neither of them had flying, and then somebody said it has flying, and I put it in like B because I thought this had flying, and
It does not have flying.
no, the Inkling has flying.
But this does work well with some of the other good white cards that we've talked about before, the ones that blink.
Do keep talking about making bodies.
Yeah, this again just seems like a solid guide to
Decently
incorporate into
stated.
it.
A lot of the sets that had the 4 mana 3/3s that made a 1/1, that was just the bread and butter of the white deck.
Yeah. I maybe like this more than Primary Research.
Yeah.
But below Shattered Acolyte, I think is fine.
I reckon I might put it slightly above the Shattered Acolyte
Just because it's 2 bodies in one?
And this ability won't come up frequently in this set.
That's true.
It's tough between these two. I'm kind of favouring the Stone Docent just on the basis of it being cheaper.
Yeah, I think the Stone Docent also has like that added synergy with the Warhold thing.
But,
so.
yeah.
And like letting you curve out is pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems decent to me.
Alright, Dig Site Inventory. This is a fully functional reprint of
Homestead Courage?
Homestead Courage. Yeah. So
oh my gosh, your pauper mono white decks are feasting.
Absolutely. You just put a +1 counter on something, gains vigilance until end of turn. One white mana on the front, 1 white mana on the back.
This seems great.
Yep.
Honestly. Does everything that your Repartee and your Warhold decks are going to want to do.
None of the Repartee creatures we've seen say once each turn.
Yeah. I don't think it's a once per turn mechanic.
It's not, so...
So, yeah, this just being 2 triggers in one card, 2 casts in one card,
Yeah.
a bunch of stats in one card that will let you... It's like a mini overrun almost, that also
true.
has just a lot of incidental synergies.
If you're in the white-red with the red Opus creatures, this can represent like a +4 or +6 to stats out of nowhere.
Yeah, I like this a lot, actually.
Maybe this goes even higher.
Plays really well with Graduation Day, but I kind of like it more than Graduation
Day. Yeah, because this does it...
This does it without needing the build-around card in play.
Yeah.
And the research. Yeah.
Is it better than... I'd rather mill this than the Stone Docent.
I think so. But the Stone Docent trades, though, is the only thing.
It does.
But this is so good aggressively.
+1 counter. I am keeping an eye on things that leave counters behind as opposed to +1.
Yeah, really good with your Inklings. Like, making your Inkling into a 2/2 that can now fly over with Vigilance and then stay back on blocks to block pest tokens.
Incidental Vigilance is pretty
I think I like it there.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
Senate Dustpeaker, 5 mana 3/4 flyer. When it enters, puts a counter on another creature you control. Seen this before. But then, at the beginning of combat on your turn, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard.
So it's Graveyard Hate, or it's a way to enable your Warhold synergies at the beginning of every combat.
Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty decent.
Kind of expensive stat-wise.
It is kind of expensive.
Doesn't trick a
stat-wise.
Repartee because it's a creature.
Yeah.
I'd have one of these, 2 of these top end maybe. But
yeah, I'm not like super excited, but
No.
I do think that it does enough to be in C
Yeah.
in the right deck.
don't put it down to C-.
I don't think so.
Helping
Hand.
Returns a creature with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Tapped. Tapped is relevant.
It is pretty important, but like this is 1 mana to again enable Warhold synergies.
Yeah. It does entirely depend on what kind of creatures you have.
You need some really good cheap creatures to make this feel particularly exciting.
Although it's easy to multi-spell with a single white mana.
Yes.
Particularly I can see getting something back that's prepared and then casting the prepared spell straight away.
True. Unlike our good friend Up and
Elite
mid-tier.
Interceptor.
Yeah, Helping Hand for your Elite Interceptor, which can untap itself.
That's
Mitigating the downside in the Helping Hand.
3 mana.
Three
for
mana
one,
for a
two
1/2
that
draws a card.
Yeah,
That's kind of okay. Let's go.
So still in C, or should we bump it down into C minus?
I think it can go to C minus. It's going to
Okay.
rely pretty heavily on the creatures that you can get back with it. And like looking up higher, Emeritus of Truce is the one that you stoked on, but that's a mythic, so it'll barely ever come up.
It is a mythic, yeah. That one.
Or yeah, so
That
like if you can get back some kind of slam dunk bomb with it, you're
looks
feeling great.
All of the white rares get targeted by it.
Yes,
but yeah,
I
that's
do think
definitely
it's
on
narrow enough that your nuts and bolts uncommons coming back for 1 mana is like fine but not great.
Yeah, okay. This one is a weird one to evaluate as well. It's a Serra Angel with extra steps.
4/3 flying vigilance for 3. Oh god, this is also good with Helping Hand.
Oh, true.
Mm.
But as an additional cost to cast it, either exile 2 cards from your graveyard, which is just upside in some decks,
Or pay 1 and a white.
So it's slightly smaller than a Serra Angel, which is a nice.
I kind of like this in C tier, to be honest.
I really want to like this card. I don't know.
Is what's holding it back in your mind?
You're never casting it on curve.
That is fair enough, but
Never.
like being able to multi-spell with this on like turn 5 is pretty compelling.
It is also that 1 less toughness is a pretty big deal with Last Gasp. We'll get to that, but that's like the best black common in the set.
Yeah. I do see what you mean. You have ways to buff this up,
Yeah.
theoretically.
The vigilance is nice.
The vigilance is nice. I think that it can get into C tier.
Okay.
And that is 2 cards that we've moved to tier.
Yeah, it is. Alright, the train begins. Alright, on a bound page, this is a guy I'm also ready to move because everything that is prepared is...
Quite nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. 4 mana 3/3 first strike, enters prepared, and then for 1 white mana, to sorcery, you can give a creature +1/+0 and flying until end of turn. I mean, it's decent. Like, obviously the jump spell is not super exciting, but again,
There'll
triggers
be
and things that
times
matter.
and there'll be times it kills people.
There will be times that it kills people.
I'm actually looking at this and thinking this 3/3 first strike body's pretty good. They've really removed first strike on creatures that can block because of how annoying it makes blocking math.
Mm.
And I'm just reminded of those days where actually this is really good on the defense.
Yeah, man, the fact that it does come with a spell that you can just cast. It could be bottom of C. It is just 2 spells in one guy.
It can always target itself.
Yeah, it's either bottom of C or top of C minus, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I like it there.
Yeah.
But minor difference, but yeah.
Interjection, very similar thing. +2/+2 and first strike to a creature.
It's a good trick.
It is. For a single white mana, this will win nearly every combat.
Yeah.
Triggers repartee.
It'll be really good when your opponents don't know what cards they do, so in pre-release, snag these early.
And especially with having to keep all the bonus sheets in mind.
Yeah, people will have a lot of stuff to play around, and this will be pretty high on that list, I reckon. So 1 copy of this is decent, but it's a combat trick. It's susceptible to all the same things that combat tricks are always susceptible to.
Yeah, and although in a repartee set, I don't know if that's like better or worse.
Yeah.
It's hard to judge. I think it not being the 2 mana version that we saw in Lorwyn is very good, but it also doesn't untap the creature, so you can't like surprise getting combat. But then we also don't care about untapping creatures like we did in Lorwyn. So
Yeah.
I think we have enough repartee things that I'm not taking this highly. I'd rather take creatures that can target.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough.
Joined researchers. Be gay, do crimes. Literally a crime to cast Secret Rendezvous.
Yeah. Just cast this as a 2 mana 2/2 first strike, I guess.
Yeah, which is actually pretty decent and maybe needs to go higher just as the body. At the beginning of each end step, if an opponent has more cards than you, then you can prepare Secret Rendezvous. I don't think I'm ever casting Secret Rendezvous in Limited, even...
You could deck your opponent. That's the one time that I can think of it being good.
That's true, actually, because it can do it repeatedly.
Still probably not a great idea. Just food for thought, you know? Also, the fact that it triggers on the end step means that you then have to wait a full turn to untap and then cast this sorcery.
That's true.
That will give your opponent 3 cards and that they can react to. Like, if it is in a situation where casting Secret Rendezvous would deck your opponent out, they can kill this on their turn.
But it will almost always re-prepare the turn that you've cast a Secret Rendezvous.
for the most part, I think this is just a bear with upside, and for that reason, it's in C-, but maybe gets in over Helping Hand.
Yeah.
I think under the
Helping Hand's
page,
a bit
though.
better. Yeah.
It's just a bigger first striker, and the spell's more relevant.
Johnny's Response. 5 mana, destroy target tapped creature, cost 3 less to target a tapped. Destroy target creature, cost 3 less to target a tapped one.
We've seen cards like this before.
Yep.
They've
They've ranged from like a C+ in Duskmourn to like C- in Teenage Mutant Needle Teetles.
We've seen like a sprinkling of vigilance and ways to give vigilance.
True.
Which can make this more awkward.
Yeah, actually, and some of the vigilant creatures were chunky as well.
Yeah, or just, using dig site inventory to give whatever your big bomb is vigilance is annoying for this. I think that I'm very biased towards removal spells. I will remain biased towards removal spells.
Yeah.
I kind of want to put this top of C- at least.
Yeah, that's fair.
Um,
I think Luminous Rebuke from Foundations was decently high, but that was a set where it's like, removal's always good in your core sets.
Yeah. Hard to say.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll keep it rolling.
Spirit Call Enthusiast.
Mm.
This is a 3/3 for 3. Whenever one or more tokens you control enter, it becomes prepared, and its prepared spell is 1 or 2 target creatures each get +2/+2 until end of turn. So I had it down here because I didn't know how much token generation there was in the set.
There's a decent amount.
As it turns out, there's a fair amount in white alone. So this may be prepared more often than not, and that that spell
It's pretty
Scroll
good.
Boost. Yeah, that's actually a pretty chunky buff, especially as it's a mini overrun, which we've been talking a lot about playing towards the overruns, and the other ones are at rare. So trying to find your ones that are uncommon and common are really important.
I think I like moving this into C, to be honest.
Yeah, that's fair. It's a 3/3 for 3, so that's pretty decent already.
I can see below the inventory. I think inventory is going to be better more of the time. But this seems good. This seems quite good.
Yeah. And also if you're in white-black, you may make...
Inklings.
And Pests.
Yes. Yep, I dig it. Then Requisition Rate is the last one in C-.
Yeah, so this one I actually initially had in C+, and it's moved all the way down as every time I look at it. It is the sideboard tier, definition of a sideboard tier card, where it destroys an artifact, an enchantment, or puts a counter on all creatures you control.
I mean, for 1 and white, putting a counter on every creature you control, if that's like... Yeah. Doesn't target like the other overrun adjacent things. I think I'm happy for this to stay where it is. There will be decks where this will, like, if you've gone really hard on the token making and you've really made that work.
Or if your opponent has lots of artifacts and enchantments, just incidentally, it doesn't matter if they're good or not, this is a good card.
Yeah, but Commander players, don't let themselves get baited. Obviously, this is great in Commander, but like when the destroy artifact or enchantment mode is less relevant, the card becomes far less good.
Rapier Wit, 2 mana instant, tap a creature. If it's your turn, put a stun counter on it, draw a card. Yeah.
Super fillery.
It is much better than Pressure Point because it puts a stun counter on it if it's your turn.
Yeah.
Triggers your Rapid Haze. Sometimes you might be doing this mid-combat for some reason.
You know what you can do instead of casting this? You can cast a prepared spell on
yeah.
a guy, and you can go to town.
And you can even untap something with that. Way more flexible.
Yeah, so I just don't like this.
No.
I could even theoretically see it being a D, but it is a way to trigger repartee.
I see decks that will be playing it. I don't know. Just because it draws a card, it's free.
Yeah. Fair.
Harsh Annotation. Destroy target creature. Its controller makes an Inkling. I do really want to like this card. It's better than Holy Cow, I think. A 1/1 Inkling is less relevant than like a 2/2 body.
It's still like a flyer is still awkward to give away. Bovine Intervention.
Yes, the flyer is a bit awkward.
And we've been talking about other removal spells. I think that the 1/1 flyer is likely going to be more relevant than the basic land that you give your opponent off of a road.
And this is also 2 mana.
Yes. Yeah, this can stay in D+, I reckon.
Duty Beyond Death, we saw this from Taki Dragonstorm. It kind of underperformed in that set, and that set was built to support this by sacrificing creatures to...
This set can be built to support it, but if you're sacrificing your creatures, they don't get anthemed.
Yeah. We have been talking about how good the overruns are and everything, but I think this is
This one's a bit of a trap.
Always makes combat a bit awkward for you, not for your opponent.
Yeah. Let's run it on to the next one. Return to the ranks.
Yeah, return X creatures with mana value 2 or less when you go to the battlefield has Convoke. I just don't think there's that much that's relevant that this can get back.
I would agree.
It will be 4 mana, gets back a 2-drop and a 1-drop.
I would love to see the person who is able to draft the cracked Return to the Ranks deck. Because with
all of the elite interceptors!
Holy shit, we broke it! But, like, when it works, it's going to be fantastic, but it's just going to be so hard to make this a valuable pickup.
Triggers your Lawhold stuff, but the Lawhold stuff kind of exiles itself from your graveyard anyway. And
Yeah,
then
it seems like you're not going to have to work too hard to get your Lawhold things online in this set. Pending my goat.
This may go up to 3 mana in this Converge set, especially with all the dual lands and stuff. You may end up putting in a random dual land just to add colors for your Converge cards. That said, sorcery speed always trades exactly on rate with a bunch of creatures that probably got more value.
Yeah. It's more valuable in constructed formats where this just always tags whatever busted thing your opponent is doing.
I would play this if my opponent was really heavy on big tokens, which there's not a lot of.
I think that I can agree with that. Like, maybe I could see bumping it to a D, just because it does interact with everything, but
It's
I'm
a
not.
sorcery.
It is a sorcery, and it does scale quite badly.
Yeah.
If your opponent plays some dumb... Ooh, speaking of dumb spells. It's got Paradigm, baby.
That's fixed.
Fixed Epic.
Epic.
Yeah, so
for
you
those
can
of you
still
who
play the
coming
rest
on.
of your gameplay now, but for the low cost of 7 mana,
Mm-hmm.
you too can be reanimating non-land permanents from your graveyard to the battlefield every turn.
You have to have something in your graveyard that's worth getting back.
Yeah, well, I mean, you have to be extremely confident that it's going to take you more than 3 turns to die.
Yes.
If you can buy yourself, like, many turns to have this trigger every single turn cycle afterwards, then yeah, sure, you're going to win.
This is decent at keeping you alive because it gets something back, you chump with it. It comes back, you chump with it.
And then you're drawing a card in the interim and being able to just progress your
So
regular
you hope
gameplay.
that you use it to stabilize, but most of the time your opponent will just continue to go wide if you can't also then fully
Yeah, you need to be
capitalize.
able to convert this into an advantage, and at 7 mana, this is going to take so long to
Yeah,
get
it's going
to.
to take a long time.
Yeah, keep it right there.
I think green has really good ramp and does not pair with white.
Yeah, I'm also looking at the Fs, and I agree with both of them.
Armageddon. Angel's
great.
Grace. Alright, moving on to blue.
Yeah, I do think I'm going to have to fight you immediately. Emeritus of Ideation
Should be an A+.
should be an A+.
Yeah, I
This
think
card
you
is
are correct.
busted.
I think
This
you are
card
correct.
is busted, and that is 2 in a row.
Yeah.
Let's go, baby. Like, for those who aren't immediately aware or have been living under a rock during spoiler season, this is a 5-mana 5/5 flyer with Ward 2 that enters prepared and gives you a copy of Ancestral Recall in exile. So, if you wanted to buy a collector's edition Ancestral Recall to represent the one that you're making in exile, go nuts. That's sick.
I will be showing up to, like, pre-release and draft with the actual copies of everything except Ancestral Recall.
Yeah, no, that's going to be a hard one to make work. And then the fact that it can re-prepare itself and do it again is
It's
sick.
Pretty difficult to. It's not likely to re-prepare more than twice in an entire game.
If you need to cast Recall more than twice, then you've done something wrong.
Yeah.
And even just on rate, it's a body that is going to kill your opponent.
I'm going to play a weird off-color blue-white deck that decks
that
my
daydreams
opponent.
this, and then flips it and re-prepares it.
Ancestral target my opponent, secret rendezvous target my opponent.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, look, this... I knew this would be moved up because the more I thought about it, this actually would probably perform better than Quantum Riddler in Limited.
Yes.
Sure, it doesn't have that 2-mana bit on the front, but
But
it has...
the fact that this has Ward 2 to protect it from removal
kills
or
your
any kind of
opponents
interaction.
in 4 swings if they're at 20 life, as opposed to the 5 swings.
Yeah. It's so busted.
Yeah.
It's so busted.
It's really good. Alright, Pensive Professor, 3 mana 0/2, first creature with increment. Now, I did misevaluate my first 2 increment cards because I thought it was whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, if the amount of mana you spent is greater than this creature's power or toughness, put a +1 counter on it. But it's any spell.
Yeah.
So it is evolve for spells, and then whenever this gets a counter on it, you draw a card, which historically, those have been the powerhouses of the blue-green limited decks.
I really like this a lot. So
It's your Fathom Mage.
yeah. So just if you cast a 1-drop then this draws a card, then a 2-drop, then a 3-drop. So you just need to curve out from behind this.
Yeah.
And just draw cards all the way up the curve.
Literally just untapping with this, any spell will trigger it the first time. Then you have the hard job of casting anything that's 2 or more to trigger it a second time.
Obviously, the only downside here is just that it is so fragile on the front cast. At 3 mana, 0/2 sucks nads initially. The one thing it can do is block pests.
Yeah.
And you kind of don't want to, because if your opponent buffs the pest anyhow, then you've lost your amazing card advantage.
If you untap with this and cast 2 2-mana spells,
then you do get
it's a 2/4 that draws 2
cards.
This may be an A.
Yeah, I was thinking about pushing you on it. It obviously has the downside of being something that can potentially get answered the moment it comes down. So I think you just have to be a little bit careful with how you play it out.
Technically, that's true of most of these.
But the Emeritus less so, because it is it offers some amount of inherent protection.
Yeah.
The Professor, I think you can segue this to be cast this and then play a 1-drop with it, and then immediately get value.
If you draw 2 cards off this and your opponent has to kill it, that's still great value. That's amazing value.
Yeah, so anything better than the literal worst case scenario of you tap out for this on 3 and it dies.
You're probably drawing a couple cards, maybe more.
Yeah, I think that we can call it a night.
Original Strixhaven had the Emeritus who just drew a card every time he cast an instant or sorcery. Its stats were weak, it was broken.
Yep. Skycoach Conductor.
3 mana 2/3, Flash Flying Vigilance enters prepared, and it can exile a non-pilot creature and then return it to the battlefield. So it is Restoration Angel in blue with Vigilance and smaller stats.
Yes.
But you can pay the mana over 2 different installments.
Yeah, again, we've talked about how being able to flicker something out is going to be useful for re-preparing these prepare creatures. Being 2 spells in 1 body, always good. Having Flash, Flying Vigil. I like this at an A-.
Trigger your Opus at instant speed. I will say the strike against it is it does not have the stats of the Restoration Angel, so it's not a very good ambush creature. It'll kill maybe a 2 thing, maybe trade with a 2 toughness creature while flickering something for some extra value, but it's not super good in combat.
It's fine.
Yeah,
at an A-.
Your opponent will play into this a lot, where you can save something from a removal spell, win some combats, get some value.
Yeah, if you play this as a 4 mana 2/3, that is going to blow something up.
It'll be a 3-for-1 a lot of the time. Alright, so we've jumped down a little bit here into the B range.
No B pluses.
No.
Jazzy enters prepared as a 3 mana 2/4. When it ETBs, you draw 2, discard 2. And then for double X and blue, its prepare spell makes an X00 green and blue fractals, and then puts X counters on each fractal you control.
So if it's 5 mana, it's 2 2/2s.
Yeah, if it's 7 mana, it's 3 3/3s.
Which is winning the game territory.
Yes.
If it's 9 mana,
it's 4 4/4s.
Which, if you do that and you lose, that's on you.
Yeah, sorry, bud. This seems very good. It immediately gains value with the ETB.
Yeah, although I don't love the draw 2, discard 2, you're not going up cards, you're just selecting.
Yeah, but it's still a selection that you can then bridge into casting the spell on it. If you visualize this as being a split thing where you get to cast this on 3 and then get to 5 and make 2 more 2/2 bodies, that's already fantastic.
That's what it'll be most of the time. And that 5 will trigger your Opus as well. So.
Yeah. So I think I like it at a B. It's not blowing my nuts off, but it's,
alright. Speaking of that, Archmage Emeritus is back on special guest.
Oh, God!
It's much harder to copy spells in this format, so the Magecraft copy spell not relevant as much, but...
Still, just casting instants or sorceries to draw cards is still very good.
This guy's very weak, but again, if you untap with it and cast 2 removal spells to take your pressure off the...
By similar logic, do we want to put this up to a B+?
I think the fact that there's not a lot of copying and this thing is just really small, it's really hard to tap out on turn 4, especially with repartee being one of the mechanics, meaning that removal and interaction is just endemic. This will not be relevant as a tiny body a lot of the time.
Yeah, that's fair. Alright, stay there.
But very similar to it, we have the Murmuring Mystic. Instead of drawing a card, it makes a bird. Now, I have this right next to I almost put it above the Emeritus, because the birds kill people. Drawing cards doesn't necessarily kill people, although the drawing cards does mean that you
it converts into killing people.
Sorceries, then draw more cards. This also blocks super well. as
Yeah.
you pauper players know.
I love a good memory mystic.
Yeah, I think this is a great ability to take over a game.
Yeah, but B seems right to me.
Yeah.
It's a very high pick for when it does come up.
Alright, this is only in B- because it's technically 7 mana when you really want the best out of it, but it is Cyclonic Rift. Should this be a B+? If you make it to 7 mana, which this set could be grindy enough to, it depends on if you die to a fast white black deck. If you put this in the green deck, there's a lot of ramp.
Yeah, so 7 mana will just win the game.
It will, because it's totally one-sided.
I think that there's enough upside that this isn't a B-. It's at least in the Bs, and we can maybe justify putting a B+.
Yeah. I think technically is now Opus.
Opus triggers on the amount of mana spent.
It's the amount of mana,
so
not
it's
the amount of value.
Yes,
so it does trigger.
It does trigger Opus,
which
for
means
4.
that if you're casting this for 7 and you have any sort of board state in like a blue-red deck or a blue-green deck,
Game should just be over.
You are normally winning. Yeah. I will note it only puts them back into hand instead of killing them.
Mm.
But it's really flexible too.
You sound like you enjoyed that one.
The first fight was actually quite tasty, but it doesn't get better.
No, it's the drain cleaner aspect of the drink becomes more prominent.
Yeah,
it comes more to the front of the bouquet.
Sickly sweet.
Yeah.
Feel the sugar building up in my stomach.
Alright, Muse Seeker. When you cast an instant or sorcery, draw a card, then discard a card unless 5 or more mana was spent to cast that spell.
It's doing an Archmage Emeritus impression for only 2 mana.
I like this at B-.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems sweet.
Yeah. Just churns through the deck.
Yeah, I'm gonna make an argument on this next card though.
Stock up.
Stock up. I'm a huge stock up fan.
A lot of people are very high on this, and I think it's because they play a lot of Constructed.
That might be fair. I do play a lot of Constructed.
It's decent and limited, but I don't think it's as amazing in
I guess the cards that you're finding on average are going to be worse.
Mm.
So being able to dig 5 deep to find what you need is not as impactful.
It does depend on if you have good cards to be digging for.
Yeah, I remember I did an Ether Drift pre-release and I cast this against my opponent and he just had to read it to double check what it did and was like, oh, that seems really good. And I said, yeah, and then I beat him.
It is strictly better than divination in any set that doesn't care exactly about cards being drawn. That said, in limited in general, on turn 3, I normally want to be deploying a body.
Yeah.
Don't always have that option. Stuck Up's a great late game pickup.
What if it's above Muse Seeker? What if it's just above Muse Seeker?
Muse Seeker has stats.
It's 1 power. It's 1 power.
It is pretty small.
It's a piddly little guy.
Okay, I think a lot of people are raving about it, and I genuinely think it's because it's everywhere in standard and all that, and we all forget that in limited it was like a B minus.
Okay.
We'll
I can definitely see that being the case.
I'm also ready to be proven wrong, but I also expect that this might underperform given the rate of bodies that have spells like this attached to them.
True. Yeah. Essence Scatter.
Best blue common.
Yeah, 100%. Especially given that you can tag one of these prepare creatures and essentially just prevent a 2-for-1.
Yeah. This card always overperforms.
Yeah, end of conversation. Yeah. I like that.
Homesickness. This one I had higher, then I had lower, and now it's here.
Target 4 blue instant. Target player draws 2 cards. Tap up to 2 target creatures and stun both of them. 6 mana's a lot.
6 mana is a lot. It is triggering your Opus.
Yeah.
So it is a situation where you kind of want to be doing this on your own turn, despite the instant speed nature, and then using that tap window to kill your opponent with your Opus triggers.
Yeah. It's essentially like a 3-for-1.
I think original Strixhaven had Snow Day. It's quite similar to this.
Yeah.
But that wasn't great because there's not a lot of stats in there. Yeah, well that's it. This has a lot of very high upside. It doesn't draw 2 cards and discard. It just straight up draws them.
And then you essentially get the effect of tapping down 2 creatures and stunning them as just gravy added in.
It's an amazing catch-up or stabilizer if you don't have a board and you need to stun your opponent's 2 creatures and refill.
Yeah. I am tempted to shunt this down just a little bit.
Yeah, it's
But I do think it can stay in C+.
Probably going to be going around in the draft.
Yeah.
You can take this name.
Yeah. Choreographer.
Muldrifter, 5 mana 2/2, ETB draw 2, but it also costs 3 less if creatures you control have total toughness 10 or greater, which is both really hard and really easy to do.
Yeah.
If you have 3 creatures, this condition will probably be met. If you have less than 3 creatures, there's no way.
Probably at its best in a Quandrix deck,
Yes.
where you're going to be curving out with big boys, and then you can just cast this as a 2 mana 2/2 that draws 2.
Though the increment is the amount of mana just like Opus is. So if you are casting this for a reduced cost, it won't trigger your increment annoyingly.
That is weird, yeah.
It is very weird.
That's unfortunate, but
Yeah.
you can maneuver your way in the way that you're curving out to make sure that you get the full benefit. And if you're putting this into play, you probably don't necessarily need to be triggering increment on it. But we know how good Muldrifter is.
Yeah, but this doesn't fly and it's not flexible.
Yes.
So I was quite tempted to move this further down.
I think I like it in C+ still.
Somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is a body, but
It's a body, but it's not a great
it's
one.
not even good in multiples because it's legend.
I mean, it's probably good enough in multiples once you get to the point where you have the rebate on it.
Yeah.
Because then you can just, like, sure, I sack one of them off, but I'm
True.
playing 2 mana for a 2/2 that draws 2 on ETB.
Flow state.
Alright, let the constructed gamer take over. We've talked a little bit about this off camera.
Yeah.
The fact that you need an instant and a sorcery in your graveyard to turn this on, which is
I
something
didn't realise that.
so many people missed during the preview
I
season.
thought it was one or the other.
Because that's just how cards like this is normally templated.
Yeah.
This is worse in limited than it is in constructed. In
Yes,
constructed, you can
substantially.
thought scour yourself, and this is online.
Yeah.
In your is it prowess decks, in your like any kind of blue deck ever, in Legacy, this is just going to be a slam dunk. But it's going to be awkward to make this not just a sorcery speed anticipate.
Yeah, knowing that it's both instant sorceries reminded me of every single time I've been in a Delirium format and drafted a deck that just had no instants in the entire thing by mistake. And I think with a set that has so many bodies that have their instants and sorceries attached that don't go to your graveyard, that will be true. And
Yeah.
I'm just not in the business of paying 2 mana for a sorcery speed anticipate.
I think that awkwardly this card's fantastic, but I think it at least goes into C. It maybe even edges its way into C minus.
It might just because of the deck building restriction and then instant
Yeah,
speed.
how much deck building do you want to impose on playing a draw to?
I still think this card's like fine a lot of the time, but I don't want to have to warp my deck where I'm already having to value creatures quite highly because there's not that many.
Yeah, okay. Well, unfortunately, it's shop time.
Yeah,
Look, you should have read the card, Dom.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you.
I guess so.
Preordain up next.
I love it.
Yeah, no, this is great. It's just gonna, like, flow state's great for smoothing out your deck. Preordain's better. At least in the ways where you don't have to build around it and it's only 1 mana to do the thing that it asks you to do.
It'll feel really good to cast this on turn 1 and save a hand that was kind of dodgy.
Island cantrip keep.
Yeah.
I like that right where it is.
Okay.
Meta bending mage.
When this enters, return up to 1 other target creature to its owner's hand. So we've got our jellyfish here. And whenever you cast a spell with X in its mana cost, this can't be blocked this turn. I'm basically rating this purely on the
ETB.
just 3 mana 2/2 bounce something is always good. That X ability will come up occasionally, but
There are some X spells in this set that are
There
kind
are.
of exciting because you don't have to dump any mana into X here.
Yes.
It's just a spell with X in its cost.
Yes,
You
true.
don't have to have paid any mana into X in order for that ability to trigger.
There is a secret blue-green deck that has a couple of cards that care about X costs, which, this might be fun in, but I don't think it's a particularly powerful deck. Giving a 2/2 unblockable is not amazing.
This is also quite good into all the prepare creatures that we've been seeing because they lose the prepare copy.
If they
If they haven't already cast it.
Yes, in which case you may be giving your
Yeah,
opponent
so if your opponent has tapped out and gone, haha, here's my guy that will ruin the game for you if I'm allowed to cast its prepare spell, you can bounce it back to hand and gain a bunch of tempo off of that.
You can also pick up your own creatures that have cast their prepared spell and cast it again.
This and an elite interceptor.
Yeah, in a blue one.
Oh, we're cooking.
Just everything in an elite
Everything in an
Isn't
elite
an
interceptor.
an A plus?
Yeah, don't tempt me.
Yeah. So I don't think this is too amazing. I think if you are bouncing your own creatures for their prepared spells, and you're in a real grind fest.
Yeah, you'll feel really clever if you're able to do that.
Yeah.
But it's just a mana war, and mana wars are great.
Yeah. Run behind. 4 mana, costs 1 less if it targets an attacking creature. Puts a creature on the top or bottom of its owner's library if they choose.
Yeah.
So I have talked about this a bit. Somebody was trying to tell me to put it in C minus, which I can almost see because the fact that it puts it directly on top is a lot different to second from the top, where most of these effects have been at.
Yeah.
It's also 4 mana, just if you want to fire it off in the end step. Although the mana differential means that sometimes this will accidentally not trigger your increment when you want it to.
That is true.
Which
That
is a bit
true.
weird.
Yeah, we keep on talking about like how increment's going to be a bit of a song and dance to play through.
Yeah.
Play with.
So this is no kill spell, but it might be some of the best interaction that blue just has to deal with.
I might like contextual to the color maybe, but I still think it could go into the cities.
Yeah.
Yarg. I think maybe below deduce. I really.
Deduce is going to be moved up, but we'll get to that one.
Yeah. Okay, Deluge Virtuoso up next.
Yeah, 3 mana 2/2, and it just taps and stuns something. And it has Opus, gets +1/+1.
Or +2/+2.
Or +2/+2 on the big moon.
This looks cracked to me.
Yeah,
I think a great common.
This is going to tempo people out for sure.
Yes, I like it where it is.
Yeah.
I could even potentially see it above the Matter Bending Mage, to be honest.
Yep, I don't need to be convinced. When I put this in here, I was thinking, wow, I'm just going to draft 5 of these and kill my opponent.
Yep.
I'm going to draft 5 of these, put them all on board, cast 1 Preordain, and get +5 toughness and power. And
Yeah, just crack in.
Yeah.
Yeah, card seems great. I love it. All right, Mana Sculpt. Yeah, it's fine. There's a lot of wizards in the set.
Yeah.
You'll maybe get the colorless mana.
It's
When
slightly-
you do, you'll feel great.
Slightly better than Cancel, which is the bottom of C-. And the main reason that puts it in C as opposed to C- is that it is really good with your X spells. If you have a Jadzi out, your Mana Sculpt, you get 5 mana in your untap step, and then you like make 6/6s or whatever. Then you do win the game. So there are times.
Yeah, there is game winning upside to this.
Yeah, and more often than you might think. Especially as sometimes it will just be you put the 4 colorless mana into your prepared draw 2 cards.
Yeah. Is there a world where this is in C+?
In a world
Where Mana Sculpt is a C+.
No, because I
One
still
time.
think a lot of the time this will just be a cancel.
That's fair.
Because, like, sure, there's a lot of wizards, but if they, I don't know, kill your wizard... This doesn't say if you controlled one as it was cast.
That's true. And at 3 mana, it does lose a lot of its flexibility. I'm happy to keep it top of C.
Yeah.
Obviously, as a mythic, it's not going to be...
It's a rare.
Oh, it's a rare.
Yep.
I'm colorblind. And I can't read, apparently. But yeah, it will come up an amount, but not a huge amount.
I think the times that it comes up, it will, half the time it'll win you the game, quote unquote, if not immediately. The other half of the time it'll just...
Be serviceable.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, we can say that. Fractalize.
This one's a difficult one to judge.
X and a blue, until end of turn, target creature becomes a green and blue fractal with base power and toughness equal to X plus 1.
So it will always be as big as your increment demands it. You can opus it if you need to, and your increment creatures have counters on them. This makes their base power and toughness XX. So if your opponent's not careful and they don't block an incremented creature, sometimes you can just kill them.
Yeah, it's so much mana to invest though.
It is a lot.
And it opens you out to really bad blowouts.
It can do.
Of course, there's the upside of casting this on a creature that has counters on it already, or has been buffed up by a bunch of Magecraft triggers already.
It
sometimes
doesn't make it lose abilities, which is relevant because this doesn't say creature you control, so you can fire it off for a single blue to shrink an opponent's creature.
That is something.
It is something. That's why it's in C as opposed to C-. But if your opponent's creatures has counters on it, then it doesn't remove those. It doesn't remove abilities.
I think I want to move this down.
Yeah.
I could still theoretically see it in C, but I could also see it going down into C-.
I think I'd play it over Flow State. But only one of them. They don't feel good in multiples.
Yeah, whereas Flow State actually feels pretty good in multiples.
Yeah, true. A Frogify just doesn't carry the same weight it used to because all creatures have abilities forever.
Yeah.
Until Ether Drift, the last vanilla creature printed in Standard was in original Strixhaven.
Damn.
Yeah.
How times have changed.
Yeah.
Deduce. Let's push that boy up.
Yeah.
This card's so good. This card's so good. I think it can go above Homesickness.
Yeah,
personally.
it's just really flexible. It triggers your opus at instant speed.
That's the second one tier shift. You're gonna have to take a drinky bag.
The clue is not super relevant in this set. There's no artifact synergies. There's no draw card synergies.
Yeah, but still, it is so good on rate. It's so good on rate.
It was really good in its format, but its format had power level all over the place. So
yeah,
oh.
It's getting harder. It's okay. We'll read through the rest of these, and then we'll.
This one I'm interested in your opinion on.
Dave's.
Yeah.
I
started with it in B.
Yeah, I think This card is so bad on the draw, is the
Yes.
issue. You really want to be curving out and then playing with days in the pocket so that you can just have a really effective beatdown curve, and when your opponent blinks and tries to interact with what you're doing, you daze them and send them to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah.
But on the draw, it's really hard to make that happen. So it's super swingy.
Especially in a format where there's the common dual lands that don't have land types.
Yes.
You may not even have an island until turn 3 just for mana efficiency's sake.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to fire off days too early in the game in limited anyways, though,
True,
because it puts you pretty far behind even if you are on the play.
Yeah.
You can hardcast it.
Yeah.
You can hardcast it sometimes and just like force spike your opponent, and that's fine.
So it triggers Opus things when it looks like you're tapped out.
Yes.
It also is fantastic at hitting X spells
Yes.
if you're in the kind of the blue mirror or the green mirror.
Because it's on the bonus sheet, it's almost never correct to play around it.
Especially at rare.
Yeah.
There was Mana Tithe in the original set. That
Oh,
was
yeah.
not very good. But
I
that's
do
because-
have one singular Strixhaven Full Art Foil Mana Tithe in my mono white weenies deck,
Hell
and I
yeah.
know it's incorrect, but I refuse to take it out.
Put the fear of God into your opponent.
Exactly. If they ever see it, the full art of that guy cowering, and I have to explain, you see it's a bunch of Japanese characters and then the number 1 somewhere.
As in that's what the mana you must pay now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this I really don't know how to evaluate this. I think it's both insane and I think it's terrible.
I think that makes it kind of an archetypal seed.
Yeah.
Like, there will be games that this lets you run away with, and then there will also be games where this rots in your hand and you wonder why you ever put it in the deck.
I think this is a super mana efficient format as well, where every single turn you have the option of any number of prepared spells plus cards in hand to kind of choose between.
So being able to curve out is going to be super relevant.
So
And Daze is great when you're curving out and great against opponents who are curving out.
Both of them, yeah.
So I like it where it is. I might potentially put Disdainful Stroke a touch above, though, just because it's going to be more reliable. D-Stroke is great, and especially, like, obviously it'll be awkward that if it is tagging something that is triggering Opus, then they'll still get value, but it always trades up. But again, if we're talking about curving out, then like being able to use a D-Stroke to disrupt that is pretty
you get an X spell a lot of the time.
Yeah, that's going to be tasty to snag.
Campus Composer enters prepare, Ward 2, and just 5 mana makes a 3/3 red and blue elemental with flying. So it's the perfect code. You play this, and then on turn 5 you and make a 3/3.
This is a very nice 2-for-1.
Absolutely. I think it's really elegant.
Yeah.
Triggers any of your earlier Opus if you have any.
Yeah, great with increment as well. Like, you play a 3-drop with increment, then 4 into 5.
Yeah, that's very, very true, actually. This could be even higher. Especially as it's really hard to answer, and your opponent wants to answer it, because otherwise you get that 3/3 straight away, and once you have that 3/3, then it's not worth it.
Do we want to tuck it just above Mana Sculpt?
Yeah, maybe. I reckon...
How badly do you want to drink?
Not that badly, but I do think it might be better
than Homesickness. Yeah,
with
yeah.
the whole...
I actually like how efficient it is.
It just slots into any deck super nicely. 2 creatures. If you don't have enough creatures, it triggers your increment, your Opus.
Yeah, I dig it a lot.
Yeah.
And the ward means that it's way more likely that you're going to be able to untap with this and do the thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Flow state we already talked about. Let's go down to Procrastinate.
Argued a lot about this one.
Ooh. 1 mana for a sorcery. Type a creature, put twice X stun counters on it.
Yeah. So the argument is, I think this is better than it looks because it sits anywhere on your curve that you need it to. And once X becomes 3 or more, the creature that you tap
Is gone.
Yes. Although I can see the counterpoint to the argument of it's gone, it's still very much on the battlefield. It doesn't become unprepared. It's just tapped.
That is true. So there will be some creatures where, if it's already had an ETB that it's gotten value out of, or if it's already got a prepare spell that it's gotten value out of, then this is going to suck to cast.
Yeah. It doesn't scry, doesn't draw a card, doesn't do anything like that. So you do need to be in that increment or Opus deck, which guess what Blue's mechanics are?
Yeah, I actually do kind of like this out of C- though. Like, the first copy is probably totally fine.
I had this originally, I think it was like first copy at C+, and then everyone's like,
What is this is C+? You know, I'm never taking more than one of these. It's like, yeah, I wouldn't take more than one of these either, but the first one's really good.
Yeah, I think I agree with what you're saying where, like, I mean, there's a little bit of X-Spell synergy, and then, once you get up to 4 mana, 6 stun counters, that boy's asleep.
The game is hopefully going to end before that thing untaps.
Yeah.
Unless they flicker or something. But.
Yeah.
Hydro Channeler, 2 mana 1/3, taps to add a blue, only for an instant or sorcery.
And it filters 1 mana into anything for instants and sorceries only. That filter mode is a bit...
Yeah.
You can splash your instants and sorceries, but it makes them cost 1 more, so it's not great.
Yeah, this feels kind of middling.
Yeah,
but it is still a guy. He blocks.
It's really filler blue. I've got it a bit higher than what blue creatures like this normally have, because it just helps you cast your prepare spells so
I
well.
think I agree with that. Yeah, we can move next. Which is Sleight of Hand.
Yeah, I'm definitely nowhere near as good as your preordained.
No, God no. But it is still
Is it
fun.
Is it above flow state?
I think I like
Just
the upside
being
on
1
flow
mana.
state.
Yeah.
And like 1 extra mana for the ability to look at an extra card and draw an extra card
Potentially, yeah.
is quite strong. I mean, if you can find both and play them in the same deck, that's probably what
true.
you want to be doing.
I thought Sleight of Hand would be cracked when they reprinted it in Wilds of Eldraine, and it was not as good as that.
It was more of a constructed card because it is just so efficient in shifting cardboard from zone to zone.
Yeah.
But this isn't necessarily a set where that's what you want to be doing.
It's just about the triggering needs of the sorcery.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it'll be fine at that. Yeah. Tester of the Tangential.
2 mana 1/1 increment. In combat on your turn, you may pay X. When you do, move X counters from this creature onto another target creature. Your game has to be going really long for that second ability to be useful.
This is just a Miracle Grow creature, yeah.
Yeah, which, is pretty fine, except the benefit of the Miracle Grow was that it triggered off all your 1-drops. This you have to be turning out.
Yeah, that's...
I don't like that on turn 3 it's a 2/2. On turn 4 it's a 3/3. Like, it's always going to be slightly behind even if you do curve out.
Yeah, and if you're not curving out, then it's so bad.
So it is meant to be a grindy engine piece, and I don't think
It's great at that.
No,
I think I can agree with that.
I might even bump it down.
You can. I reckon bottom of C- is probably fine because there will be games where you have it on the play and it'll let you curve out in some sort of nutso spell slinger aggro draw.
Potentially.
But yeah. 3 mana 2/3 flyer. Whenever it attacks, becomes prepared and it jumps things.
Literally cast the spell, John.
I like this quite a bit, to be honest. Being able to consistently cast a spell every combat.
I guess that's
Because
true.
it re-prepares itself every combat and triggers Opus every combat.
I was evaluating it as a 3 mana 2/3 flyer that gives something flying, which we've seen in the past. They've lost a lot of value because there's been a lot of reach and flying printed recently, but this set has less reach and flying than some other sets. You do have to pay the mana every single turn.
Yeah,
That's
but
why I
you
don't
pay
like
the mana to cast the spell, though.
You do. I did kind of forget about the Opus triggers potentially.
I might like this either top of C- or bottom of C. I'd play days above this, potentially.
Yeah.
But this has a lot of upside.
In the Opus deck, I think this is going to be like a C+.
Yes, and in other decks it'll probably go down to being like a C-. I think you get one more move before you take a shot. Yeah, we had the Campus Composer. That came up.
Composer.
Okay, yep,
Yeah.
true. Alright.
Alright, Landscape Painter. Again, off camera, I was ranting about this one. This is I'm ready to be killed by this repeatedly.
Yeah, alright. 2 mana 2/1, enters prepared, and then for 4 and a blue sorcery, draw 2 cards is its prepared spell. I do actually think I want to move this up to a C. This does feel like a pretty archetypal, below the Aviator or above the Aviator even.
I'd put it slightly below Aviator, just because Aviator is an uncommon, so
Mm.
you want to pick it up when you can see it, whereas a Landscape Painter might come around.
Yeah, but this feels like it's going to be exactly the kind of filler card that you want. Of course, the prepared spell triggers the Opus stuff to the max.
Yeah.
Yeah,
True.
And yeah, as a 2/1, it's like not an exciting body, especially in a format full of pests, but it's serviceable.
Both of these in a vacuum, not great, but when you staple them together, it's the adventure thing. And even the worst adventures on mediocre creatures, it still says it's a 2 mana 2/1 ETB draw card, even if the card is terrible.
Yeah.
I'm also happy trading this off with just better creatures.
Yeah, the fact that your opponent is incentivized to remove your 2 mana 2/1 so that you don't draw 2 cards.
So you don't spend 5 mana sorcery speed drawing 2.
Yeah, that is quite exciting to me.
Yeah.
Textbook Tabulator is the next guy.
Yeah, again, more increment.
3 mana 0/3, increment and ETB Surveil 2.
Honestly, I had this in like C+, and then I moved it down, and I'm thinking it probably should go back up again, because
Yeah.
the first 2 spells that you cast, no matter what, or most of the time, will make this a 2/5.
I think it's much better than the 2 mana 1/1 because
Yeah.
a 1-drop can trigger this.
Yes, and the Surveil 2 just smooths your draws so much.
Yeah, the fact that you actually get value on the first cast is quite nice.
More or less than the Painter.
I think it's close.
I think
I think I like the tabulator a bit more than the painter.
Yeah, this will smooth your draws. It blocks a couple turns, and then you turn the corner, and suddenly this becomes like a threat.
Is that the second thing that you've moved?
No, because I took a shot for the.
You didn't take a shot for the painter. we nudged the needle. We're testing here. Oh god. Quick study.
Definitely starting to get affected, but it's alright.
3 mana 2/2. No, not a 3 mana 2/2. 3 mana instant draw 2.
Because divination is not good enough anymore.
Divination's not good enough anymore. What are our feelings on quick study?
I like that it's an instant.
Yeah, I think I want to put it above flow state.
Yeah.
It requires no build around to get online. It'll always draw you 2 cards. You can hold it up and cast it on your opponent's turn.
Doesn't do like a ton. It triggers your opus when you need it to. Its increment value.
Yeah, your mileage may vary. But I don't know if it necessarily needs to go up into C.
Yeah, I think you just straight up card draw spells in this set lose their value because
The creature's a card draw.
yeah, every creature has something stapled onto it. But if you get to card select, that's a little bit better than raw card draw. So that's why Preordain is better than this.
Yep. Alright. Muse's Encouragement,
What's
I believe.
Yes, Muse's Encouragement.
5 mana instant, make a 3/3 blue and red elemental creature token with flying and surveil 2.
So it's your standard 5 mana 3/3 flash creature that has definitely been power crept out. So it surveils 2 as well, and and it triggers your opus.
This is super fillery.
Yep, I'll have one in my top end as in my opus deck.
Dog, it's gonna get dazed. It's gonna get dazed.
Yeah, but if it resolves, I'm surveiling 2 lands into the bin.
Oh, wow,
I'm putting 2 lands straight into the bin. Also, as we mentioned with flying, not a ton of flyers in this set, so
Yeah.
that 3 could be a win con, but it doesn't pair with white or with black, so it's not like you're buffing it.
I'm not super excited about this at all.
Me neither. I like that it's an instant.
That's fair. Spellbook Seeker. 4 mana 3/3 flyer, enters prepared, and then lets you cast Careful Study.
which I think is not a good card in this limited format.
Yeah, you could even argue that Careful Study is just a very limited card in its scope.
It's a constructed card in its scope, in fact.
Yes, quite. Yeah, this seems like middling. Like, the spell that you're getting stapled onto this is not fantastic.
I'd rather have an instant speed creature that triggers my opus and surveils 2 than I would have a creature that draws 2 and discards 2.
I think I agree with that.
Yeah. It's just here because the Careful Study re-triggers all your opus and stuff, and it is split across 2 turns, so you do go 4 into next turn.
Banishing Betrayal up next. 1 and a blue, return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand and surveil 1.
It's your... They did that in Murders at Karlov Manor.
Yeah.
Technically a legacy playable card that unauthorized exit.
True.
They did play it in Legacy for a bit.
Yeah, like weirdo storm creeps just
Yeah.
bouncing Trinispheres out of play.
Weird repeal.
Mm.
But in limited, it's...
Yeah, we have seen a couple of big tokens that this just like immediately evaporates.
True, not like a large amount, and also this just does nothing against your opponent's prepared creatures that have already cast their prepared spell.
That's true.
The benefit would be targeting your own thing in your opponent's end step, getting a surveil and a creature that you can re-prepare, but I still think that's not a great use of a card.
Yeah, I'm happy to leave it where it is. Tester of the Tangential is the same guy. In Echo Casting Symposium, Audio. Target player creates a token that's a copy of target creature you control, and it has Paradigm.
Yeah.
Big boy spell.
I think Foundations had that enchantment that just makes a token copy of a non-land permanent every turn. That was a non-land permanent, so it didn't have to target creatures, and it wasn't good.
Yeah. This triggers Opus.
It does, and it does it every turn.
Yeah. If you can get this to go off...
As long as you have a creature. If you don't have any creatures, then it doesn't trigger Opus because you can't cast it without legal targets. But then you don't care about triggering Opus because you don't
have anything that can be triggered.
I think this is really slow, it's really situational, and it opens yourself up to blowouts.
Yeah, it has to resolve in order for the Paradigm to trigger, right? So if whatever you're targeting gets removed in response...
Yeah.
Then you
That's
cast
true.
6 mana to do nothing.
That is also very true. So you can only cast in this if that might be a reason to bump
it down because it's so easy to blow out and it's already very slow.
Does guaranteed put a counter on your Ennis.
Sure, man.
Do
we want to say top of D plus?
Because I can see worlds where you get this in and you copy a really big creature and your opponent does
some
just
broken rare
this.
gets copied, and then you win the game off the back of it.
Yeah, like I don't think it was bad enough to move into D+, even with a situation like if you in the world where it pops off, which is maybe
Yeah.
1 out of 5, 1 out of 3 times it's quite good. It does take over the game wholly and utterly.
Yeah.
But that's kind of punishing your opponent's deck building more than it's.
Yeah. I'm going to argue that we put it below Archaeomancer, though.
Yep.
And we may be...
Although this is a win condition where Archaeomancer.
What do you mean Archaeomancer's not a win condition? This is my go.
We play too much Pauper.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Oh god, it's a 1-2. I forgot about that.
I started with this guy in B+, and then I looked at its stats, because it's not like this creature blocks.
No, I mean, once again, you've got your dream blue-white deck where you're playing this with the Flicker spell.
Daydream.
Yeah.
Which does put a counter on it. Yeah.
It puts a counter on it, and then it gets back the Daydream, and then you're off to the races. But yeah,
But you're not, because it just makes the 2-3 every turn.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's fantastic. Yeah, this is it's got utility, especially if you're buying back like some spell that has strong proactive uses.
There's a lot of good spells to get back with this. This is just so 4 mana 1/2 that you're not going to be buying back a spell and then casting the spell straight away.
Yeah.
You have to untap, and all you've done is put a 1/2 into
This
play.
gives your opponent a lot of time and a lot of forewarning about what you're going to be doing as well. Because
Also
you have to have already cast the spell,
Mm.
and then you pay 4 mana to Archaeomancer, and you bring it back, and your opponent knows that you have that spell again.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, you've paid, 6-7 mana to have this Archaeomancer sitting in play, and everything that you're doing is very obvious.
This is a great constructed card, but in limited wise,
Yeah, and there's no Ephemerate on the bonus sheet this time.
no.
The dream is over.
There was a 5 mana 2/2 version of this that was okay, but 2/2 was a big deal.
I think I agree. Chase Inspiration.
Functional reprint of Dive Down for Exile players just gives a creature +0/+3 and hexproof until end of turn. It saves something.
It does.
There's
but
a lot of interaction in the set. with red
It saves something, and that's it, though,
Yeah.
is the problem.
Yeah.
There's no proactive use case. It gains value if you have some super impactful creature that you really want to make sure goes the distance.
You really need to untap with that.
Yeah,
prepared
but the
creature.
more middling your threats are, the worse this is.
It's not a combat trick like Shore Up. Shore Up untaps and gives +power.
Yeah,
This just saves a creature. It can't like win a combat.
yeah. Harmonized Trio.
I am ready for this to be moved up. It's so hard to judge.
I don't know if I make this.
No.
I think that Brainstorm is just going to be too hard to take advantage of in a limited context.
There's basically no ways to shuffle your library in this set,
Yeah.
and I think Brainstorm is not good here and opens you up to misplaying horribly more than
Yeah.
it gives you any benefit.
Obviously, you can prepare this at instant speed.
That is the main benefit for it.
Um,
And every turn if you want to.
Yeah, but brainstorming every turn is going to be very hard to come out from under.
Yeah, you just keep locking
You
yourself.
know, it's
every
the same cards.
It's the Sylvan Library problem when you're at too low a life total.
Yeah, where you're
being
just looking
totally
at the same
unable
cards
to-
that don't dig you out of this
Yeah,
scenario.
with more lands. The benefit of casting an instant every turn is in the Opus aggro decks, and this doesn't even go in an Opus aggro deck because you have to tap 2 creatures to prepare it, which
Yeah.
you kind of want to be swinging.
Yeah, I think you need to be doing something very specific for this to make the cut. There is, we'll get to it later, but there's the bear. I love the bear. And that works quite well with this.
The bear.
The bear.
Oh,
It's
yes.
the 1 mana
bear.
1/1, the rampant growths.
Yes,
Because that will
card
shuffle
is-
away your
that card's
brainstorm. And it is a
cracked.
1/1 that you can tap to the trio.
I thought you meant the bear is in a 2/2.
Oh, there's too many 2/2s to keep track of. I wouldn't
Yeah.
have been able to call it by name.
I
I think this is fine at a D+.
could be convinced to move it to C-, but it sounds like you don't want to.
I'm not convinced. And then we got Brush Off. 4 mana. Costs 1 and a blue less to cast if it targets an instant or sorcery and counter target spell. And 4 mana as a counter spell. This is bad.
Terrible.
This is very bad.
It's not even 5 to trigger your Opus.
Yeah, and countering only instants and sorceries
So
at the
it's-
rate is not.
Kind of negate that doesn't hit planeswalkers, enchantments, and artifacts. And then it's a negate that has the upside if you can pay 1 and a blue extra
To counter anything.
But a 4 mana counter anything spell is not
Not super great.
amazing.
No, I think I'm also quite happy with this here.
Yeah.
It's not exciting.
It's weird with increment.
It is. Divergent Equation.
I could be convinced to move this down.
Yeah, return up to X instance of sorceries from your graveyard to your hand and exile it. So 3 mana, you get back 1 thing.
Okay, so I didn't actually realize it's an instant. I thought it was a sorcery.
Yeah, that does help.
If in your opponent's end step you just fire this off, immediately untap with 2 instants or sorceries of your choice in your hand.
Yeah, for X equals 2, it does trigger your Opus to the max as well.
It's rare that you're going to be doing it for more than 2, and if you're doing it for 1, this sucks.
Yes. So it's basically you're evaluating it as if it's a 5 mana instant that gets you 2 instants and sorceries back from the graveyard.
That makes your 2/2 creature unblockable.
Oh no. I don't know if I'm necessarily super inclined to move this up. It could go into D+. I don't think it makes the Cs.
Yeah. It feels really good with a blue-black or blue-white deck that has removal, and guess what?
Those are not supported color pairings.
So as it stands.
You can chill out. It can... How much do you want to drink? I'm going to leave the ball in your court.
No, I think this stays at D.
Sure. Mathemagics. Target player draws 2 to the power of X cards. So, for 2 mana, you draw
blue.
1.
Yeah, blue, draw 1. Bad.
Yep. 4 mana, draw 2, sorcery speed.
4 mana.
Bad.
Yeah, bad.
6 mana, draw 3. Still kind of bad.
6 mana, draw 4.
6 mana, draw 4.
It's still not amazing. It's worse than Opportunity. Which is
sick. Ringing endorsement.
Yeah.
And then you get silly. You go 8 mana.
Yeah. 8 mana, draw 8 is where you want to be. And that's...
That's 8 mana.
I remember Ixalan had that mythic that was 7 mana, draw 7.
Yes.
Which, you go to discard, so it's more like you draw 7 and discard 2.
Yeah, but when you fire it off, you'll still feel like God, but you spent 8 mana to get there.
If you're casting this for 10, you target your opponent.
Yes. Sweet.
If you cast it for 12, then it kills your opponent instantly, regardless of what's happened in the game.
Yeah, this is still this is not a good card for your limited deck.
It's not. It's a sorcery. I mean, if you're really desperate for X spells, like in an increment deck or something.
Yeah. We get Spell Pierce.
Now, actually, maybe this is a bit higher.
Yeah, I think Spell Pierce has the possibility to be such a swingy card.
Yeah.
It
will almost always have targets in this set, but you don't want to be spell piercing and prepared spell because
you've already lost value at that point.
Yeah.
It's not a good exchange, but
I could see moving it to D+.
I could see it in D+. Yeah, above
the brush off.
I kind of like above the trio as well, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm just not high on the trio.
No, me neither.
Yeah, I think Chase Inspiration might be better because it'll have the ability to protect things in slightly more.
They're very similar.
They're very similar. Yeah.
I think that the Chase Inspiration you can use in combat, where a Spell Pierce can just be a dead card, a totally dead draw.
Mm-hmm. Your opponent's just curving out with creatures.
Pongify. Or actually, Exhibition Tidecaller. This one's rough because it's an A+ in some decks.
Yeah, if you can just spam out instants and sorceries and mill your opponent out with this.
Well, the thing that I didn't really consider is if you Opus it twice, you win.
Oh, true.
If you Opus it, then it mills 10 cards. Now, I think I initially had this in C+, because I thought it was flying based on the art. Doesn't fly, so it's terrible combat creature. It blocks 1/1s.
Yeah, you do really, if you can, even opusing it once, a 10-card chunk out of a limited library, as someone who drafted a Sword of Body in Mind and rode that to victory in multiple games in a recent vintage cube
pretty
draft.
Awesome, especially attached to a Jackrabbit.
Oh, it's a drug that you gotta try, kids. But yeah, it is a non-negligible thing. Obviously, it'll have spots where it's awkward, where it mills your opponent's Lore Hold, Graveyard Matters flashback stuff.
Yeah.
But it does have potential game-winning upside.
That's if you give them the chance to untap with that relevant stuff.
True. The fact that you can end step a 5-mana instant into untap, this plus the Echo Casting Symposium, is it? The one that the Divergent Equation is actually kind of a wombo combo.
In a weird way, yeah.
Yeah,
actually.
you Divergent Equation, get back another 5-drop, and that essentially wins you the game.
This card really warps your draft, and it's either going to work for you or it's not. It's the kind of card that for the first few weeks I'm going to be forcing this if I see it.
It is also a rare, so you have to find it if your deck has walked around it.
You can't build the deck and hope to find it. Drafting Storm in a vintage cube and never getting the Brainstorm or the Brain Freeze is a bit
yeah, similar kind of
feels bad on the
Yeah, so I like it at D for that reason, where you can build a deck around this card and absolutely get there, but it's just so hard to do it.
It's one of those things where its literal stats may be influenced by the fact that
Like-
if people only play it in the decks it's good in. it will
Yeah,
get
like
really
card in
good
hand
stats.
percentage will be
Yeah.
insane.
And then people will start taking it higher because of that, and
And
then
then
it'll
it's gonna
drive the
tank.
cast down.
Yeah. Alright,
So I don't know.
I think I like it where it is, to be honest.
Yeah, okay.
It's going to be really hard to make it work.
Yeah, pack one, pick one, A+. Anywhere else, D.
Yeah. And even when you do first pick it, you still have to like draw it in order for it to be good.
That is true.
Because otherwise you'll just have a bunch of 5-mana instants and do nothing.
Yeah, well, I'd be taking all the cantrips and be either trying to find it or mulliganing down to it, then just cantripping my way into every other spell.
You raise a fair point.
Pongify.
Pongify.
This is extremely similar to your 2-mana destroys a creature, makes a 1/1 flyer, but the 3/3 stats are big.
Yeah. 3/3 monkey is going to be really hard to get through. So
I like the
yeah.
art in this. Dominic Mayer is he shares a name with me as well.
Yeah.
He's a really cool artist. I love his stuff. But I could be convinced to push this into D in a sideboard situation in a blue deck that really can't answer your opponent's creatures. But
No, this is very unexciting.
yeah,
Flusterstorm equally unexciting.
it's worse than Spell Pierce.
It's far worse than Spell Pierce.
It can't target.
It can't target non-creatures, so no artifacts, no enchantments. If your opponent tries to tap out for the 5-mana enchantment that rebuys something, then you've got a Flusterstorm in your hand and you feel very silly.
I could see you boarding this in if you have an Archmage Emeritus, because it would draw you a ton of cards. But
Yeah. Nah. Fractal Anomaly. This
still
card,
not an F though. I will
Yeah.
say,
This card's interesting, but it's going to be really hard to make this any bigger than a 2/2.
You have to pair this with another card draw spell. The best case scenario is kind of with a quick study, but it's still forcing you to do it on your own turn to make a
Yeah.
1-mana 3/3 that you have to cast another spell to do.
Yeah, which the fact that you're having to pair this with some other card draw spell is not fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It might
makes
make
really
it
like
2/2 at the worst time most of the time. And that's a terrible card.
Yeah.
There's some upsides where it could get to a 3/3 maybe at a time that you like. But
Yeah, maybe this is a reason to play the Brainstorm guy, because then it's very easy to make a 4/4.
true, that is true.
But that
I'd
is
hate to be
building
playing
around a
two
rare.
bad cards.
Yeah, exactly. Because you'll draw one of them, you'll be forced to cast this for
Yeah.
X's 1 or 2.
To make a
and then
chump
you draw
blocker.
the Brainstorm guy afterwards and
Yeah.
you'll feel like a chump.
Alright, Force of Will.
Yeah, don't get baited by this, guys. One thing that I have learned from playing Extended is that if you are in a matchup which is about trading resources, which is basically all that Limited is, then Force of Will is not that good because it 2-for-1s you. It doesn't even trigger your Opus for the full amount because you're not paying it for its mana cost.
Unless you hardcast it.
Unless you hardcast it. And if you hardcast it, it is an awful counter spell.
And realistically, you're hardcasting this actually a lot of the time.
Oh.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, that's the legacy thing is you always board out all the Force Wills against the dedicated Force Will decks because you're just going down resources.
Yeah. I think, like, nowadays there's a little bit of ebb and flow because sometimes it'll be good enough to back up whatever extremely broken proactive threat you're slamming out
And
with
in
a Force
this
of Will.
fire design world, it's highly unlikely anyone goes truly empty-handed or has nothing to do.
Exactly.
So you may be, like, keeping a bad blue card in your hand, preparing a spell, and then firing this off and then respond. Like, it's not an F.
It's not an F because there are worlds, like, for example, if you drafted the busted Emeritus of Ideation deck, and you somehow happen to open both that and a Force of Will, you absolutely play both of those, I reckon.
It's good. It's weirdly good with Increment and with Opus.
Yeah, but...
It's still bad.
It's still bad, yeah. Brain Freezy.
Your storm count needs to be 4 for this to be considered.
Yeah, if you're milling 12...
It's still not great. It puts your opponent that much closer to... The storm count 4, so that means...
So, milling 15.
Yeah, so that's... puts your opponent way behind on, and you need to be in a position where you survive long enough for them to have drawn the full 25 cards.
Yeah. Nah. Oh, good. Wisdom of Ages. I don't even want to talk about it. I don't want to look at it. This is awful.
But you have no max hand size for this.
Yeah, I don't care. You spent 7 mana on this.
Realistically and limited, especially with all the prepare spells that don't even go to the graveyard.
You're getting like 1 or 2 things back.
Probably 2 or 3, but that's still not for triple
7
blue,
mana.
7 sorcery.
Yeah, you're just begging to lose the game.
And if
put that on the
you've
stage.
built your deck really well, you're right. It's gonna be getting less than 2 because of all your prepared creatures. So, yeah.
Let's
Alright.
move on. We go to black.
Into black.
Tragedy, feast
We're
her.
only 2 hours in. We're in black. Or about an hour 30 after edits.
Cool.
I put this as the best black card.
Yeah, 4 mana, 7/6 trample. Ward, discard a card.
I hate that. Ward discard a card, since they introduced it in Adventures in Forgotten Realm, I hate that ward cost.
Yeah.
It's broken.
Yeah. Graveyard Trespasser has ruined me so many times.
Yeah.
And Infusion at the beginning of your end step, sacrifice a permanent unless you gain life this turn. With pests, super easy to do.
Yeah.
You just send one in as a sacrificial lamb in your attack step, gain a life, and then you get to keep around this
Even if you don't,
house.
you just sack the pest.
True.
Like, you don't have to attack with the pest.
That's true. It just asks you to sacrifice a permanent. Yeah,
That's-
like, you've already cast this on 4. In a lot of steps, you can just, like, even sack a land to this.
Yeah,
If it's gone late enough.
That's it. It feels like this is a really big cost, and it's really hard. What if you don't have a... I play this in a deck that doesn't have that many ways of gaining life. May not drop it specifically on 4.
But if you drop it late in the game, it's just
You
a
just
house.
sack a land for a 7/6 trampler? Yeah, I'd play that. For 4
Yeah.
mana, 7/6. Absolutely. Especially if your opponent wants to get rid of it and they either have to make really awkward trades in combat where you're probably still damaging them and killing 2 of their creatures, or they have to cast a spell and discard a card.
Also plays really well with any kind of protection spell.
I hate ward discard a card.
It's so awful.
Because sometimes creatures are just almost totally unanswerable.
If you go
for
into a
2
top deck
turns.
war as well, multiple turns of getting beaten down for 7.
It's like a creature that enters and time walks.
Yeah.
And
I like
6
this at an
toughness
A.
is huge.
I like this at an A.
Yeah, it's not an A+, but it will definitely wreck some people.
Ralzarek.
Yeah, our first glimpse at the reality fracture. Apparently, I don't know. That watermark.
Yeah,
Means,
I
alternative timeline route.
I assume that it's an alternate timeline route because there's no other real way that this works, right?
No, he's not normally a black creature. He loves Tomic a lot, but not that
much. Yeah, the modes on this are all fine.
Yeah.
It's no Liliana of the Veil.
No.
It's worse at impacting the board than that.
It does force only your opponent to discard a card unless you want to for some reason. So,
Yeah. I think a lot of the times it coming down and immediately threatening to -2
Yes.
will be something that you're very excited about. But with the uptick just being Surveil 2, it's not buying you that much advantage.
don't underestimate Surveil 2. That fixes your draws for the rest of the game if your opponent can't remove this. That said, it also opens you up into stacking if Surveil's wrong, surveilling away things that you did need.
Yeah. I think that I agree with this in the Bs. It is not an A
Yeah.
Planeswalker. It's not like a slam dunk
It
because
was
it's
easy to
not.
kill a creature or something.
Yeah, it's harder for it to add to the board.
Yeah.
Like getting your opponent to discard a card is fine, but like a little unexciting because they get to choose the card.
Yeah.
Being able to rebuy a creature from graveyard relies on there being a creature in a graveyard in the first place.
Yes.
Perhaps the play pattern with this a lot of the time will be tick up, make it survive, and then -2 to buy back a creature that you've surveilled
Surveil.
into the bin.
Although be careful if you surveilled a creature that you wanted because you wanted to neg it and then your opponent
Kills
takes
the
this
route.
out. Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's a card that you'll have to play with carefully, but the upside is there.
I think the flexibility is the key. The fact that it keeps
and it's-
filtering your lands or your
Yeah,
draws
it's got
all,
3 decent modes that you can choose between every turn.
snags an opponent's last card, and then just keeps accumulating value in the 3 drops. It's pretty useful. For the most part, I'm just thinking it gains probably around 6 life a lot of the time.
Yeah.
On turn 2, you try and trade off your 2-drop. Turn 3, you play this and get it back. That's fine. But then it leaves an engine behind that your opponent just has to answer, or you just keep accumulating incremental value.
Yeah. Very grinded out kind of card.
Yeah, but it won't win the game by itself.
Yeah. Dismember, baller.
It's a B+ for every color, not just black,
That's true.
because it goes in any deck.
In fact, that alone might even put it into A-. Obviously, the life loss is awkward, but the fact that this is just a card that you can pick up and know that it is going to be a premium removal spell
For me, that's what put it into the B+.
was that you have to lose 4 life if you're not in black.
In Vintage Cube, where this normally shows up, that 4 life sometimes isn't a big deal. You bought it out against the red decks, whatever. In this format, I think losing 4 life to play this in a not black deck is actually a pretty substantial cost. Yes, you get to remove pretty much any creature you want for a single mana at instant speed. But if that creature was going to deal you 4 damage over the course of the game,
You've let it get in a hit.
yeah. I can see it almost being above Rel just because it goes in literally every deck.
I think I like it above Rel.
If you pick this as your first pick, you're not even locked into black.
I like it there.
I've seen a lot of people pay full life to this and then die because of it.
I have certainly cast Dismembers and paid full life and lost.
Yeah.
It hurts.
Yeah.
Foolish Fate. 2 and a black, instant, destroy target creature, and if you gain life this turn, that creature's controller loses 3.
This is already so much better than Murder. It's so much more splashable.
Yeah.
And then it has upside.
I like it at a B.
Yeah.
I like it at a B.
Top of B, that's the top
Yeah.
uncommon. Maybe even one of the top black cards, full stop, in the non-bonus sheet, you know?
Yeah, I dig it. Bitter Triumph, another great removal spell. Discard a card or pay 3 life is not negligible.
Yeah.
Obviously, discarding a card sucks if that's what you have to do.
This was from a set that wanted you to put cards from your hand into the graveyard, and this set does not do that.
Yeah, at least not in Witherbloom or like a little bit. You could get away with it in a Silver Quill deck
Yeah.
if you have the right white cards to go with it. But
I could
unlikely.
see moving this down a bit based on that, but the 3 life is a smaller cost than the 4 life of a Dismember.
Dom, you know me. I'm so removal pilled.
I know, yeah. It does hit Planeswalkers, not going to be relevant, but it's very flexible, and it's only 2 mana. Triggers all your Epites when you want it to, and most of the time, just discards an extra land when you draw it late.
That's true.
Or always make sure you keep a land in hand if you're playing cards like this.
Yes. End of the Hunt. 1 and a black. Target opponent exiles a creature or planeswalker they control with the greatest mana value among creatures and planeswalkers they control.
Not always going to hit exactly the creature you want it to, and it's a sorcery.
But it's still really good.
It exiles it.
Yep. I think that's, again, fine where it is.
Yeah, I could be convinced to move it lower, but...
Slightly, it depends on what Emeritus of Woe. Oh, I remember Emeritus of Woe.
A Demonic Tutor, this one might be moved up.
Yeah, enters prepared as a 4-mana 5/4, and at the beginning of your end step, if 2 or more creatures die this turn, it becomes prepared.
So the reason this is only in B is because I have played non-Vintage Cube limited formats where my opponent has Demonic Tutored many times, and 9 out of 10 times, that Demonic Tutor gets a basic land.
I think Demonic Tutor for a basic land is still good, though.
No, it's his worst layer of the land.
Yeah, but it's like, if what you need is the land, then it gets you the land, right?
The Demonic Tutor is flexible, but just getting the basic is, like, not amazing. Now, this
That's
guy
fine.
probably won't get the basic because you've already got 4 at least.
Yeah.
There's 2 reasons why I would probably consider moving this up. First of all, it is a 4-mana 5/4.
Yeah, the stats are good.
It is standard. The second thing I didn't really consider is it does say 2 or more creatures die this turn.
Doesn't have to be creatures you control.
Yeah. So if you just make 1 trade in combat...
Yeah, I think I might like this bottom of B+, potentially. Or top of B.
Yeah, I can move it here just because even if it enters prepared...
Yeah, so you're always going to be able to get this plus the DT.
But the Demonic Tutor won't be amazing most of the time. It'll get the best card in your deck, which sometimes will be the Emeritus of Woe.
Yeah, that's the one thing, is that if you have this card in your deck, how many other better things are there to grab?
In black? 3,
I guess
apparently.
just many removal spells.
Yeah, well, that's it. It's about finding what you want.
Yeah, and if you get a removal spell, that actually fuels getting to DT again.
Potentially.
So I think that it kind of chains into itself nicely. The fact that it re-prepares on end step to let you then Demonic Tutor, have 2 creatures die in the turn, and then prepare again is a play pattern that's fairly easy to set up and enable.
I think its prepared spell is one of the worst among the Emeritus.
I think I can agree with that. It's like less immediately adding to the board.
But
this is not going to be a format where DTing is going to be necessarily the most powerful thing to do.
Although with the bonus sheet, there will be some nice cards. Especially black-white decks may really want this with what's going on over there. With but you have to have the cards to support it. Although then again, it does just kind of say 1 on a black, draw another card every turn, and that's something I didn't really consider. Yeah. It's not a Vampiric Tutor. It doesn't replace your draw.
Yeah. I think I like it there.
Yeah.
Alright, so that's 1 in the Chamber for Drinks.
It is.
Mosio, Vane's New Dean. I read this card on the way over here and then I forgot what it did.
I had it much lower because it's a 3-mana 2/1 flyer, but then read the rest of his text, frankly.
Yeah, ETB makes a pest token, and then at the beginning of your end step, if you gained life this turn, return up to 1 target creature card with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, where X is the amount of life you gain this turn.
So I think the Witherbloom decks, for the most part, will get by on gaining 1 life a turn off random triggers. So I don't love its ability.
Yeah, but like it's already 2 bodies in one.
Yes, one of which flies.
One of which flies. The pest token is good. And you know what this plays really well in? Some kind of silver quill deck.
Yeah.
Where you can repeatedly get back Elite Interceptor.
Funny that. I thought you were going to say something about helping handing this guy back, but no,
I mean, that's
Elite,
also sweet.
the Elite Interceptor really is like it's,
I love it. I
Elite
love it.
Interceptor makes your deck an A plus B combo deck where A is the Elite Interceptor
And B is any other card in your deck.
lands to cast it. Did you know Burn is a combo deck?
Yeah, well,
Mountain combos with Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a critical mass combo deck, like
Yeah.
Artifact Storm, where you need a density of the same effect to reduce your opponent's life total to 0.
Yeah.
But I digress.
Just
This
need
card
to
seems
be
very
cards.
good.
Yes. It's a little bit small. It's a little bit weak. It will not be infusioning the creatures that you want it to most of the time. If you have big lifelink creatures, like if you haven't seen a lot of lifelink creatures, which is why I rated that one lifelinker. We've seen 2. One that
That's
gains lifelink,
true.
which
Yeah.
is why I rated them higher than perhaps I normally would.
It does play very well with the 2-drop, because if that gets in for damage, then...
It reanimates itself.
Yeah, if you need to be wrapping your opponent's board of artifacts and enchantments.
or if you...
Or if you're just sacking it off for value somehow.
Yeah, if you're just trading with their creatures.
Yeah.
In the meantime, this just keeps flying. It does get blocked by Inklings. There's not a lot of Inkling generators in this set.
Yeah. I think I still like it in the Bs.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it too much higher than this.
Yeah, there will be some decks where you're able to gain a little bit more life incidentally, and it's going to absolutely shine though.
Yeah. Probably this card could be moved up. We'll see.
Scheming Silver Tongue. 2 mana, 1/3 flying lifelink.
That's enough to move it up.
Already a really good stat line.
Yeah.
And at the beginning of your second main phase, if you gained 2 or more life this turn, it becomes prepared.
So if you
And its
attack with
prepare spell is Sign in Blood.
if you attack with this and a pest, then
Then
it
it
will prepare
just...
itself.
I like this a lot.
I think this should be moved up. Honestly.
Yes. I like it. Is it better than the Emeritus of Woe? Or that's
Maybe.
Like
I think the tough part is Sign in Blood is good, but not amazing. It's double black is awkward,
yeah.
and it does lose you the 2 life. At some point, you can use it to just finish off your opponent.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe I put it above the Emeritus Woe as a 2 mana 1/3 flying lifelink.
Yeah, the fact that this comes
Full stop.
down really early.
Keeps
and
your
is-
infusion just flowing.
Yeah, this is gonna make your deck hum really nicely because it's card draw, it's life gain.
Wow. It's card draw if you can support it. It does need another card, even
Yeah.
if that card is just putting a +1 counter on this creature. So in your Silver Cool decks, this will be really good.
Yeah. That is the second card that has moved it to you. But we're into the B minuses.
Yeah. I love
Dissection
this
Practice.
card
This
so
is great.
much.
Hold on. Target opponent loses 1 life and you gain a life. And then it has Skullduggery on top of that, right?
Yeah.
So +1/+1 on one thing and -1/-1 on another thing. So great, plays well with Infusion, and wins combats for a single black mana.
It's better than Skullduggery for a lot of reasons, including the fact that it says up to 1 target
Yeah.
creature on both of those creatures.
And it's 2 targets for Repartee? Or does it
I don't think...
will Repartee count? Oh, it's
Targets
okay.
a creature,
Okay,
yeah.
so it only counts once.
It doesn't count how many times you targeted creatures.
But still, it's still going to play really well in a deck that cares about Repartee.
Yep.
Because it's just an incredibly cheap and efficient way to trigger that effect.
Most of the time, this will be a 3-for-1 if you include the opponent losing a life and you gaining life as 1, which I do in infusion decks.
Yeah, this seems like a really easy way to just win combats and run away with the game.
And sometimes
And
you
it's
just
so easy to threaten, so hard to play around.
sometimes you just fire it off without creatures being relevant. Sometimes all it is it's just a single black for 2 extra damage, but it triggers your infusions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, it's super flexible. I love it. I'll be taking a lot of these.
Yeah, I like it a lot too. Last gasp.
Best common.
Yeah, nothing really much to say.
Can't
Once again,
always
black has oodles of great removal.
Not a lot of stats in this set, as I've mentioned a bunch of times. Do be careful of your opponents who are buffing their creatures, but if you're buffing your own creatures, be careful of Last Gasp, because in response, the Last Gasp will come down and kill you.
Totally. Wander off.
It's final reward, but costs 1 less.
Yeah, sick.
Good, clean quality removal. Do
Yeah.
be careful about prepared creatures, because, they're game value anyway, but
Yeah.
things solid.
3 mana 2/2 Death Touch.
A lot of debate about this one. I think I put this quite high.
Whenever a creature you control with power or toughness 1 or less dies, target opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life.
Yeah.
So obviously helps a lot with your infusion stuff. 1 pest swinging in and dying in combat will immediately borderline lightning kill your opponent.
Yeah.
Which is a lot.
And that's without spending any mana.
Yeah.
You know what has 1 power? But I think
don't say.
this is the kind of card that it looks kind of inconspicuous as a 3-mana 2/2 Death Touch, and they're like, oh, power toughness 1 or less. All those creatures are so small. It's a deck building restriction. There's a surprising number of creatures that have one or the other. It doesn't need both. It's not a 1/1 creature.
Yeah.
And all you need is for 2 of those creatures to die, whether that's chumping or trading in combat, and your opponent is down 4 life and you're up 4 life. That is a big swing. That's a kind of swing that you normally pay 5 mana for.
Yeah. I mean, I'd have to see the rest of what's on offer here, but I'm totally fine with this being somewhere in B-.
I think this makes combat hell.
Yeah, it is, like, obviously, I do think that it is still some amount of a build-around.
Yeah.
But it's fairly incidental, which is how we want our build-arounds to be most of the time.
You need pests sometimes, but there's a bunch of...
Yeah.
I genuinely think this will be... You play it, and then you attack, and your opponent has no blocks where they win anymore.
Yeah.
Or they survive.
Sure. Rabbit attack. 1 and a black for an instant. Until end of turn, any number of target creatures you control each get +1/+0, and gain when this creature dies, draw a card.
Yeah. So it turns the combat into everything trades now, and also I draw a bunch of cards.
Yeah, also triggers repartee,
True.
which is nice. Yeah, this seems decent. I could maybe see it moving lower down in B-.
I could too.
Yeah.
I think it's just on the upside where sometimes you'll swing out, it'll get a bit of extra damage in, or maybe it'll just draw 3 cards.
Yeah, if it's drawing a bunch of cards, then you're feeling pretty good.
If it's drawing 2 and making some trades, then that's about where you want to be at.
Again, pairs well with your pests, because now they're attacking in
Pairs
as
really
2/1s.
Yeah, your white black go wide decks again. This is another overrun that's fantastic with all the make your spirits 3/2s.
Yeah, true.
Draw a bunch of cards. If you're drawing more than 3 cards, this thing's kind of cracked, but also that's not where you want to be because all of your creatures are dead now.
That's true.
I can see moving it lower. I can also see it overperforming.
Yeah. Look, let's have a look at what's in the rest of this tier, and then we'll come back to it.
We won't, but anyway.
Sure. Postmortem Professor, 2 mana 2/2, can't block. When it attacks, it drains for 1. And 1 and a black to exile an instant or sorcery from graveyard, return it from graveyard to battlefield. Woof. This is very sticky.
I just attack with this every turn.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the fact that it only has to be 1 instant or sorcery to get rid of, to get this back into play, and doesn't even come back tapped or anything.
No. I mean, it can't block, but,
can't block, but still.
If it could block, this would be broken.
Yeah. I quite like it here. It's just an easy way to enable your infusion.
It's a solid win condition. It gives you that inevitability.
Yeah. Withering Curse.
Yeah, this is a weird one.
Yeah.
I don't know how to evaluate this.
I kind of like it a lot.
I really like it, which is
Yeah.
why it's in B-, but I can also see it in C.
I think I like it more than a
So
C.
the -2/-2 effects, if you're in the true green-black with a bloom pairing, will probably be more useful than destroying all creatures.
Yeah. But still, like, a Wrath in Limited is never to be underestimated.
Especially a cheap one that
A
lets you
3
cast
mana Wrath
another
that, yeah.
creature.
What I'm thinking of is a world where, once again, these pest tokens, you're able to go to combat, attack in with them. Either your opponent is sensing some kind of combat trick and just lets them through for a bit of 3 damage, or they're about to die anyways to this Wrath and they make blocks.
Yeah.
And then you're able to cast this, Wrath the board, and then, because it's only 3 mana, you can follow up with some other spell to immediately get back on the offensive.
And of course, even if you didn't gain life, all your creatures with damage marked might be killed by a -2.
Yeah, so I think that this is very strong.
The benefit of these effects is always that you know you have them and that you can play towards them, and the strongest thing you can do with an effect like this is not cast it
Yeah.
until you're ready.
I think that I like this top of B-.
That's
above
dissection
I
practice?
think above
They have
dissection.
very similar effects.
They do have very similar effects. I like a good Wrath, is, I
Yeah.
guess, my Achilles heel at times.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I think the main thing is that gaining life sometimes will cost you a spell, and so you may end up kind of not 2-for-1ing yourself.
Yeah,
having
but
to
like
put something
using
into
a
that.
spell in a negative value mana just
Yeah.
to enable this.
The main thing that this does, along with all the infusions, and I think I did make ratings appropriately, is ways of gaining life that don't cost anything
Go up.
substantially higher. Attacking with a pest is so critical to making this card worth it.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, a Wrath that you can cast it and then play another creature afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Kind of on.
that's cracked.
Yeah. Sheldon's Edict.
Yeah, we've seen this one before. This one's tough to evaluate.
Yeah, it's decent. I think it's fine right where it is. Like, it
think
is a removal spell. It will often be able to hit what you need it to.
But not super frequently.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's fine there.
Yeah. It also doesn't target things for repartee.
That is true. Grim Haruspex, it says non-token on it.
It does. I could be convinced to move it lower as a result.
It's still, like, fine, though.
The only card with morph in the entire set.
Yeah, so you're not tricking anyone,
You're
don't worry.
You're not going to morph this unless you don't have your black mana yet.
Yeah, then you're just
no
in the
reason
waiting
to morph
room
it.
for your swamp.
Yeah, pretty much. But it's like if you morph it and your opponent sees it, they know what it is, so they'll kill it the same amount of time.
Yeah. I think this is fine here.
It makes combat good for you.
Yes.
Even when you're trading it.
Yeah, I think that's like a fine spot for it to be.
It's stats or whatever.
Yeah. Poisonous Apprentice. 3 mana 2/2 infusion. ETB target creature an opponent controls gains -4/-4 until end of turn if you gain life this turn. So if you gain life, this is a really, really good FTK.
There's a card that we'll get to that will probably be moved up from the B- that it's in. That's a common that, creature ETB, you gain a life.
Yeah, so
that makes this card really, really good. And it makes all infusion cards really, really good.
Yep.
But in the meantime, trying to trigger it.
I think I might potentially like this more than the Haruspex. The upside is so high.
Yeah, that -4/-4 will kill something most of the time.
Yeah.
90%. 9 out of 10 times. It
Yeah.
will kill something, not just trinket, So.
Yeah.
It is awkward that it's a post-combat creature, though.
Yes, for
A
sure.
lot of the time. It's not always, but most of the time. So it's not like it removes a blocker and then you get in.
Yeah. Unless you've got the Soul Warden effect.
Yes.
But-
Or, if you guys said...
Hey!
Well, not all, but this is a combat effect.
Send in the pest. 1 black sorcery, each opponent discards a card and you make a pest. It's just with whenever it attacks. Okay, so just 1 black. It's just Virus Beetle, but now your creature that attacks gains life.
Sure, you can't flicker it like you could Virus Beetle, but that gaining life without paying any mana...
We've already seen how crucial it's going to be to making you with the Blend.
I should probably put it in the B-. This thing is really strong. It's a sorcery that makes a creature...
Alright. Yeah, I like it. Counters at 1. Let's move down to Grave Research. This is the Reanimate dude. 3/3.
Could also be convinced to move this up.
Yeah, upkeep Surveil 1. Then if there are 3 or more creature cards in your graveyard, it becomes prepared, and it can cast Reanimate.
So I had it in C+, because Reanimate is not good in regular limited.
Yes. Obviously, the fact that you're losing a bunch of life to get back something big, or you're losing a little bit of life to get back something, like, not super meaningful, is awkward. But you can get back stuff from either player's graveyard.
You can, that is quite good.
It re-prepares itself super well, and also just a 3 mana 3/3 that has card selection on every upkeep is quite good.
I think I didn't really evaluate it just as a 3 mana 3/3 that
Yeah,
was 1.
and like we've already been talking about how the bodies in this set are not fantastic.
Yeah.
3 mana 3/3 with card selection is a pretty fantastic body.
Right, is a...
Yeah, I don't know if it necessarily gets into the Bs. It could. There's definitely a world where it gets there.
It depends on how many turns, because you want it to surveil 1, 4 or 5 times.
Yeah.
So it depends on how grindy the format is.
It depends on how good the Reanimate cast is as well. And how reliable it is that you're going to even be able to cast the Reanimate.
Not
and
really...
not put yourself behind on life.
Not really a lot of creatures that, like, say, ETB gain a bunch of life, which would be amazing with this.
Yeah. Will the incremental pest life gain be enough to...
Very potentially.
Set up good Reanimates?
If one of the mechanics is just gaining life, you're incentivized to gain life anyway. And sometimes stealing your opponent's best creature after you answer it in a black deck.
Pretty good.
Although one of Black's best removal spells does just exile.
Yeah, look, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah.
And obviously it being a rare means that you won't see it all the time in order to evaluate that properly.
I'm totally going to play it against a Lawhold opponent and trigger their Leaves Graveyard things by mistake.
Yeah. You'll just have to live with that one.
I will. This one's a weird one.
Decorum Dissertation.
I think I've got this as the highest Paradigm card.
Yeah, I think I'm inclined to agree with you. So 5 mana for a sorcery. Target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. And then you get to do it every other turn.
It's Phyrexian Arena, but it doubles itself.
Yes. You also don't have to cast it from Paradigm. You may cast it.
That's why
the
this
big
is a
thing.
C+ and not like a D.
Yeah, the fact that this isn't just going to kill you or force you to start targeting your opponent with it is big game.
Imagine if your Phyrexian Arena said May.
Yeah, then all of a sudden you're talking a big game.
Whoa!
I think that this is quite good.
This is,
5 mana is a lot to get to start your card advantage engine going off, but
you
by the
only
time
need to
you get
cast
the
it
ball,
twice.
by the time you get the ball rolling on this, you're in a really good spot.
Yeah, I draw 4 and lose 4 to play this, and then if you have your life gains and can keep that up, and you keep being the beatdown because you have so many cards, then this is amazing. If you're really behind, this sucks big time.
That's true.
Which is why it's in C+. As opposed to,
I think I agree with you there. Like, it plays badly from behind and therefore is limited in its scope.
At some point, it does start targeting your opponent. Like, there can be a time where you just need to target them with it twice to get the last 4 damage in, and that will do it. Or, just the last 2 or whatever. But most of the time, you're probably winning anyway if your opponent's at 4 life and you have a Decorum Dissertation.
Yeah.
It triggers your Opus every turn, but that's not relevant because black doesn't pair with blue or red.
That's true. I think leave it there. We can talk about the next one, which is Stargaze, a reprint, if I'm not mistaken.
It is, yeah, from Blue.
Yeah, true. Look at twice X cards from the top of your library, put X from among them into your hand, and the rest in your graveyard and lose X life.
I could be convinced to move this down. It was decent in Bloomburrow, and I feel like it would be better in other formats than Bloomburrow, but I don't think this is the format that it's better in necessarily.
Yeah.
It is an X spell, so it pairs with your green cards that care about that. It doesn't care with your blue cards don't care.
Yeah, if you can gain a little bit of life, you get to juice this up. But the bats in Bloomburrow were really good at gaining life already.
They were, and the food tokens, and they also cared if you lost life, whereas in this set they don't care if you lose life.
That's true.
It does sit at any point on your curve that you want it to, as long as it doesn't kill you.
This is a hard one.
It is a really hard one. It was kind of the definition of a C card in Bloomburrow. It gets better in Sealed.
I'm ready to say that this is a C.
Yeah. So
I don't know what
moving
any of
around
these
it.
is. Yeah, let's go there. Counters at 1, isn't it?
No,
Or-
counters at 2
2.
now.
Oh shit! All right, and we go to Scathing Shadelock, which is a 5 mana 4/6
Shadelock.
Shadelock. Oh, did I say Shadelock?
You said Sheldock, which is like a Lorwyn land.
Shelldock Isle.
Yeah.
Beginning of your first main phase, becomes prepared. And then you just get to give something +2/+1 Death Touch. Boof!
So it's just prepared every turn, basically.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, pairs so well with the pest tokens.
Yeah, I think that +2. Some other people are putting it lower. I think that +2/+0 Death Touch to anything you like cannot be underestimated.
Yeah,
This
it's
is a
giving
win
you a
condition.
really free source of repeatable damage.
Again, puts your opponent in the abyss.
It just has 6 toughness and will block everything.
Yeah, it's a shame that you can't pair this with the Opus cards really easily.
If you manage to find yourself in a situation where you're able to splash this somehow,
It's not too hard to splash.
it is a single
has
black pip. Yeah,
fixed stats. At the worst comes to worst, it can target itself. A 6/6 Death Toucher
yeah,
means that your opponent's blocks are so awkward.
Yeah, the only issue, I guess, is that it doesn't enter prepared, so your opponent does have a turn cycle to deal with it profitably, and then it's not doing the Abyss interpretation.
That only matters if you're playing it off curve, and you need to have the double black up anyway.
It doesn't enter prepared.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it only matters if you're playing it like off curve that you can't activate it straight away.
That's true.
Because if you play it on 5, then you need to untap with it anyway.
You raise a fair point.
Yeah. I think it's one of those cards that really, really matters if you untap with it.
Yeah, I'll make it where it is.
Yeah.
Barog Banemaker, 1 mana 1/1 Death Touch, and it can buff itself.
1 mana 1/1 Death Touch should not be underestimated and limited. This set does have a few tokens.
The fact that this can scale up and then become an attacker in the late game is pretty big news, because it stabilizes you early and then scales.
Your opponent can't really block it, because if they block it with, for some reason more than one creature, it kills them both.
Yeah. So really nasty on attacks.
Probably I could move this a little bit down, but I can also see this just being so annoying.
I love a Death Toucher. Keep the froggy boy.
Like Squirrelanoids in TMNT, if you've ever played that format, was really good, but that's because they had ninjutsu, and there's no real benefit to this getting in. Like attacking with this is awkward.
Yeah, but you'll do it once you reach that stage of the game where you need to start putting pressure on.
Yeah, I can still see moving it down a bit.
Maybe.
I might voluntarily move it down.
Fair enough. Okay, Nomans. It's a converge spell.
I like Converge. That's why this is here.
It mind twists people.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, alright. I mean, when you make this work, it's going to be brutal.
Yeah.
So you probably want to be casting this for 4 colors of mana, ideally. But casting it for 3 is still enough.
3 is enough.
Yeah. Because at that point, it is a 3-for-1, and will most likely get rid of your opponent's entire hand at that stage of the game.
So after for the past 6 months, I've talked about this a lot, but Mind Rot effects didn't used to be as great in draft. A little bit, useful in sealed. Fire design means that Mind Rot effects are really good because there's very, very rarely a situation where no one has no cards in hand. Because there's just so many things that say ETB, draw a card, accumulate value, you can use all of your mana on your prepared spells instead of the cards in your hand. Pretty much every game people will have cards in hand, so a Mind Rot rarely misses these days.
Yeah.
And so they've gained a lot more value. This is a bit bigger than a Mind Rot, so to get the full value out of it, you do want to be playing it like on curve for 3 or 4, which is a bit tricky.
But when you do it, you're going to feel great.
It's a 3 or 4 for 1, which is nuts.
Yeah. I'm happy to agree with it there. Because, it has upsides, it has downsides.
Obviously, beyond the first copy, bit less value.
Yeah.
If you can get this up to 5 and cast it on curve, your opponent probably won't have 5 cards in hand.
Yeah. Oh, well. You'll live.
Yeah.
Eternal Student. 4 mana, 4/2. 1 and black, exile it from graveyard, make 2 Inklings.
It's just the standard creature that kind of trades up and then is really annoying.
Yeah, I think much like the other cards that we've talked about that have graveyard abilities, this is good.
Your worst case scenario, it trades down because it has less toughness than power. So it's not like your 1/3 flyer from Murder's a Colour of Mana that did a similar thing.
But getting 2 Inklings on the backside is really good value.
And it only costs 2.
Yeah. Forum Necroscribe is the next one.
Yes.
Yeah.
This one might be moved up.
Yeah, 6 mana, 5/4, won't discard a card, because it's ugly head again.
I hate that.
And then, whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets, you reanimate something.
And not reanimate.
Oh, no, returns target creature card from graveyard to the battlefield.
Wait, the battlefield?
Yeah. This is nuts. What? Holy shit.
I thought it was Raised Dead! I had like a half-hour-long argument with someone where they never clarified, because they thought it was Raised Dead as well, I think.
And they thought it was really good? Or...
I think I need to make a call.
Yeah, okay, so this is into the bees, I think, at this stage, because it keeps itself alive so easily. Yeah, oh my god.
I'm just gonna message someone.
How many shots are you taking for this particular mistreating of a
The rest of the bottle?
Yeah. Yeah, Jesus. I mean, obviously you do kind of have to untap with this. That's kind of the only downside here, though.
Okay, so my argument, which still kind of remains a little bit valid, was it's 6 mana, so it's often going to be like, here's the last card in my hand. I finally played enough lands to drop my big creature.
Yeah, and then you won't necessarily be able to follow it up with a way to trigger it.
Yes. But like we've seen in Silvercore, we've seen flashback cards.
Yeah, we've talked about a lot as well about the amount of ways that you have to keep your hand full and flowing with action as well. So even though this is going to be a curve topper and it's going to come down right at the end of the game,
holy hell!
You're still very likely to doesn't even lose your life or anything. It just
no,
gets
it
it back.
doesn't even lose you the life. If you untap with this and you have any way of targeting a creature with any instant or sorcery, your own or your opponent's.
The value is
you have to have something in graveyard. Okay, so I can see it now. On turn 7, I have my 7 lands, or maybe not turn 7, maybe turn 8. I just swing out, my opponent kills my best creature, and then I go Forum Necroscribe,
kill something after blocks or like in second
and
then
just
like bring the creature back.
Single black or white mana, bam.
Yeah, that's
Jesus.
brutal. So I think that's at least a B, to be honest.
B.
Maybe top of B minus. Maybe B minus. Yeah, I know you love dissection practice.
I think that the downsides are where you don't have the target spells and you have to keep drawing a while before you get anything. It is still a 5/4 with War Discard a Card, which makes combat annoying for your opponent, but it was 6 mana to get there. It's very splashable.
Yeah, I think I kind of like it there. I think I like it there. Which does mean that you're taking a shot.
Shit! Wow,
that was a good one.
I was already prepared to move it up to C+. I was like, I'm gonna do it. And then I read the card.
Yeah, regrettable. Cheerful Osteomancer is the next one, I believe.
Yeah.
You go ahead and pour yourself that. While I talk about a 4 mana 4/2 that comes with a Raised Dead stapled on.
Wait, the Headless Horseman guy from Wilds of Eldraine?
Yeah, essentially. 4 mana 4/2, enters prepared, and you can cast Raised Dead. That's good.
This is the raised dead creature.
Yeah, not the previous one that we were talking about. This one's the raised dead creature. I think this is fine where it is. It could maybe potentially go above Stargaze.
Yeah.
Because it is a
That's
body.
okay. I put it above Barog as well.
Yeah.
Because it's a 2-for-1.
Yeah.
You can pay it over 2 installments, just like the Headless guy from Wilds of Adrenaline is really, really fun in Chaos Draft. It can't re-prepare itself,
No.
but this does give your spells that can prepare creatures more value.
Yes, and if
They
there are
loop each
more
other.
other ways to get creatures back from graveyards, then you can potentially get into loops with
They
this.
loop each other, especially in like a black-white with a lot of Lawhold stuff, or if you splash. then-
Yeah. God, this room smells like mouthwash now.
I'm sorry.
No, it's cool. Adventurous Eater up next. It's a 3-mana 3/2, and it's prepared,
I've had tea.
and can put a counter on target creature and gain a life.
Yep.
This is fine.
It triggers your Reputate, it triggers your Infusion. This is a really, really solid filler. It's like that witch from Wilds of Eldraine that just puts a wicked roll on something. It's really a nice curve filler.
Yeah, it's decent. I don't think there's too much more to say there.
No, I could see almost moving it higher because of its flexibility, but
I think it's fine to stay
they're not
where it
super
is.
good in multiples.
Yeah.
It can always target itself, so you can untap and make it a 4/3.
Scorn Mage, 1-mana 1/1, Repartee. Whenever you target something, you put a counter on this.
This one's hard to evaluate, just like Graduation Day. But like Graduation Day, it's a scaling threat and everything, but it is a body.
It only scales itself,
Yes.
and it is susceptible to removal.
Graduation Day's biggest strength is that it can't be killed, and it makes all combat annoying.
Yes.
I could see moving this down.
I think this is potentially fine where it is.
It's like Luminarch Aspirant putting a counter on it every turn, but it can be triggered on your opponent's turn and multiple times a turn.
Yes, but you do need to keep finding cards that trigger it.
You do, and it's like, it's really good on curve, you play it on turn 1, but on turn 2 you're probably
Not able to trigger it,
Yeah,
because
so
what's your opponent playing that's letting you trigger this?
It's like, there was another card that we were talking about that's just going to be behind curve. The incremental...
Yes,
increment
the blue one.
Yeah.
The blue one.
It's probably going to be behind curve for a little while.
But once you get it to the point where it's a 1-mana 3/3, you're feeling pretty decent.
Yeah.
I think it's fine there.
Yeah, okay.
Ulna Ali Shopkeep. It's a 3-mana 2/3 menace, and it becomes a 4/3 menace if you gain life. So on attacks with a pest, 4/3 menace.
Definition of filler.
Yep.
It doesn't need to be in the Witherbloom deck.
Yeah. But it's really good in the Witherbloom deck.
Yeah.
So hey.
It's good enough.
Feed the Swarm. We know this one
Yeah.
quite well at this point.
I don't think there's enough enchantments to worry about that.
Yeah, it is definitely worse than all of the other removal spells we've seen thus far.
It triggers Repartee, but it loses your...
It
it
can lose you a lot of life.
5 life or
And
so.
we were already talking about with Dismember how much of a downside that can be.
And it being a sorcery is also even...
Yes, makes it way less flexible.
I could even see pushing this down, but sometimes it'll kill a big token and be fine.
Yeah. We'll have a look at what's in C-. I could see bringing this down to a C-. Yeah, alright.
I'm just thinking about where it was actually when it was first printed in Zendikar
And it was,
Rising.
not fantastic.
That said, it had a lot of big creatures, but yeah.
Yeah, that's chill.
One in the barrel.
Leech Collector. 2-mana 2/2. Whenever you gain life for the first time, it becomes prepared, and then you get to pay 1 mana and drain your opponent for 2.
So it needs work, it needs mana,
But it can do cool things.
it can kill your opponent
The
sometimes.
fact that it's a sorcery is a little awkward, because that
Yeah.
means that you can't send this into combat with pests.
If this was an instant, you just attack with 3 pests and go black, 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 your opponent loses 6.
Yeah.
This would be like an A.
Yeah, so unfortunately it doesn't work that way. I think that it's kind of fine here, where it's an aggressive 2-drop that's letting you curve out and punish opponents that stumble.
It's not my favorite life gain payoff, but do not underestimate it by any stretch. That 2 life,
Yeah, you'll be happy enough to play this in your deck.
it will finish a lot of opponents.
True. Sneering Shade Rates.
This
5
one,
mana 3/3. It's like a mini Siege Rhino. Siege Rhino. It drains on ETB. That's
Yeah.
pretty decent.
it's a functional reprint of
Vampire.
Glide Dive Duo
Oh, true.
from Bloomburrow.
Yeah.
Also, Grasping Thralls from Ravnica Allegiance, but it's only black instead of black-white.
Yeah.
So-
It's also like it's just a worse Vampire Sovereign, right? That's like,
Yeah,
it's got 1 less
kind of.
toughness and drains the
Oh,
same amount, or one less?
Vampire Sovereign is a full lightning helix, but
Yeah.
it costs double black. but that doesn't matter. Vampire Sovereign was an uncommon until it was downshifted.
Yeah.
Since we have two very strict analogs of this is the kind of card that reads quite badly, where for 5 mana you want a 3/4 flyer at least.
But
And that's below rate these days.
yeah.
And then the cards that this is a function of reprint of, massively overperformed.
Yeah, I think this also reads like a card that will perform quite well. Yeah, I'm happy to say that.
If there's any sort of recursions or flicker, this gets substantially better. That do not underestimate that 4 life point swing.
Yeah.
Even if this is a below rate creature. Also, not a lot of reach or flying in the set, as we've said, so it's...
This will probably be doing pretty well at dominating the skies.
A lot of the time it does 5 to 11 damage depending on your deck, yeah.
Yeah. Pull from the Grave is up next. 3 mana, return up to 2 creature cards from your graveyard to your hand, and you gain 2 life.
3 mana is just too much to return 2 creatures from your graveyard to your hand these days at sorcery speed, which is nuts because that
I
used to
am
be a
getting
4 mana effect.
some flashbacks to Urborg Repossession.
That could return any permanent though, which was huge.
That is true.
And was really flexible.
But in terms of a recursion spell that has life gain attached to it,
that is true.
But yeah, I do think that ultimately worse than that.
You may reach a point in the game where you can cast this, get back something that has infusion, and cast that infusion creature straight away.
But that's a lot of mana to do.
It is a lot of mana, yeah.
Yeah, alright, I'm happy to leave it there.
They're worse in multiples.
Yes, true. Melancholic Poet.
This might be bumped up, but I'm not sure.
1 and a black, repartee. Whenever you target something with an instant sorcery, it drains for 1 as a bear. That's pretty decent.
I don't think there's a lot of infusion spells that target, so it doesn't turn on the infusion spells straight away.
Yeah, so it's more that in a Witherbloom deck with removal, this is going to kind of help out.
Yeah, it gives you a little bit of extra reach. It's really good on curve, but it's not great in the late game. It still has some utility in the late game.
I could see this just bumping out Pull from the Grave, potentially. And maybe even the Leech Collector.
Bodies are...
but I think the Leech Collector has more upside.
I think these are very similar.
Yeah, so I'm happy to see them together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Melancholic Poet might be more likely to get multiples of it common.
Yeah. I think it's fine there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to like the life gain, but I don't think it's quite enough.
Yeah. Zombify.
I had this at C- because I hadn't seen all of the cards in the set, but to be honest, it might be the bottom of C-, if not at the top of D+.
I think we can put it bottom of C-.
There's not a lot of creatures.
Yeah. Not necessarily the hugest amount of ways to stock up your graveyard as well.
No, not unless you're in red-white, weirdly.
Yeah.
There's some Surveil in black, but what are you getting back,
Yeah.
Things that already cost 4.
You raise a fair point.
The big creatures,
this isn't Duskmourn. We don't have Land Cyclers.
And the high mana value cards in this set are instants and sorceries.
Yes. I think that I'm happy to say bottom of C-. Vamp Tutor is the next one. Or are you...
Zombify.
No, we skipped it down. Search for a card, put it on top, lose 2.
And this should probably be in D+, actually.
Yeah. It's not great on its own.
No.
It is only going to be as good as the best thing that you can vamp for, and that's going to vary wildly depending on how lucky you've been in your draft.
And the Vamp Tutor is not going to be as good as that. It's going to be slightly worse than that because you go down a card and 2 life to get it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's an instant.
It is an instant.
In a colour that doesn't really care about that.
Yeah. Is that the second one?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, even if you gain life, it's still
Yeah, the upside is definitely there. You can find something that's super worth vamping for.
If
We've
you have
seen
a
a lot
really
of...
good bum.
Yeah. Locust Spray. This is a reprint?
It is from Ether Drift. I was going to say Ether Revolt, but that set was better than Ether Drift.
Yeah. I did not remember ever seeing this card. Huh.
Really? It was an uncommon in the set.
Yeah, I must have just completely blanked on it.
It was not high value.
Yeah, well, it's not
It's
particularly
still
high value here. -1/-1 to something and then cycles for a black. Nah.
You can cycle it to give your flow state an instant.
You can cycle it to draw what you vamp tutor for immediately. Think about that.
This should probably be a bit lower, to be honest.
I think so.
It was fine because it won a combat occasionally and would kill a creature occasionally, and then when it didn't do that, it just turns into a different card. But
yeah. It's not super exciting.
That's not really better than playing another basic.
Yeah, it's no Diligent, whatever.
Oh, I think the reason it was here was because repartee.
Oh, well, true. Sure, okay, we can put bottom of C- then.
No,
no. It's
we're not
maybe still too
struggling.
cute.
We are not struggling for ways to trigger repartee.
Okay, sure. Cost of Brilliance then will be the next one. Target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life, and you put a counter on something. No, this doesn't seem that great. Obviously you've got a little bit of life gain to offset the life loss, but this just looks like another in a long line of divinations with slight upside. And even the upside here is very slight.
It just kind of counteracts the downside. It's for your repartee decks. Once again, no shortage of way to trigger repartee, especially with better cards.
Yeah, I think you can play one of these and be okay with it, but it's not
more
thrilling.
than one is not amazing. The +1/+1 counter will occasionally be very, very relevant, but you're not casting this on curve most of the time, I think is the main thing.
100%. Master will Flourish. Another way to target and give Indestructible a little bit of a buff on the front side.
It's only +1.
It's only +1, so it's unlikely to immediately swing combats all the way to you winning them.
Most of the time it just saves it, yeah.
Yeah. Which again, if you've got things worth saving, sure, go for your life. Yeah, it's whatever.
Yeah.
Small box. My go.
Why is that in D+?
That's the second one. Sorry, dog.
Should that be D-?
I think...
Look, I think I might have put it in there because pest tokens do exist.
Yeah, but it's...
I love the art.
I do love the art. That anything with a raven on it, and I'm immediately sold.
I also just love smallpox, but it is not.
It's not a limited card.
It's not a limited card. It was in Conspiracy because it made everyone, 3 players to start.
Yeah, if it's we're in 1v1, we're not. Yeah.
And
because of the amount, we've seen a good amount of token production in this set, it is unlikely to actually snag what you really want it to snag.
Unless you're the token deck and your opponent isn't. I can see sideboarding it in, potentially.
Yeah, but even then, it's double black.
Oh.
It's hard to cast on curve.
It is the double black. You're not going to cast it on turn. Well, if you cast it on turn...
If you cast it on the play, you can kind of absolutely waste your opponent.
On turn 2 is actually the best time because if they drop a 2-drop and you don't have any creatures...
True,
and
then you just...
with it.
And
so
then you can't.
That might be why it was in D+. I'll still move it to D, but it's sometimes this does not exactly 3 for 1 of your opponent, but if you build towards it or work towards it, sometimes you top deck it and it does nothing.
Yes, I think I agree with that.
I will note. I should note at the start. I am a 16 lands kind of guy. I always get mana flooded. I trade my resources really aggressively and all that sort of stuff. This is the first set in a long time. I am probably thinking 18 lands nearly every deck.
You've just got that many ways to spend your mana.
With the
with all the prepare creatures.
I will cut a mediocre sorcery for a creature that has the same mediocre sorcery attached to it.
Yep.
And so, I do not take that lightly. It took a lot for me to go up to 17 lands, and this may be an 18 land format.
Yeah.
In which case, smallpox removing your own land, if you're on 18,
it's
not a big deal. If your opponent's on 18, it doesn't do as much.
Yeah. Coming the week.
Should this be F?
It's possible, but there is the world in which this accelerates you into a broken play. You have to have this, a token generator, and something really, really good to accelerate into. But there is...
Even then, the X spells and stuff.
Yeah, maybe this is just an F, hey. It's pretty mid.
4 mana is a lot.
Yeah, so this essentially, on turn 2, this is jumping you to cast a 5-drop on 2.
If you cast on turn 1.
Yeah.
That you're willing to sacrifice, which all the pests come down on turn 2.
Yeah, so you can, turn 3 casting a 6-drop, you can cast a troll. That's cool.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah, casting a 5/4 with ward discard a card.
And then your opponent can 2 mana still kill it.
Yeah, okay, I think it's enough.
Yeah.
Box Plague!
Yeah, that's what you cast off of your Culling the Weed.
What? No. Next. I don't even want to talk about it.
I will say that this is below Smallpox because they're very similar.
Yeah.
Because it's 5 black mana.
Yeah, so...
Alright, Living End! Suspend 3.
Yeah, no.
You could build towards it, and in the deck where you do, you always see this on turn 6, and then it...
Yeah, it's too late already. And then Ad Nauseam.
I'd actually put this at
could-
top of F. Because
Yeah.
it could draw 2 cards if one of them's a land.
Yes, but yeah, the moment this reveals something and you have to pay like 3 or 4 life, which is what you want to be drawing off of Adnors anyways. Like, you know, CEDH players rejoice, you've got a cool Adnors that you can put in your deck.
Yeah, it's really...
Um,
Thank you, Matthew G. Lewis.
Yeah.
Alright. On to red.
Emeritus of
Did
Conflict.
somebody say a lightning bolt? Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, it's the phonetic Greek alphabet way of saying lightning bolt.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, this card seems decent. Unfortunately, it doesn't enter prepared immediately.
No, it doesn't.
And casting 3 spells in a turn is not negligible.
No, it is kind of tricky. I could see this being a B+ because of that. But it is the first of the 3 spells.
Yes, so once you do get it online, you're casting it as a body.
And then its lightning bolt is the first
Is the
of
first
3
of 3
spells.
spells. So you can chain it.
It basically says cast 2 spells. Now, unless you're in red-blue with all those cantrips, it will be a little bit tricky to get this prepared.
I think the upside is there. If you're able to bolt every single turn, you're winning that game.
Absolutely, that kills your opponent's best creature. Well, maybe not their best, but it kills an opponent's creature every single turn, and then starts going at the face.
This also being a first striker means that you can send this in and bolt something that they block with to trade
That's true.
to just kill 5 toughness creatures in combat.
It's just going to be so hard for your opponent to play around. The trick is, the reason why this isn't A+, is because it's getting it prepared that first time. If you don't prepare this the turn that you cast it, it's only going to get harder.
I do think that, this is pretty hard stuck to being in a Prismari deck.
It may be a B+ as a result of that.
Yeah.
Just because of how hard it is to get it online the first time.
Yeah. I can see that.
That's rough, but it is, yeah.
Okay. Magma Blood Archaic.
We're seeing 2 grid here.
Yeah, so 2 in a red, 2 in a red, 2 in a red, or 2 or a red, I suppose.
Yeah.
Trample and Reach enters with a counter for each color of mana spent to cast it, so you can get this up to a 5 mana 6/6 Trample
A 5
Reach.
mana 7/7.
5 mana 7/7 Trample Reach.
Yeah. So it's a 5 mana 7/7, a 4 mana 5/5, or a 3 mana 2/2.
Yeah.
Assuming that you do the
I think
full
most
range.
likely you're hoping to get this, like 4 mana 5/5.
4 mana 5/5 is the most realistic.
And then whenever you cast an insult or sorcery, creatures you control get +1/+0 for each color of mana. This goes up.
Yeah. I had it quite high because I was like, sometimes it's a 3 mana 3/3 that does, but if you untap with this, any instant or sorcery
and a 4 mana 5/5 with trample and reach. That's so many keywords. Yeah, I think you've got to be taking
If you
a shot.
4 mana 5/5 trample reach, I'm happy with that. Never mind its ability that also is absolutely super broken in that red-white deck that we keep talking about needing anthems.
Yes,
That
100%.
Definitely, if you untap with this, you almost certainly win.
Yeah, I like it in A. I like it in A. This is a great card.
This vodka gets worse the more you drink.
Okay, duly noted. You gonna be alright for Pauper tonight, man?
I'm playing a control deck tonight.
Yeah, I can lend you a deck potentially.
I'll bring red-green land destruction. The deck plays itself.
That's true, it does. 2 mana 2/2 for Molten Core Maestro with Menace. Cast an instant or sorcery, put a counter on it, and then if 5 or more mana was spent to cast it, add an amount of red equal to this creature's power.
This was hard to evaluate because I didn't see its Opus 5 being very good, but then it does just put a counter on it.
I think that this, just as a creature that grows and has Menace, is already going to be quite good value.
Yeah.
I think that B is probably the right place for it, because I think it is unlikely that the Opus for 5 thing is going to come up super relevant.
I don't think the Opus for...
You're not going to want to cast this in a deck... You're not going to want to play this in a deck that's playing a bunch of 5 mana instants and sorceries. When it comes up, you're going to feel great about it, because you're going to just be able to chain off with this insane turn.
But you mean that I think that's the reason why I didn't like it, is because you won't chain off. It'll add 4 red and then you can't do anything.
Yes, I think that is a situation that you'll find very often. You've got a bunch of red mana floating and you have nothing to spend it on.
But a 2 mana 3/3 menace is still nothing to sniff at, and that's assuming that you only cast one
One.
instant or sorcery. This might be actually higher because if you cast any instant or sorcery, it gets +1. So if you just go 2 cantrips after casting it, it's a 4/4 menace.
Yeah, this with an aggressive curve out with some instants or sorceries behind it is quite good. Alright, Brotherhood's End.
Board wipes.
Yeah. I like it.
A second mode won't come up a lot.
When it
If
does,
at all.
it'll be great, but
I think when it does, it still won't be great.
I mean, it will be something. But yeah, most of the time this is just 3 mana deal 3 to everything, and that's pretty good.
That's not good in the blue-red deck.
But I still think that like it does enough. Maybe
Although-
it could go down below Burst Lightning, to be honest. I think Burst Lightning is just super flexible.
It is. I will say that if you do trigger Opus to give things,
More power, then you can Brotherhood's End and...
they might survive.
Yeah, okay, that's true. Maybe. We'll see. Okay, Burst Lightning. We all know it, we love it. This card's great.
Overperforms in.
Yeah.
It looks innocuous. It's really good.
Yeah, the bonus sheets across these Strixhaven sets basically means that you can build blue-red decks entirely out of bonus sheet printing.
That's true.
All of your cantrips, all of your card advantage spells, all of your removal spells, they're all on the bonus sheet now.
This is perfect for Opus.
Yeah,
Perfect.
that's true. That is true.
Next time we do this, we'll start with multicolor and go to white because my multicolor perception will be really fucked. All right, still a show.
Choose one or both. You target player wheels a bit, or it deals. Just a little bit, or deals damage equal to the number of instant or sorcery cards in your graveyard to target creature or planeswalker. So essentially, you're aiming to wheel yourself and then use it as a removal spell. I think, below Brotherhood's End makes sense, given that we've talked about the way that you can make Brotherhood's End into a bit of a one-sided
A lot of the time, you'll probably have to discard a card that you might have wanted to cast in order to kill something.
Yeah.
But you'll still draw a card from that. And sometimes you get to loot an extra land away. Another great reason to be holding onto lands in the late game, which is annoying in a set where you have a lot of prepared spells that you want to be able to cast straight away.
Yes, but I think that you'll be able to play towards this well enough.
It will kill things kind of behind rate a lot of the time.
True.
But its flexibility is key.
Yeah. Impractical Joke. 1 mana for sorcery. Damage can't be prevented. 3
Which
damage.
I don't think that line is relevant. Nothing prevents damage.
I agree. It deals 3 damage to a creature or planeswalker.
It's just Strangle.
Yeah, it's fine.
Strangle was good.
Strangle was good. This is going to be good.
This set doesn't have much stats, so just
Yeah,
kill
yeah.
something for a red.
Yeah, nice. Strife Knight. 3 mana, 3/3 haste.
Always good.
That rummages. That's
Extra
very good.
upside.
That's very
Yeah,
good.
if you can't attack with a turn that you...
Yeah, it can
Yeah,
set up
just
your
awesome.
Warhold's Graveyard synergies very nicely.
It gets you to the late game.
Yeah, I like this a lot. I think
Very
this is gonna be-
flexible. Yeah.
Wrangler, 5 mana 4/4, flying enters prepared, and then it lets you copy things. Ooh. that's
So
pretty good.
I like the copy because most copy spells are 2 mana.
Yes, this is a very cheap copy spell. So like this is a prepare spell that's actually kind of above rate, which is
It's an air elemental to begin with.
yeah,
Well, sure, we've moved beyond that in limited these days.
but it's still not a bad body, especially as we've been talking about how the sets in this the stats in this set are a bit
Yeah.
limited.
And we haven't moved that far beyond that with flying.
Yeah.
And you untap with it and you kill 2 things.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Casting's really good, actually.
Yeah, it could potentially go above the Strife Knight.
I like the Strike Knight being 3 mana.
That is true. That
That's-
is true.
This is kind of splashable if you have some really good stuff. But
We'll see.
yeah,
Um,
the 3 mana 3/3 haste that only costs 1 red as opposed to double red.
Yeah,
If you're on the play, this thing will take over the game.
true. I think I can agree with that. Living History. So it makes a spirit creature token at base, and then
Kind
when
of
you,
a 2 mana 2/2.
yeah, and then when you attack, if a card left your graveyard this turn, target attacking creature gets +2/+0.
It's a 2 mana 2/2 with a little bit of work. Says at the beginning of combat something gets +2/+0.
That's reasonable.
It does need a little bit of work to get there. It's hard to evaluate this one, but +2/+0 means it could be a 2 mana 4/2.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
even if the creature dies, it keeps going.
yeah, this is something that you pretty much only want to be playing in a Warhold deck, I will say.
Well, yeah.
Because unless you're in some kind of multicolour splash monstrosity, you could theoretically get there by pulling things out of your graveyard with some of your Wither Bloom reanimation and raised dead stuff.
I didn't. Yeah, that's
but
true. I didn't
it's-
think about that.
Yeah, it's not really. Yeah, they're pretty limited in terms of what deck you want it in. It is definitely good in that deck in that it's 2 permanents for 2 mana, and it's kind of guaranteed to give you some value.
I could see moving it to the top of C+.
C plus. That was what I was going to suggest. Was
Yeah.
top of C plus.
It is a bit of a build around in the decks that that can utilize it. This thing is going to be cracked. You're going to be start attacking with your like 6/4 on turn 3 kind of deal when you flash back your +1/+1 of vigilance.
Yeah.
And your opponent just can't stabilize after that. But sometimes it's you can't trigger it. It's just a 2 mana 2/2.
Yeah, I can see that. Unsubtle Mockery. Deal 4 damage to the creature, surveil 1. Dece.
That's awesome. It kills most of the things in the set, and it fails while you're doing it.
Yeah. Do we want to put that above Living History?
It is Bombard, but this set doesn't have a ton of creatures at toughness 4 until you start buffing them. The fact that this is an instant means that you can interrupt Silver Quill combat tricks.
Yeah.
Spell
But you'll
one's
still get
really
your
good.
repartee trigger off in that case, so you still get
Yeah, true, if you're in a red-white deck.
Yeah. Maybe it's... I don't know.
I can see it there.
Sure.
But let's look at dual tactics, because this card's weird.
Yeah, 1 mana sorcery, deal 1 damage to target creature. It can't block this turn, and you can flash it back for 1 in a red.
A lot of the time I see this being 3 mana, kill 1 creature, target creature can't block this turn.
Yeah, interesting.
Trigger
True.
your Warhawk stuff.
Yeah. Because you just get rid of an X1 and then fall to something else.
Sometimes it messes with your opponent's curve so much. They play some like 2-1 or whatever, you kill it, and then they can't drop their 3-1.
Yeah, true.
It's weird. I can see this card being very bad because 1 mana... Oh, sorry, 1 damage is not enough.
Yeah, like I'm seeing a Braid below this, and I'm very immediately interested in putting a Braid above this.
But the flashback, multi-triggering Opus, 2 creatures can't block, and you get 2 Opus triggers.
That is
and
true.
it triggers your Lochog Leave Graveyard.
Yeah, for your
Braid
0 power creatures and increment as well.
A
That
Braid
is
gains
interesting.
value where there's artifacts that matter, and in this set, we'll get to that, but I don't think there's a ton.
Okay, I can agree with that. I'm not super sold on this, but I'm willing to be wrong.
And it looks weak. I think anything having flashback in this set is just a really big boon.
Okay, alright.
We'll see.
We'll see. A Braid... I don't even know if we need to talk about this. We've seen
Yeah,
it so many times.
there's not enough artifacts for it to be relevant, but the instance being
2 mana
is
deal
great,
3
yeah.
is great.
Yes, man.
4 mana 3/4 with Menace. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, make a 2/2 red and white spirit token. This is really good.
Yeah, you do have to untap with it most of the time.
Yeah, but like... It attacks in really nicely. It pairs really well with removal spells.
For the most part, it makes 1 2/2 every turn, but sometimes you untap and can make multiple.
Yeah, and if that happens, you're feeling great.
Yeah.
And even the first 2/2 that comes out of this is way above raid.
And then at some point you just start eating it in because it's awkward to block. It's not bad to block, it's just awkward to block.
Totally. Yeah, I think that's good where it is. 4 mana 4/3 trample. Put a counter on it with Opus, or put 2 counters on it if it's big.
It's a contentious one. I put it quite high because in Lawn Eclipse there's the 4 mana 4/3 make a trample make a treasure trample creature. That card overperformed.
Yeah.
This is another set that doesn't have too many stats, so I think a 4/3 trampler will be awkward again to block, especially as the instant or sorcery puts a counter on it. If you can untap, cast Stock Up and Flow State, this card is already a 6/5. If you're on the draw, this is a little bit worse. If you're on the play, this thing just tempos your opponent
True.
so hard.
Like, this plus a dual tactics, actually. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, they can
You
do it.
falter all the creatures that would be good to block this with, and then you get in for 6.
In a red-white deck, give it +1/+0 and double strike.
Ooh. Okay, yeah, that's pretty cool.
Then it's a 6/5 with double strike and trample.
Yeah.
Like, even if your opponent finds a way to kill this, which they most of the time they can only do by like leaving up mana for you to respond to, it's probably going to get some damage through. I don't know.
I quite like it here. I think
I'm ready for it to be
it
a
could
C-.
potentially... Yeah, but I think the upside is there.
Yeah.
Rouser.
This one's a tough one.
3 mana 1/4, ETB, you may rummage. And tap, exile a card from your graveyard, add a red, and when you do, it domes your opponent for 1. So it's an easy way to trigger all of your synergy stuff.
Yes.
It also
both
ramps
colours.
immediately into 5. It can jump in from 3 to 5.
If you untap with it, which you probably will, because it's a 1/4 that your opponent doesn't want to kill.
It also fuels the graveyard for itself with the
It
rummage,
does.
and draws you towards the 5-drop spell that you might want to cast.
It exiles any card from your graveyard, not just instants or sorceries or just creatures. You do want to be careful with that.
Yeah, because ideally you're going to want to leave things in your graveyard that you can get value from later. But I quite like this. I quite like this.
Yeah, it's the kind of card that at first pass looks kind of innocuous, and then reading it,
I think it's going to be. It could go down to C. It could go down to like top of C.
Top of C. I could see that just because there'll probably be a lot of them running around.
Yeah, it is sort of fillerish.
It's not really aggressive as a 1/4.
Yeah, but it's still dealing damage, and it's going to be pressing the advantage by accruing the mana.
Puts your opponent on a clock where every turn you just keep activating it as long as there's cards in your graveyard.
Yeah. Tackle Artist, is that? No, that was the Tranquil guy, I think.
Yes.
Okay. Dual Caster Mage.
I should probably put that down, except it can copy your opponent's spells.
Yeah. It can copy all the prepare spells as well.
Yeah.
Which means that there's a lot floating around for this guy to copy.
It's not as good as a redirect. If it was a redirect, it'd be B-. I could see putting this in C.
I think this can go down to C, and I think that you can take a shot.
Yeah. It doesn't do anything unless an instant or sorcery is on the stack, and if you've cast that instant or sorcery, then
it's a lot of mana.
It is a lot of mana. The double red is a little bit prohibitive, and the fact that it's only a 2/2 body is not massive.
That is true.
Okay,
so Rubble Rouser we've already talked about.
Above the Rubble Rouser.
I think that we can keep it below the Rubble Rouser.
Yeah, okay. Argument.
He did argument. 5 mana, instant, deal 6 to a creature. You may exile a card from your graveyard, and if you do, it also deals 2 damage to that creature's control. And
that's basically a non-cost.
Yeah, and this card is, again, another one that's looking to glue together multiple things. So it's doing the Warhold thing with getting cards out of your graveyard, and it's doing the Opus thing by being a spell that costs 5 mana. And it's just a removal spell.
Yeah, at 5 mana, it won't always kill everything that you want it to, but it is an instant.
Yeah, I think this is fine as a C. It's like a nice thing that you will pick up. You'll play 1, maybe 2.
Good top end. It'll almost always deal 2 to your opponent.
Yeah, and dealing 2 to your opponent is good in a deck that's wanting to trigger Opus a bunch, or if you're in Warhold, to go kind of wide and put pressure on your opponent's life total.
Yeah. Historically, this would be a sorcery, and I would put it as C, but as an instant, it's pretty decent.
Yeah. Expressive Fire Dancer. It's much that now, Storm. 2 mana 2/2 Opus. It gets +1/+1 until end of turn. If you full Opus it, then it gets Double Strike. Mostly this is just a 2 mana 2/2 that grows. I think the Double Strike will come up occasionally.
Yes, it is an also, so it will be a 3/3 with Double Strike.
Yep, which is very good when it happens.
That's really good when it happens.
Yes.
For a 2-drop common.
Yes, I do think it is a fairly standard C, though. Like, this does read like filler. It will be good at pressuring your opponents, especially in combination with things like combat tricks.
More than one of these can be rough if you then play the 5-drop.
Yes, true. But yeah, I think that this is just going to be the card that you put it in your deck and it does the job.
I might put it above the argument just because it is.
It is a 2-drop and it's aggressive. Yeah, that's cool. Thunderdrum Soloist, 2 mana 1/3 reach, and it pings, or with Opus it bolts. Reach is really good into Inklings.
Yeah.
The ping is solid. Commander players are going to make this card randomly $5. Woe betide.
I'm glad it's not a common, because then it'd be Ever and Pauper.
That's true.
It's very similar to the 1/3 from Dragonstorm.
Oh, no.
No, Dragonstorm, the one that triggered off each creature entering.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because that was set that cared about creatures, this is set about instant sorceries,
That's
but
true.
This is so much worse than that.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways. Although the bolt is...
The bolt is a lot.
Big game.
Yeah.
You do have to reach 5 and then cast an instant or sorcery at 5.
Yeah. Look, let's have a look at what's lower down on this tier list and see whether or not it needs to get bumped down, but it still feels like a C to me.
The reach is fine, but I probably wouldn't move it too far up.
Yeah. 2 mana 2/2 that enters prepared, and for a single red you can make a treasure token.
2 mana 2/2 in red, always good.
Yeah. And making a treasure for a single red. Why is this not the actual spell? No, because it doesn't have flashback. That'd be why that it's not the actual
Strike it rich.
Strike it rich.
Yeah, it doesn't have flashback.
But this is fine.
Yeah.
It's like a pretty mopey spell, but it can jump you up the curve towards where your Opus stuff starts kicking in.
Yeah.
It also is just incidentally freely triggering your Opus stuff on the initial cast for the minimum.
More often than I expect it reaching a 5-drop, I expect it just kind of double triggering your Opus.
Yeah, true. Yeah, this seems fine. It can potentially go a little lower though.
Do you reckon it's better or worse than the Fire Dancer? They're both 2 mana 2/2s.
I think the Fire Dance is better.
It does present a.
Yeah, the Fire Dancer
great.
gets big in combat. Obviously, it being until end of turn limits a little bit of its utility, but
Yeah.
I think that this is Ancestral Anger, my goat.
Yeah.
Target creature gains trample and gets +X/+0, where X is 1 plus the number of Ancestral Angers in your graveyard, and you draw a card.
For all of you who played Return to Innistrad.
Yeah. Man, how many of these can you jam in a deck?
7. The fact that it draws a card, I had this lower and then it just kept bumping it higher. It draws a card.
It draws a card and it pairs really well with a lot of stuff. Like, all the Opus stuff is quite nice with Ancestral Anger.
I wouldn't play this in a deck that has 2 or less. I'd want 3, I think.
Yeah, it definitely plays better the more of them that you have.
And especially if you have creatures to target with it. So you not only do you need more of them, but you need more creatures.
Yeah, but I think that there's enough upside to where you can put it at C, because like it's a weird speculative sub-lane that you can go into in your draft of how many Angers can you just randomly pick up in the middle of your pack.
Yeah, +2/+0 is good. +3/+0 and more is really good.
Yeah, especially with these other creatures that are already threatening to grow. You can pump out tons of damage.
Trigger all your Opus, all your Repartee.
Yeah,
and,
the Trampler guy loves to see this.
It's already is Trample.
Oh, true.
But the Trampler guy does
Love to see it, just
because
it's
of
more
all that.
power.
Yeah,
Yeah.
even more. Even more.
Yeah, Tablet of Discovery.
Yeah.
This is decent.
It's weird. It only adds red. For 3 mana, you'd want a Manalith, want something that adds 1 mana of any colour?
But it gets you theoretical card advantage in the late game.
My main problem with it is it's one of the few cards that says, play this turn, not until the end of your next turn.
So you kind of want to be casting it on 7 or 6 almost to guarantee
on 6 and flip an instant or sorcery that costs 4.
5, because it'll add 2.
5, and trigger your Opus.
Yeah, so there are worlds in which this will do the thing, but it does feel kind of limited in its scope. I would be tempted to bump this down.
Yeah, I kind of put it in C, expecting it to... What the hell is that?
Yeah,
I know what that is. Shut up. I've done it before. You can leave a build around. It's a build around.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, I mean, it kind of is. Obviously, the mill, if you randomly spike a flashback spell in the early game when you cast this, but that's so blind.
It is milling a card as opposed to exiling a card and you can play it is so much better.
Yeah.
But at 3 mana,
it's a bit of a tough sell.
That's the second mode on your experimental synthesizer. That's a lot of mana. Yeah, it does add mana. You kind of want to be on 4 mana and flip a 2 or 3 instant or sorcery, not a creature with prepared.
Yes.
It's a bit rough.
Yeah, I think that it's just a little bit too rough in my mind.
I do think this is a card that will overperform where I think it's at, which is why I put it in C, but it costing red specifically.
And only generating red. I could see this going down to C minus.
Yeah, I think it's...
It can definitely get there. I can definitely see decks where this will do the thing.
I think it's add 2 red for an instant sorcery. It would be really good with prepared spells that are opusing.
Good.
All right.
Fire Singer up next.
Yeah, this one's a tough one because, as we talked about with Culling Ritual.
Yeah, but this is a 3 mana 2/3 at base though. Culling Ritual denies you a body, whereas this gives you one.
If you untap with this, it is 6 mana towards your... six
mana towards your Opus spell.
And any spell.
Any spell, yeah, true. Or just any kind of big game ender.
Which we haven't seen a lot of.
In red, at least. And this is only generating red mana.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not great with the Archaic. You can get there with the Emeritus of Conflict, actually. Because with Emeritus of Conflict, you cast the Seething Song, then the Emeritus, and you only need one more thing to bolt.
That's true. I didn't consider this with the prepared spells. Yeah, but the prepared spells,
yeah, I think that it's fine. Where it is, it's can accelerate. I think it's more likely just...
Move it down a little because of the multicolored nature of the set.
Yeah, but I think that you can just Seething Song into multi-spelling a couple of dudes into play just to net yourself a big board.
I think
so long as those dudes are red.
Seething Song is not bad.
Yeah. Zealous Warcaster is the one that we're bumping up over it, which is just a really chunky Archaeomancer, which I think is what Archaeomancer is missing, as our previous discussion.
Stats.
Yeah.
It is 6 mana, but it is flashable.
Yeah. I think this is cool. This is really cool.
In a deck that's not playing red that has a really, really good...
You know what?
Instead of sorcery?
In Warhold, this plus Daydreaming is an insane engine.
Yeah, because it picks up the Daydreaming.
It picks up the Daydreaming, or...
Because of Firefight.
Yeah, but also just, you know...
Do you want to be reaching, like, turn 7... Statistically turn 9?
Yeah, but still, I think that this has a lot of flexibility and potential.
It's big.
It's big and it nets you advantage.
At the very worst, it kind of 2-for-1s.
I think you're happy with this being the top of your curve.
Yeah, but not more than one.
Yeah. A Rearing Ember Mage is the last card here, which is a 5 mana 4/5 with reach and haste.
I actually really like this card.
It's not bad.
I wanted to put it in C+, but that's not where it belongs.
Yeah, no, I think it's fine as a C.
It doesn't trigger any synergies.
No. It's a horse beast. Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Do we want to move on to Tome Blast?
Do you want as long as this belongs in C?
I think it does. The only other question I would have would be whether or not it belongs in C-, but I think the stats are good enough.
The haste is relevant where it's relevant, the reach is relevant where it's relevant. I think it put this in C thinking that Opus triggered off non-instant.
So maybe you want to put this in C- then? Which would net you a shot, I believe.
It would. We're entering...
Drunken territory.
I'm beyond drunken territory.
Oh,
We're entering incoherent territory.
Ooh. Alright. Tome Bleezy. So it's just a firebolt that costs 1 more on the front side.
That's true. It can even target a player.
Yep.
I thought it could only target creatures, but it's still not amazing.
Yeah. I mean, this is fine. It's like...
the definition of fine.
Yeah. I usually like spells like this a bit more, but being 2 mana on the front side is a hard sell.
I got burned by direct current from...
from the...
one red deal too, yeah. And I used to be much higher. Firebolt is a good card, because it's like 6 mana deal.
Yes.
4 to a face.
But being 2 on the front side makes this a much harder sell.
It does trigger your repartees if you need it to. But
it triggers Opus on the backside.
That is true.
Triggers your Warhold stuff on the backside.
It's really good to mill over. I think I'm still happy for it to be in C-.
Can we put it above the Embermare?
Yeah. Yeah, because it will trigger your Opus when you want it to, and it is kind of a tempo play.
Yeah. Monstrous Rage.
Yeah, we've seen this one. Look.
Yeah, +2/+0, make a monstrous roll token on the thing.
It's a 1 mana +3/+1 on the first turn, and trample.
Yes, and then the creature keeps the trample.
With Opus, with repartee.
This is a very good trick, but it's not netting that much advantage compared to some of the other tricks that we've seen.
Yeah, I had it quite low as a result.
Yeah, I think in Limited this does lose value. Like, this isn't constructed where you can be slamming a bunch of these into the same deck.
Yeah, it doesn't always win combat. For the most part, you just kind of have to consider it as a damage to an opponent's face.
Yeah. I think it's fine where it is.
Yeah. Cool.
Maelstrom Artisan!
Yeah.
It's a 3 mana 3/2 haste, and it can blow up a non-basic land, which probably isn't going to matter that much. Although there is a base tapped land cycle. 6
people gang together to convince me that this would be good in my 7-point deck.
They're wrong.
They are wrong.
I don't understand people who are excited for this in Eternal formats. I've even seen Aspiring Spike talk about it and be like, oh, this could be good, like you can flicker it with failure, and I'm just not sold on it.
I do see it being decent in Eternal formats, but the destroy non-basic land is a really big line of checks versus just any land.
And a 3/2 haste is just not actually that good.
It is below rate in constructed formats, and in draft
it's fine.
Slightly below rate as of fire design.
Yeah, and I think that the 2 toughness means that it's too easy for your opponent to trade up into this.
It really trades. This might be even lower.
Yeah.
It does hit your opponent's jewel-coloured like
tap lands for fixing.
which there will be a lot of.
I still don't think that makes it good enough. to consider the rocket volley as part of the thing. I think you're going to go bottom of C- because it is a body that applies pressure. But
And in an Opus deck, it has another spell that may have
but
a
it
target.
it needs the target to
If
cast
it doesn't have a target, you can't cast it. That is true.
Blow up your own hand. Just the spell triggers.
Wow,
Maybe not.
rude.
Yeah. Artistic Process. 5 mana. Either deal 6 damage to a creature or 2 damage to each creature you don't control, or you make a 3/3 flying haster.
This is in C- because of the flexibility. Every single mode is below rate.
Yeah, I could see the 5 mana deal 2 to everything putting in some work.
And the 3/3 haste, if it didn't have haste and flying.
Yeah, and if it didn't like trigger full opus on things,
Yeah.
then there wouldn't really be that much of a conversation here.
For the most part, I see this being 6 damage to a creature, and 5 mana sorcery, 6 damage to a creature.
Not great.
No.
Sure. I think we can just move on. This
It
is fine
triggers your
rules.
Opus, but yeah,
Yeah.
whatever.
Strife Scholar.
Strive. No.
3 mana 3/2. Ward pay 2 life. Enters prepared. And for 6 mana, you can make 2/2 red and white spirit tokens. This is decent.
It incentivizes your opponent to target it, in which case they pay 2 life.
And then, yeah, at that point, it's more than done its job, to be honest.
I wouldn't say it's more than done its job, but I would say it's done its
Done
job.
its job, sure.
Yeah, because it's a slightly below rate 3 drop.
Yeah, but if you get into the late game and you get to the point where you can cast the Awaken the Ages, it's not a super exciting spell to cast, but you've netted a 2 for 1.
I wish that spell was 5 mana.
Yeah, 6 is a little high, but
For 6, you want like 3 2/2s and, to be winning the game.
yeah, but I still think this is fine. I could maybe see it over Artistic Process, to be honest.
That's fair, but I wouldn't.
Artistic Process is a removal spell, and I understand that, but it's kind of limited in its
and it's
scope.
flexible.
Okay, sure. That's
sometimes
fair
that two damage to each creature you don't control will be a board wipe.
Mhm.
This you never want more than one of these.
Yeah. All right. Let's go next. Micah, Reader of Ruins.
4 mana 4/4. That's good.
Ward
for
pay
red.
3 life.
Oh,
And whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, sacrifice an artifact. Okay.
yeah. Okay.
I read that one restriction and was immediately
Artifact,
not
and in my good
this
Christian
economy,
Strixhaven, yeah.
This is a 4 mana 4/4 with ward pay 3 life.
That's for the most part. That's how you have to evaluate it. Yeah.
There's not really any point in warping your deck to accommodate that.
Although
second line
if you
effect.
have the deduce.
Yeah. If you've got Deduce, if you've got the 2/2 that makes a treasure token, then all of a sudden...
Yeah, but all of the non-clue, non-treasure tokens, of which there are the only other artifacts, look, some instants or sorceries are worth copying for that price.
But it's just... it's not going to come up very often.
It's not good in multiples.
Yes. I think this is fine here.
It's just a creature
It's just a
with
creature.
stats.
And it doesn't really have a huge amount of synergy.
And it'll wheel.
Yes. Crackle with power!
This is only in C+, because if you cast this on an 8, your opponent dies.
You mean C minus?
C minus.
The other one, yeah. You need to get up to 5 mana to...
Deal 5 to 1
Five.
creature.
Well,
Which
yes.
it's not better than Artistic Progress, but it's in the same ballpark.
Yeah, and then you need to get up to 8 in order to start doing...
But once you're at 8...
Once you're at 8,
that's the level it removes your opponent's best blocker and deals 10 to them, and you just kind of swing in the die.
Yeah, totally.
I have played a lot of original Strixhaven, and Crackle of Power for X's 2 will kill people.
Yeah.
X's 3, you're already dead. X's 1, and...
Yeah, whatever. Alright, Subterranean Tremors up next.
I love this card.
I love the art on this.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
X and red, deal X damage to each creature without flying. If X is 4 or more, destroy all artifacts.
Yeah.
If X is 8 or more, make an 8/8 red lizard creature.
If you cast this for 9, you're winning the game.
Yes.
Because you kill everything, and you get not everything, but you get an 8/8.
Yeah,
That's hard to say.
an 8/8. It's not that hard to say, Dom. I'm
Thanks,
sorry to
Frank.
say. There's worlds where this is gonna blow your opponent out, or just you've got a bunch of opus creatures that you can buff out of the range of the sweeper.
Without flying is rough because
True, there's gonna be a lot of rando inkling
Red
tokens that
doesn't
survive
have-
it. Red doesn't
you
have
see,
flyers.
any flying.
No, I didn't see any flying.
No,
I didn't see any flying, Dom.
I drafted a lot of Conspiracy too, and I love this card.
Yeah. It could potentially go up a little higher
No.
in C minus. Okay, fine. Keep it there.
It's almost always below rate if it hit your opponent as well. But
Yeah.
as in-
Archaic Agony. 5 mana, converge spell, X damage to target creature, where X is the number of colors. Exile cards from the top of the library equal to excess damage done this way. This is not going to
Yeah,
be
realistically, this is 3 damage, and you want to kill a 2/2, and you get 1 card.
At sorcery speed, we've seen 1 mana deal 3 at sorcery speed. Get out of Dodge, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, like, the upside is theoretically there. And you can splash this in your Converge deck and, maybe get there, but there are so many more exciting things to do if you're generating the fixing to get to that point.
I will always support 5 color good stuff. I will always support taking, like, the dual land that's in neither of the colors just to cast your Converge spells. This isn't it. This isn't it. It does deal it to... No,
just creatures.
Doesn't even hit face.
No.
Bad. Does it go lower?
It could maybe go into D+, to be honest. Yeah, D+ is fine. You don't have to drink yet.
That's the first swear word I've said all...
You've been very well behaved. Return the Fave is a copy spell or a redirect, or both.
I put it here because there's so many instances of sorceries that are really relevant that
you can also copy your triggered abilities, which includes your Opus abilities.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, this does not copy the ability to... you can't pump enough mana into this to get Opus for 5.
No, it can never cost more than 4.
Yes, but it still, I think, has enough theoretical upside to the point where you can, blow somebody up with it. But it's a lot of mana to do it.
I almost put this in C because of the world where you copy and redirect a removal spell.
Yeah, which is a cool world, but
that's
a lot of mana to leave up.
That's a 3-for-1. The
That is
spell's
a
casting and plus 2 creatures, but
yes.
it is 2 red, and it does, only come up occasionally.
Yeah, I think that I'm happy leaving it there.
That's fine.
Maelstrom Artisan at the... we moved that there.
Yeah.
Big Score would be the next one there.
It would.
Hey! 4 mana instant, you can discard a card as an additional cost.
You must
discard a card. And then you draw 2 and make 2 treasures.
No.
Yeah, no.
It's splashable. Doesn't big your Opus.
Yes, it does set you up if you're in the Converge deck, kind of okay. But
that's true.
Because it makes your treasure tokens.
I did not think about that.
It sets you... Yeah, I think that is... Not caring about this that much is fair. I'm thinking about it for blinging out Ruby Storm if I ever decide to play that deck.
I love Ruby Storm. It does trigger your Opus at instant speed, but there's so many instances. It doesn't trigger your big Opus at instant speed.
It's sort of filler.
Yeah. We'll get to see the spoils, which is worse, but anyway.
Yeah, flashback.
Gives flashback.
Yeah.
It's Snapcaster Mage without the
Ambush Viper. Yeah, so it immediately is just, especially for limited play.
Yes. Yeah. It's one of those cards that's this looks like a big plus for constructed, and
it's just not there for limited.
If you don't have the instance or sorceries,
Yeah, it's so many situations where this is just going to be a dead card. You need to have something really powerful to flashback.
It does nothing beyond giving flashback equal to the mana value.
Yep.
There are some cards I could see it, which is why it's in D+ only. Some cards I could see, but no.
Nah. Choreographed Sparks. Red instant, can't be copied.
Not super relevant in this.
I guess just because you can't copy itself, that's all.
Yeah.
The copy target instant or sorcery you control, you may choose new targets for it. Or copy target creature spell you control. The copy gains haste, and at the beginning of your next end step, sacrifice this token.
The reason this is in D+ is because it says creature spell.
So it has to target something that's on the stack.
So if there's an instant and a creature on the stack, which almost never happens, and if it does, it's because there's an Essence Scatter, which copying won't help.
Yeah. It's just so hard to make this actually work. It's so hard to get to the point where you have enough mana and enough resources. Yeah, I think so.
It's not in D and D+ because in some weird worlds it does 3-for-1 your opponent.
Yeah, I think you more want to be looking at it for just copying one of the two things, and maybe that'll be good enough. That puts you in shot range, Dom.
It will never. Yeah. It will very, very rarely go above one of both.
Yeah.
So.
Well, let's have a look at Seize the Spoils.
Yeah.
It's essentially the same thing as Big Score, but it's 1 less mana, and it makes 1 less treasure token. So, yeah, I would agree that this is worse because it doesn't ramp you as hard, but it's not significantly worse. So, Empty the Warrens is the next one, because we moved
My mind control the mouse. Alright,
I can get on the mouse if you want me to.
go for it.
Alright, empty the warrants.
Thank you, Frank.
You're welcome. Make 2 1/1s. Storm. It's going to be really hard to get your Storm up to the point where this is making any more than 4 goblins.
It's not in F because 4 goblins is a lot.
Yeah, 4 goblins is fine, but you have to invest a lot of resources into making that happen. This is.
By a lot, it just means like 6 mana on one.
I kind of like this over choreographed sparks, to be honest.
Yeah, because Storm is 1, so if you cast any other spell, 4 mana for 4 1/1s is kind of on, if not above rate.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yep.
Bulk up.
This card was a low performer in the set that it was printed in.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it has things that it can do that are exciting.
Yeah, it's not in F because you can give double strike to your creature and then double its power.
Yeah, it's like one-shot potential,
Leaves
whatever.
the graveyard.
Yeah. Poetic Ritual. I kind of don't like it as much as some of these other options, to be honest.
Is it better or worse than Jessica's Will?
I think it's worse than Jessica's Will, because Jessica's Will can draw you
Oh,
cards.
yeah, no, the flexibility is key, yeah.
Capstone. Oh.
So, this is a 7 mana cast spell with mana value of 4.
Yeah.
Although, it is
Mana
every
value
turn.
4 or greater. So
Yeah.
if you snag a 5-drop off of it, you get it. But it's
But if you say a 3-drop and a 2-drop, then you get them.
yes. I think that this, much like all of the other paradigm spells, just asks you so much up front that it can't be anywhere higher than this.
I genuinely believe this decks you before you win.
I think I can agree with that. Yeah, true. It doesn't give you back the other spells.
No, it just.
Oh god, it just exiles them.
It's 7 mana to like.
Oh, that's us. I want that under Jessica's Will, to be honest.
That's fair.
Jessica's Will, I think, at the very least, can launch you into an explosive early turn.
I don't think so. I don't think you're using it first, man.
Fair enough. More often than not, you are like impulse draw. It's a bad impulse.
And even at casting this turn.
Yes, so it's good in the late game, but it's better in the late game than improvisation.
If you
Capstone,
top deck
I think.
this, you have 7 lands. You top deck this, you draw a 3-drop and a 5-drop on the land,
You get to cast the 3-drop.
and
Or the
play
5-drop.
land and play.
No, you get to
a
play the
3-drop
land.
and
cast-
2-drop on the land.
Ah!
It's bad.
It's bad.
bad.
I'm just leaving it all there.
Yeah,
Whatever.
yeah.
I can't bear to look at this anymore.
Yeah,
We're going into green.
Green always gets the short end of the stick because I'm
Yeah.
so out of it.
I don't know.
A plus. Sorry, what were you saying?
Huh? I mean, oh, dude, this card is really good. Germination Practicum. 2 counters on each creature you control and has Paradigm. So this immediately reminds me a lot of Ouroboros, which it's not a body in and of itself, but Ouroboros was one of the most winning cards of that set.
There was a card from Midnight Hunt that did the same thing as well.
The Caretaker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although that left a really big body behind.
And had hexproof. So this is worse than those creatures.
Substantially.
But I still think it's... Do we just nudge it into A? As an actually playable paradigm spell?
I think it stays at A minus because it doesn't have its own body.
Yeah, that is fair.
You
need to have a board presence established for this to be good.
Yes, it does trigger your Opus, which green-blue crossover is good.
It does on the first initial cast. After that, you're not paying mana to cast it.
True.
But it will... for 5. Afterwards, it will still trigger, like, a single instance, but it won't trigger it for the full Monty. Yeah, but still, it's still
A-minus is
useful.
fine, I think.
A- is fine. I like that.
The lesson subtype, not relevant.
Emeritus of Abundance up next. 3 mana, 3/4 Vigilance.
Always
Fantastic stats.
Yep.
Enters prepared. Whenever it attacks, if you control 8 or more lands, it becomes re-prepared.
So a 5 mana 3/4 return target per any card from your
Graveyard to your hand.
Already decent.
Already decent.
It's
and the
not
fact
Green
that
Wood Marasa, 6/5.
Yeah. The fact that it's repeatable by itself is also very strong.
Yeah, it's not even like the blue Emeritus where you have to have 8 cards in graveyard. This just counts every single turn that your opponent doesn't answer it.
Yeah, and I think that combined with, like, especially in strategies that are gonna like it a lot, yeah, I can see that. Regrowth is a really powerful effect. And it is so good. Yeah, it's so good on
Any
raid.
card from graveyard, yeah.
Yeah. That seems fun. Alright, 1 in the chamber. Vastlands Scavenger. 3 mana 4/4 Death Touch.
Ah, shit.
Enters prepared. Oh god. Mill 7, then put a creature card from among them onto the battlefield.
Okay, so you can only cast that twice without decking yourself.
Yes.
It's
I think you
instant.
only ideally need to cast it once. It is an instant, and it's already a 3-mana 4/4 with upside.
The 3 on a 4/4 with Death Touch, I'd play
Yes.
in any deck.
I kind of want to put this up into A- as well, to be honest. Yeah. Do you like it more or less than the Emeritus of Abundance?
Less.
Yeah.
They
play well there's so much advantage that you can net on the Bind to Life.
There is, but a lot of the time, we've looked at the creatures in this set. A lot of the time, the creatures in the top 7 will be kind of like a full drop or less. So it's not great.
That is fair. Alright, well, while you pull that out, let's have a look at Sylvan Library.
Yeah.
Well,
Classic Vintage Cube All-Star.
yeah, this one, of course, as we've talked about already with the Brainstorm card, a little bit awkward because, of course, you're not going to be able to shuffle away whatever cards you put back on top.
And
you can only afford to pay life so many times to this.
Yeah.
This is still a very powerful effect.
Yes, which is why it's in the...
I think top of B is a fine place for this to belong.
Yeah.
Alright.
It'll be an awkward draw late.
Yeah.
A great draw on turn 2.
Yeah, exactly, which I think is good enough. Ambitious Augmenter, a 1-mana 1/1 with increment. And whenever it dies, if it had one or more counters on it, you make a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token, then put that creature's counters on that token.
So I like this because it doesn't require you to have other creatures.
Yes. Obviously, another card that is better to draw early than to draw late, but it's so easy to trigger the increment on this.
On turn 2, it's a 2/2. On turn 3, it's a 3/3 most of the time.
Yeah, so I think that it's pretty easy for this to actually scale, unlike some of the other increment cards that we've seen.
The fractal will always be kind of like one smaller than this.
Yeah, but still the fact that this is able to be 2 bodies.
It's pretty big. If you don't have it in your opening hand, not great. If you have it in your opening hand, wins the game.
Yeah, I like this a lot.
Yeah.
Let's go down
Does it
next.
say leaves a battlefield?
It says dies, so it doesn't work with Flicker, but I still think it's fine.
It's not the flicker. I'm thinking about the
Exile
Wander off
removal.
exile type.
Yeah. Well, I think that's just one removal spell that'll end up pairing well into that specific 1-mana creature.
For 1-drop, yeah.
But you've traded up on 3 mana, so you're fine.
Absolutely.
Studios first year, my guy.
Honestly, I think about this in B. Like, this card is cracked.
It's really good.
Rampant growth.
Yeah, I do think that B- is probably fine.
There's nothing I love more than in Commander casting Rampant Growth on turn 2 and missing your turn 3 land drop.
Hell yeah. But hey, it's an 18 land set. You'll be fine.
Yeah. Thank you for remembering.
Yeah, but I think this is just a lot of value.
I'm going to be playing a lot of these guys.
Yeah, and this is one of the few cards that Commander players are going to be somewhat excited about that we're also
true.
excited about.
That's true.
This is a Wayfarer's Bauble that leaves behind a 1/1.
As far as commons go, yeah, this is pretty cracked.
Yeah, I think high priority pick here. Awake in the Woods. This should go up, I believe. It's really good. We've seen this before. It is really good. You gotta.
So what do you assume the X will be?
My assumption for the X is that you probably want it to be like X's 3 or 4.
3.
3 is where it really starts to shine. If you're paying this for X's 1 or 2, it's underwhelming.
X's 1 or 2, don't bother.
Yeah, but it's gonna be pretty easy to get up to the point where you can cast this for X's 3 and start running away with the game from there.
But blue-green has X matters and yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's up in B, which means that you're taking a shot, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Is it a B plus?
No.
Okay.
It is very good.
I kind of like it more than the Augmenter.
Yeah, that's right. Above the library?
Yeah, I can see above the library and maybe it just stays top of B.
Frank,
Yeah?
can you pour me the shot?
I can pour you the shot, Dom.
Thank you, Frank.
No, that's great. You asked very kindly, so I'm going to oblige you.
That's that kindly.
No, you asked. Yeah, there was a tone to the voice that made me more inclined. Yeah, there we go. Magic word. Now we get to Shamanic Revelation, which is a very good card. Draw a card for each creature you control. Gain 4 life for each creature you control with power 4 or greater.
In this set, I see it getting 4 to 8 life, maybe?
Yep, I think this is again another spell that is gonna, there's a ceiling floor argument where, of course, this will have some board states where you're horrendously behind and it's doing nothing.
If it draws 3, it's fine. If it draws 3 and gains 4 life, it's good.
If it draws 4, you're very happy.
Absolutely.
So I think it's just fine where it is, to be honest.
Yep.
This seems like the right place for it. Environmental Scientist, another fantastic card for limited. Very similar to the bear. This has better stats than the bear, but the land goes into hand rather than into play.
Back in my day, we played a 2-mana 1/1 in our commander decks that fetched any basic.
Yeah, sure thing. Go back to bed. This is going to stay where it is, but it
Yeah.
is a very exciting pickup.
It's even though it only fetched basic, right?
It only fetches the basic.
That's still for a 2-mana 2/2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Yeah, moving on. Wild Growth Archaic.
Ah.
This card is very good, I believe. Or it's pretty good.
Yeah.
So it's a 0/0 trample reach. We've got 2 brood mana costs, but both of them have a hybrid green. Enters with a +1/+1 counter on it for each color of mana spent to cast it. So it's either a 2-mana 2/2, 3-mana 3/3, or 4-mana 4/4. And when you cast a creature spell, it enters with X additional +1/+1 counters on it, where X is the number of colors of mana spent to cast it.
Sometimes it's a 4-mana 4/4 even with green.
Yes, well...
Because you don't have to, strictly speaking, use the green for the green.
That
I
is
still, I don't think that's amazing, but like if you're in a green deck, then...
well, I think most of your converged decks will be in green. To an extent.
It's about a 3-mana 3/3 trample reach.
Yeah, it's fine. I think that the upside of your other creatures entering bigger in a set that doesn't have too many stats is also quite good.
That's huge. There's a Outlaws of Thunder Junction creature that made you pitches
The Rock Sprute or whatever it is, the railway guy.
Yeah,
With plot?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the guy. This is, I think, less exciting than that, but it's still similar. And the fact that you can even compare it is...
You can even cast it on turn 2 and still compare it. Yeah.
Yes, totally. Because the convergibility afterwards doesn't rely on how big this is. Seems good. I think I could potentially see it above the Scientist, but the Scientist is maybe...
Casting it on green is not good.
That is true. But I think a lot of the time you're not going to
Even
need to
on
cast
green,
it on green.
not green, it's 3-mana 2/2.
Yes.
Which is not...
Oh, no.
Or maybe 3-mana 3/3
yeah.
sometimes.
True.
It needs to be in the converged deck.
Yes, I think... Okay, that's fair. And
if you're not in the converged deck, this card is trash.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Not trash, but
like, not as good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's fine where it is then.
Yeah.
Slumbering Trudge. A 1-mana 6/6, potentially, enters with a number of stun counters on it equal to 3-X, and if it entered with a stun counter on it, tap it. So it can just be a 4-mana 6/6. With no downside.
4-mana 6/6, yeah.
Yeah, 4-mana 6/6.
It can be a 2-mana 6/6, it can be a 3-mana 6/6, or it can be a 4-mana 6/6.
Yep. That's just a lot of stats.
It is a lot of stats.
It's good at all points on the curve early in the game.
Unless your opponent has a removal spell, in which case it's...
If your opponent has a removal spell, they're still being forced to use it on this for the threat of it coming awake later.
That is true.
So I still don't mind that.
It doesn't have any other text, so they can, chump block?
Yeah, but again, this is a set that's hurting for stats.
There's a reason I put it in B-, because this is anyone on the curve that you need to be including in, if you want to increment with,
Yeah, I think that this does just have flexibility. Like,
The
increment,
stats
being able to overpay for X as well for increment purposes is kind of niche, but interesting.
We've talked about this already, but your opponent is in the abyss now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Alright, into C+. Burog Barrage.
Instant.
1 green instant, creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. If you cast another instant or sorcery spell, then it punches something.
So sometimes it's just like a,
Just a regular punch spell, yeah.
But at instant speed, that's always good. And then
The fact that it's not a
+1/+0.
fight. +1/+0 is conditional and it won't always be able to be turned on reliably.
I'd say 2 out of 5 times.
Yeah, I think that we've seen enough beef in this set, though, in green. So where this will be able to make its mark more often than not.
Yes.
And again, punch over fight, big.
You do have to be careful of your creature count, but yes, punch over fight is, yeah.
Yeah. Lumerit's Favor. For 1 green, an instant. When you cast it, copy it if you gained life this turn, and you can choose new targets with the copy, and give target creature +2/+4 until end of turn.
If I was at this is a 2-mana +4/+8.
True. And again, it's something that's quite easy to enable on attacks if you have pest tokens.
If you have pest tokens, that it can make 2 pests like 3
5s.
fives.
Yeah. Which I think it's quite exciting. I like it as like a pretty high priority pump spell.
As long as you're on the attack, this card wins combat most of the time.
Yep. And it can have some severe blowout potential with the copy.
Yeah, true.
Yep. Snarl Song, 6 mana, converge. Make 2 0/0 green and blue fractal tokens. You put X counters on it and gain X life, where X is equal to the number of colors spent to cast this. So this is going to be the thing that really like stabilizes you.
Yeah.
This is going to be like finisher of choice in the converge deck.
3 is Rise of the Ants. 4 is like better than Rise of the Ants, except Rise of the Ants has flashback.
Yeah.
If you go for 5, you should be winning. Again, if you don't, that is on you.
But I think that like even getting this off for you want to be getting this off for 4. I think.
Yeah, but
3, you're a little unexcited, but it's still going to be decent because it's stabilizing you on board and gaining you some life.
this is splashable. For 3, it's fine if you're really pushing it.
Yeah.
But if you have 4 colors, it's great.
I don't think you can play it outside of Converge deck though.
Probably not. Yeah. Oh, if you just take any dual colored land at common.
That is fair. Oracle's Restoration, an interesting one. Give a creature +1/+1 until end of turn. You draw a card and gain a life.
All right, Frank. What do you think?
So this one's interesting. It's like obviously a big glue piece in a lot of different ways. Gaining life, great for the Witherbloom stuff. Great for Opus stuff because it's just a cheap spell to cast and cantrip with. You can trigger your repartee stuff off color or on color because you have black cards that care about that. So it's kind of helping to bind together a lot of different synergies throughout the set. So this reads to me kind of like a, similar to an Elite Inspector kind of card, where it's a 1 mana glue piece, maybe a little, obviously, yeah, because it doesn't come with a body.
I'll say for the
Yes, not coming with a body is what's making this not like huge, but I do think that it does enough to where I understand why it's here.
It does have to target a creature you control. This is this is a card that I've literally argued for hours over.
Yeah.
It triggers every possible synergy in green.
I could see a world in which this is maybe lower down in C+,
I
depending on
can
what
see
else.
a world. I will, if you...
You're going
move
to
it,
start fighting for it.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe for my own safety, I'll keep it
Fisticuffs,
there.
yeah.
Emil Varsland's Roma. 3 mana, 3/3. Creatures in control with counters on them have trample. +1/+1 counters.
That's fine.
Which is fine. And then 4 and a green and tap to make a 0/0 green blue fractal token. Put X counters on it, where X is the number of differently named lands you control. That is quite a good
3,
activated
4,
ability.
maybe 5 in a converge deck.
Yes. So again, I think this is a card that's great in the converge decks.
Yes.
And it's not that bad outside of that because it is a mana sink. And it's just making tokens of a reasonable size.
A 5 mana 2/2 is not great.
Yeah, but you can still just, like, if you're not pressured into doing anything else, you can just dump some mana into this, tap and get to work. So I like it where it is. Yeah, this seems decent. Aberrant Mana Worm, a 4 mana 2/5 trample. When you cast an instant or sorcery spell, it gets +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast that spell. This gets big.
Doesn't get toughness, but it still has trample.
And it already has a pretty high base toughness.
2/5 is, that's like a 2 blockers kind of deal.
Yeah. So I think that this will make combat pretty awkward for your opponents in a lot of cases.
Extreme. If you're on the play,
Yeah, this guy's going to threaten a lot.
if you cast 2 spells, 3 and a 2, it's still a 7/5 with trample.
I don't know if I maybe prefer this over Emil, marginally.
That's fair, because Emil has the, activation ability.
Yeah, Emil has a mana sink that makes it scale up, but this is more immediately threatening.
I am looking at this with the, prepared spell, like if you prepare a 5 mana spell.
True, and then you can code this into it.
It's still a 7/5 with trample for 4.
Yeah. Okay, maybe I like it where it is, but I think that this is quite strong.
In the right deck.
Yes. Pest Brood Sloth. 4 mana 4/4 reach. When it dies, make 2 1/1 pests. This is really good.
This
Bam!
doesn't rely on synergies.
No, this is just a generically good card. So, of course, Not having synergies is maybe a tick against it.
But it blocks all the 3/3 flyers.
Yes, it blocks all the 3/3 flyers, which we have seen a non-zero amount of.
Yeah.
And it makes pests when it dies. So even after its big body has been sent to the graveyard, it's still doing things that are going to be beneficial for your Witherbloom deck.
Yeah, look, it's not only is it on rate, but it's kind of like above rate.
Yeah, with the death trigger, I think so.
Yeah.
I like it. Additive Evolution. A 5-mana enchantment that when it enters, you make a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token, you put 3 counters on it. And at the beginning of combat, on your turn, you put a counter on target creature you control and it gains vigilance until end of turn. So, at the bare minimum, you cast this for 5, make a 3/3, and then you're able to immediately turn it into a 4/4. And then the next turn, you're able to immediately turn it into a 5/5 and bash with vigilance.
That's the way to evaluate it, yeah.
Yep, so it's... And then from there, it's just going to be, your... we keep on coming back to this card, the Lumen something.
Luminarch.
Luminarch Aspirant, yeah. This is like a chunky Luminarch Aspirant.
Very chunky.
Yes. So, I get... Once again, I think I like it here. I might...
On the turn that you want to attack with it, it's only a 4/4.
No, but you can't attack with it on that turn if you're just evaluating the token.
Oh, true, 5/5, yeah.
Yeah, so, but you can also, on that turn, put the counter somewhere else and attack with some other creature.
If you want to, but this stats.
Yeah, I think for that reason, I like it. It's just stats.
It reminds me a lot of the white enchantment that gets the 3 permanent.
Yeah, it's similar, but I think that this is just baseline more playable because it asks less questions of you.
That's fair.
Noxious Newt. Whoa! 2-mana 1/2, Salamander with Death Touch, and taps to add a green. This is just good.
It is not the Nightshade Harvester.
No, it is not.
MH3 playable.
Yeah, but it's still just doing a lot of really good stuff.
Adding a green is fine when you already have a green, so the Converge decks don't want this as much as they think they do.
Yeah, but a Mana Dork is always going to be good, and this is a Mana Dork that has utility in the late game because it's still a Death Toucher.
It always trades up at least.
Yes, it also plays well with the Punch spell, so...
That's true.
There's that. I like that where it is. Knockout Maneuver on the bonus sheets. Put a counter on target creature you control, then it deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls.
It's punch, not a fight.
Punch, not a fight. But it is 1 mana more than the other punch we've seen, and it is sorcery speed. The counter is permanent, but it definitely is worse.
Do it. Move it down.
Move it down. All the way down? Into C?
What do you think?
Well, let's have a look at Chimonian Tackle and the Topiary Lecturer first, if that's okay. But I wouldn't necessarily be averse to putting this top of C as opposed to bottom of C+.
It's pretty good in the decks that want it.
Yeah. Tackle. 3 mana sorcery. Target creature you control gets +0/+10, and then fights.
I actually don't like this.
I'm looking at this as well, and I'm not stoked.
I put it in C+ as like a formality.
Yeah, is it okay if we move both of these to top of C?
Yeah.
And then...
The C+ removes that fight value.
Yeah.
That means that it won't die in combat. But,
I think that I prefer Knockout Maneuver for the ability to give it a counter, which stays around.
It's very this, yeah.
Yes.
It's very much the same.
But like the tackle is super similar, but it's just not. And you know what? I'm gonna be nice to you. These cards are the same fucking card. I'm not gonna make you take a shot for moving them both down at one tier.
You take a shot.
We're breaking all kinds of rules.
Give the people what they want. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm not left-handed. The camera. You see it?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
It could be a lot worse,
It could
but it could be a lot better.
For
the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've only had the first one, thankfully. Topiary Lecturer. 3 mana 1/2 with increment. And you add an amount of green equal to its power. Ooh.
There's a kind of like Gateway.
It's the Giasex. With a evolve.
Giasex, yes.
Yep. That card is... I remember when I was getting into Magic, I was obsessed with Giasex. I was like, this is the best card ever.
I'm so sorry. It's a rare.
Yeah, well...
Can't play it in Boba.
No, I know, right? And they made this an uncommon. When will I have my heyday?
But Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mona Lisa.
Sure dog.
Okay.
Yeah, this card seems decent.
For the most part, it's like a 3 mana 1/2. On turn 4, you probably use it to cast a 2-drop on double green.
And then you can start to... Like, this has the potential to run away with the game and cast some really big X spells. But it's also
green blue X spell.
Yeah, it's also going to take a while to get to that stage, and up until that point, it's a little bit of like a flabby mana dork.
Flabby.
Yeah, sorry, I'm saying words that are just making you laugh, Doms. My bad. Thorn Fist Striker up next. I think I like it at top of C. I think that's a fine place for it to
Wood
be.
1 is...
Wood 1 is fine. It's a 3/3, which is a good body. And then Infusion, creatures you control get +1/+0 and have trample as long as you gain life this turn. Again, fantastic with the pests. The pests get in and attack as 2/1s.
That overrun with trample.
Yes.
The last gasp, not as good against it, because the Wood 1.
Yes. Although, like, you're still, if you're able to remove this in combat, the static ability is tied to this creature.
Yes.
So this does lead you to potential blowouts.
It doesn't make a creature.
Yeah, unlike the other overruns we've already looked at, it's, something that is susceptible to being blown out by single target
Wood 1
removal.
fine.
Yeah, I think that this, seems good though. Wood 1 helps it insulate it a little bit against those kinds of blowout situations. Let's have a look at Shopkeeper's Bane.
I love this card.
3 mana 4/2 trample. When it attacks, you gain 2. I see what you mean.
You know the gangling stompling from...
Yes, I do know the Gangly Stompling.
Yeah.
I remember looking at it. It's hard to forget, really. It's an image that's seared into my brain. But this is, that with upside of being able to gain life on attacks, which is very relevant in this set. For all of your infusion stuff, obviously. My concern is that this will trade down, but even when it does, it will still be able to get damage through.
Depends on how desperately you do the infusion.
Yeah. And I am seeing a bonus sheet card below this that I'm a huge fan of.
Okay, move to that one, please.
Berserk.
Ha!
I really wanted this to be a card that was on one of the emeritus.
That's like A+ and D- in...
Yeah. There's a lot of shenanigans you can get up to with this card.
Yeah, absolutely.
The secret mode of casting it as a removal spell on your opponent's creature that they don't want to attack with.
It doesn't have to cast it on your own spell.
It triggers repartee. Green, of course, has a lot of beef. And this just gives trample and cracks in. So I'm a big Berserk stan. Obviously, it is a little awkward, but we've already seen a lot of creatures that are okay with just getting in, getting a bit of value, and trading off. And Berserk helps you push more damage when you do it.
But there's creatures that trade off have low power.
True. You are speaking truth there.
Yeah.
I can see what you mean. It's like an A+ when it's killing your opponent, and a D when it's not, right?
Yeah.
So you
can use it on your opponent's creatures, but like you take extra damage to kill it.
So I think in C is probably a fine place for it to live, and it isn't a body. So we can maybe put Shopkeepers
I
above
want
it for that
it
reason.
to be A+.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just pick it when you see it. When you see it.
I will.
It's a mythic on the bonus sheet. You've never seen it.
True. Yeah.
Oh, well. We live and learn. Planar Engineering is an interesting one.
I love this because it gets one of every basic land, but you go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what I was going to say. This seems like essentially like what you want in your Converge deck. It does, just fix your mana for all of your Converge spells. And, people have talked about, until the cows come home, about whether or not deck thinning is relevant. But if you're thinning 4 basics out of your deck, what you're going to be left with is mostly gas, right?
Yeah.
So, and at that stage, you have all of the mana in play to cast said gas. But I can see the potential upsides here. People are excited about this for Constructed. I think they're full of shit.
This is not good in Constructed.
It's not good in Constructed, dude. Come on. Stop smoking whatever you're smoking.
If you have the Converge deck and you want one of everything,
then I think that this goes fine in there. But I also think that it's the kind of card that either people will pick early on in the draft as a mistake, or it will go later in the draft because no one's in Converge and you'll be able to snap it up fairly late. But you'll be happy to do so.
I would never put it above C+.
I think that it is fine right where it is. Royal Treatment. This is a pretty decent trick or protection spell. Giving hexproof and giving a royal roll means that whatever creature you throw this on becomes quite a lot better. I could see potentially going slightly lower in C tier with this, but I think that C is a fine place for this to live.
It's like the +0/+3.
Dive down,
Yeah.
or the one that is a functional reprint of it that we've already talked about. Green maybe has slightly more creatures that are worth protecting, because they're bigger, but still. Giant Growth, I kind of maybe like Giant Growth more than Royal Treatment.
Yeah, that's fine. It wins all combats forever.
Yes, and I love the art here. I think it's, given how many Giant Growths have been printed, it is really hard to make a new impression.
Squirrel.
The Giant Squirrel is good in my books. Shared Roots, this again for your Converge deck, really good. Helps you jump the curve, helps you fix your colours.
Not as good as that creature that Rampant Growth.
Not as good as the creature that Rampant Growths because it doesn't leave a body behind.
Yeah.
But it's still good at doing what it needs to do. So I think right here is fine. You could argue that it can maybe go above the pump spells.
Depends on if you have the Converge or not.
Yeah. I think in Converge this is good, but in Royal Treatment and Giant Growth are maybe more universally good.
Yeah.
Yeah, easy. Magus of the Library. Bad Mana Dork, or the most really, really good card draw engine if you drop it early enough.
It's okay on the play.
Yeah.
Double green.
Yes, double green does limit where this can be played, and the fact that it only adds colorless means that it's not necessarily great in Converge decks.
Even if it draws one card, it's below, the Elvish
Yeah,
Visionary.
and you've had to pay a harder cost to cast it.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at this Infirmary Healer and see whether or not it goes higher. Infirmary Healer, this is just stats.
I put this in C+ initially.
I can understand why, but I disagree. I think that C is probably the right place for it.
Thank you.
Yeah. 2 mana, 2/3, enters prepared, and you can Stream of Life. So Stream of Life is a spell.
X. No, green, X.
Green X. Single green and X.
Is it?
Yeah. I mean, it's right there, dude. So the Stream of Life is not necessarily a fantastic spell, but it is still something that you're able to cast to trigger your Opus stuff. It's scalable, so you can trigger Opus for full, and it's going to be able to get your Witherbloom stuff online, and this is just an above rate body to play on curve.
The above rate is really good, actually.
Yeah. I think this is fine as is. We'll see how well a 2/3 body pairs into the rest of the format specifically.
Yeah.
It could be that maybe the extra point of toughness is not as impactful on a 2-drop, but...
with the Opus, yeah.
Yeah, but I could definitely see it being a solid include. Wild Hypothesis? This is pretty middling, isn't
Below
it?
rate.
Yeah. I'm immediately tempted to drop this down, although it is something that opuses and increments quite well.
Yeah.
That's basically what I'm seeing here.
Yeah.
It's a below rate creature that will fix your draws a bit and will help fill your curve.
It's like Procrastinate. Yeah.
Yes. Definition of filler, C- is probably the right tier for it. It's just where in C- it belongs. Comforting Counsel. 2 mana enchantment. Whenever you gain life, put a growth counter on it, and as long as there are 5 or more growth counters on it, creatures you control get +3/+3.
In certain decks, this will be like
a nutso bomb.
I wouldn't say A+, but like B-.
Yeah, but I think that it's so likely for it to just do stone nothing.
Yes, that's
so I think that makes it a C-. Yeah, I think that I can agree with that.
You need to gain life 5 times. Attack with your...
Yeah, 5 individual instances of life gain as well, which is not necessarily the hardest to do. There are a lot of things that will just gain you 1 life as a trigger. But if we're looking at
5 times, which they'll die on the first attack.
Yes, but if we're looking at Stream of Thought or something, that's not helping you get there.
True.
I might put this above the Wild Hypothesis because of the potential upside, though.
Yes, but one Hypothesis will go in.
It'll go in most decks, but you won't be super stoked on it.
I won't be super stoked. Sorry. The hang-ups.
Okay, sure. I'll just put it back the way it was, and we can keep looking.
The hiccups.
Yeah, the hiccups, sure, man.
Shut up.
We got a 5 mana 4/5 Vigi When this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, you may draw a card, and it gets +2/+0 as long as you gain life this turn.
That's your 5 mana 6/5.
Yeah.
OT game.
Look, the fact that it's sort of insulated, like, this is basically a ward ability, right?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it has the same formatting as ward. I don't know why they couldn't have just said...
If they're trading combat, then yeah.
Yeah. So, it's... Well, I kind of like this quite a bit, actually.
If you move this up, that's fine.
I kind of like it at top of C-.
It
doesn't have...
needs infusion.
Yes, I think I can agree with that. Because your opponent's not really going to target this outside of it being a 6/5.
Unless they want to, yeah.
Yes, unless they decide that they're going to hand you game wins or game win percentage.
I'll take that.
Yeah, exactly. You'll take it every time.
Yeah.
Mindful Biomancer, 2 mana 2/2, ETB, gain a life, and then for 2 and a green, it gets +2/+2 until end of turn, activate only once.
If you're really desperate for infusion.
Yeah, I mean, it also does, like, it can crack in and you can leave your mana open to cast something in second main.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, I think I'm fine leaving this in C-.
Yeah.
Triumph for the Hordes. What are you doing here?
Wow.
You're sitting in C-, I suppose. Another overrun style effects. Until end of turn, creatures you control get +1/+1 trample and infect. The infect is really unfortunate because you have to kill in that one combat step.
10 exactly.
Or else your infect means nothing.
Although it does give you trample.
Does give you trample, but you have to deal exactly 10 points of infect damage. So you have to already be winning for this to be good.
There's no bonus sheet that gives any more than that.
Yep. I guess you can make the argument that you can regrow this with a few cards. Yeah, I'm also going to choose to ignore that argument, so it can stay there. It will sometimes win games, so I guess...
Move this above the Triumph.
Yeah. I actually quite like the Graphalon. It seems decent. I mean, Reach is, like, fine for dealing with Inklings.
It's the increment.
The increment is what's going to put it above, but the fact that this already starts as 3 power means that it's harder to increment up.
A 4 mana 3/4 Reach is fine.
Yeah, it's very fillery. A 4 mana 4/5 Reach still feels a little bit like filler in Fire Design times. Once you get to like a 5/6 Reach, you're starting to get excited.
Yeah.
And at that point, it's going to be really hard to grow any further than that.
Yeah. Without X spells.
Yeah. Glorious Decay.
Sideboard.
Very modal, very sideboardable. Destroy an artifact, deal 4 to a creature with flying, or exile a card from the graveyard and draw a card.
That last mode is the most relevant, second last mode, second most relevant.
Yeah. Look, you're going to board this in sometimes, but if you're main decking this ever, you've probably made some kind of mistake.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I think that its flexibility as a useful sideboard piece does mean that if you can snag this late in the draft, you'll be fairly happy in best of 3 formats. Efflorescence. 2 and a green for an instant, put 2 counters on a creature. And if you gain life, that creature gains trample and indestructible. This is a lot of mana for a trick, which...
It's not even a trick.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a sorcery.
No, it's an instant.
Yeah.
But I still think it's not getting out of C-.
Yeah. But if you gain life on your opponent's set and they gain life...
Yeah, I mean,
cast it.
it's more that you can gain life off of a pest attack trigger and cast this in combat, which gives it a little bit of a utility, which maybe makes me want to put it above Glorious Decay.
Go for it.
Yeah, I still don't think that it's necessarily stoked.
It's below rate most of the time.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Alright, only a few more green cards to go.
And then we finish.
And then we finish up for now. Zimone's Experiment. 4 mana sorcery. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. Get 2 creature and all land cards from among them, put the rest on the bottom, put all lands revealed into the battlefield tapped and all creature cards into your hand. How far the mighty have fallen. This is collected company if it sucks balls.
There's one in Fix It Olumbi one.
Yeah.
Something about
I'm not excited about this at all.
No, because most of the time, if you get 1 creature and 1 land,
yeah.
still bad, yeah.
Yeah. And this is a set that's asking you to play a decent amount of instants and sorceries. Like, obviously, some of them will be staple to creatures.
Yeah.
But it's going to increase the whiff rate on this a decent amount. So, I think that it's hard to put this anywhere above D+. I think this is fine.
Yeah.
Follow the Limerence.
This one is contentious.
2 mana sorcery. Infusion. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature or land from among them and put it into your hand. If you gain life this way, you may instead reveal 2 creatures and or lands from among them and put them into your hand.
So 1, not great.
Yeah. 1, not great. 2, you're feeling very good, though, is the thing.
For the most part, yeah.
Well, I mean, we've already talked about how Flow State is a card that, like, obviously asks you to jump through some hoops, but once you get there, if you get there, it is actually, like, a fairly exciting card to cast. This digs 1 card deeper. It is restricted on card types, which is unfortunate. But the odds that you're going to have, like, 2 lands in the top 4 is pretty good. And if nothing else, drawing 2 lands for 2 mana is, like, not blowing anyone's mind, but it's still, like, you've drawn 2 cards. You can't knock that.
For 2, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I think the main thing is that, I think that I can agree with it not being a slam dunk. Because it really needs the infusion to be online for this to be playable.
Yeah.
If you don't have infusion, the fact that this can whiff somehow is awful. Or just the fact that you'll just be forced to take whatever you find and be happy.
Still not great,
Yeah, like, you would cast this for 1 mana without infusion and still be like, this is, like, whatever, filler.
Yeah.
The fact that it's 2... I may be tempted to put it above Zimone's Experiment. If you're really easily able to...
I won't put it in C-minus, though.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Into the Ds, pick your poison. Sacrificing... Yeah, this is sideboarding stuff.
Yeah. Definition, sideboard.
Yes, I think it's a D there as well, because it won't always tag what you want. With the amount of inklings going around, if you're siding this in to deal with a flying bomb, there are worlds where it doesn't even do what you decided it is to do.
Yeah.
Glimpse of Nature. 1 mana sorcery, whenever you cast a creature spell this turn, draw a card. This kind of just reads 1 mana, draw a card.
Sometimes...
Can sometimes draw 2.
No.
Yeah, no, it stays in D. That's fine. Veil of Summer.
Ooh.
Draw a card if an opponent has cast a black or blue spell this turn. Spells you control can't be countered this turn. You and opponents you control gain hexproof from blue and from black until end of turn. Another sideboard card.
Yeah.
When you do sideboard it in, you'll sometimes have moments where you feel like God.
But
Yeah.
1 out of 5.
1 out of 5, yeah. And then... Yeah. We haven't seen... There's no land in this set that is worth crop rotationing into.
We'll get to the lands, and it still won't be worth it. Yeah.
Exactly. So, like, I don't care how much you're going to complain about your Converge being one type away from being playable. You're not putting crop rotation in your deck. I simply won't allow you.
There's so many dual-colored lands, and this is just not worth it. It's,
Yeah.
Not...
Yeah, F is where this belongs.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You just have too many cards.
Dude, if your opponents really mean they can counterspell this, I mean, it would be wrong of them to do it, but the fact that you're just
I don't think
yourself,
it would be wrong for them.
Yeah.
It's just,
it just puts you down a bunch of resources for no good reason.
Okay.
Well, we've done all the Wooburg,
Yes,
and we've just about survived.
We just need to do
Multicolored, colourless, and lands, which should be easy enough.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you, Dom.
Okay, we are back for the second half of the video. I mean, there's a lot of multicolored.
Yeah, it's going to be close to another half.
Yeah. So I'm sobered up after
a messy video one.
bit of a doozy, not just the video, but also what happened afterwards. I gotta say, the good thing to come out of all of this is that I drink so much less in my regular life now. I've been inspired to not touch alcohol, and in fact, I can barely bring myself to touch alcohol outside filming these videos, and maybe, the beer after Pauper.
Yeah.
That said, mystery decanter today, and I'm actually going to fill up a big glass, because I'd like to, before we move on, talk about Paradigm.
Yeah. We were very quick to dismiss most of the Paradigm spells right off the bat. But we're going to re-examine them because of some thoughts that we have about just the format at large and how Paradigm will be able to sit in that format.
Yeah, so I think I've been arguing for it to be that it is a bit of a grindy format, and then I don't know how I was able to do that and then say 7 mana cards that if you get to cast them 3 times, so just 3 turns after casting one, you will win the game. I don't know how I was able to say those are bad in a grindy format. So Restoration Seminar it's very good at playing catch up. Actually, if you want to reanimate something to chump block with, it can keep you alive for one turn, and then after that, it accrues so much value of that thing can chump block forever, right?
And that's the flaw, essentially, is you're in catch-up mode, and this is giving you a blocker for the rest of time while you use your other cards.
While
and
you're
resources.
drawing other cards. Maybe I was rating these as if it was epic, or you couldn't do anything else, but the fact that you can do other things makes this quite good. There will be times that you just die with this in your hand, even once you reach 7 mana, because there's nothing worth reanimating, or no targets in your graveyard at all. I don't know. Maybe
There will also be games where this does win by itself.
Pretty much. You just have a bunch of commons in your graveyard, and once you turn the corner and stop having to just chump block with them, your whole graveyard will empty out, and it'll be on the battlefield, and your opponent will die. The blue one, I think I'm still happy it being quite low, because there was that enchantment that did the same thing in Foundations that wasn't good.
And yeah, I think, again, this one being one that you can fizzle very easily was a conversation that we had when it first came up.
It does say target player, though, so does this spell still resolve if the creature's removed, but you just don't get a copy of the creature?
Huh.
Because a
I mean, it
spell
still
will-
targets the creature.
It does, but a spell will resolve as long as it has any number of targets still legal. And the player, as long as the player's still legal...
Then in which case it will still resolve,
they'll just not be
but
a
not have an effect.
token made.
So you can still... Okay.
So it will still be exile.
It'll still do the paradigm thing. I can understand them maybe tweaking the knob that way so that it's not a horrendous feels bad into single target removal.
Yeah. I might bump this up a little bit, but not like a lot.
Yeah, I think I'd rather have like Banishing Betrayals in my blue deck and just have consistent interaction.
Yeah, for sure.
The black one we already
the
put
black
pretty
one
high
we
up.
put pretty high. It's pretty good. Like a
Phyrexian Arena
that you can
variant.
say May on. That's
Gosh.
there it is.
Yeah, that
Might
can
move this
probably
into
go
B
up.
minus because you do have to be careful. You can accidentally kill yourself pretty easily.
If you're in a Witherbloom deck, it's maybe easier to manage your life total with it. But
Yeah.
still, be careful.
The red one, I was like, oh, what if that mills you out? But the odds are that you'll win before it does. It depends on how grinding the format is, and like, but this can be bored in a can sometimes. If you cast it twice, it catches you up to someone who's way ahead, and then after that, you start accumulating value.
Yeah.
I still don't love it as much as some people have been saying, but red in theory does have some treasure and stuff like that can make it quite good. It being 7 mana
Could be
and
top of B minus, maybe.
yeah, the fact that it hits things at random, I feel is you have to be really careful, especially in a red blue deck, that you're not playing things like counter spells that stone with this and then you die.
Yeah.
I think
Could it be Bongo Impractical Joke? Because Impractical Joke is just very consistent removal.
is very yeah, that is true. It feels weird because this has been rated like a 5 out of 5 game-winning bomb by a lot of the pros that I know. Look, we'll see.
Yeah.
It's a tough one. And then the green one absolutely will win the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I think already.
We can bump it up a notch.
Yeah, probably
Okay.
the best green card.
All right. We're ready to move on to the multicolor pile then.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, let's kick it off.
Professor Delian Fell. Delian, a character I know nothing about, his first appearance, I believe.
Okay, I don't know who Delian is then. But anyways, he's really good, so...
We'll cut that out.
Okay. Yeah, upticking to gain 3 life is just essentially gaining you tons of life, because then this goes up to 7 loyalty, which is a huge amount.
So that's basically gaining 10 if your opponent has to combat damage this guy down.
Drawing a card and losing a life is also fantastic as a 0. Destroying a creature is fantastic as a -3. So all of the top modes are great. And even the emblem in the right deck, you'll get to a spot where this isn't being threatened. You can emblem and then win off the back of
You
that.
can emblem this the second turn you have it down, and then just +2 it every turn to make sure that you can't die while your opponent is
Yeah,
losing.
just lightning helix your opponent like 8 mana Ugin style every turn.
This guy is absolutely the definition of a just like your classic black-green game extending incremental value generator.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about Ral Zarek doing similar game extending, value generating things. This just does it better.
Yeah, I feel like his immediate impact, not amazing. The destroy target creature is pretty good, but if you take that mode,
It's likely to die.
if you can't defend him, and there's a lot of spells that can target planeswalkers now, which is good because before that happened, planeswalkers were just guaranteed wins.
I like it at an A because it does have the ability to run away with the game. Your opponent does immediately have to answer it, but it's not as backbreaking as some of the A pluses we've seen.
Absolutely. One of those cards that wins the game by itself over like 8 turns. It was the thing that influenced the game the most, but if you draw 8 lands in a row, then it's not winning the game by itself.
Yeah.
Quandrix the Proof. 6 mana, 6/6, Flying Trample, Cascade. I love Cascade as a mechanic.
And instants and sorceries you cast from your hand have Cascade.
So not your prepared spells.
And not the spell this cascades into either.
Yes.
This is still nuts.
Yep.
Like, already being a giant flying body that buys some other spell. Obviously, again, this is just something you have to be careful if you're putting counter spells into your deck that has a cascading top end piece. Then that's awkward. But there aren't that many counter spells in the set.
No,
at least not that many good ones. Yeah, so you should probably be fine to just cascade into some random shitter and get a ton of value the moment this hits the board.
Absolutely. I think just casting it should be enough to win the game most of the times. And 6 is so much easier to reach than 7. This is eminently splashable, especially in a green deck. You can probably hit this early.
And it can continue to accrue value if you're allowed to untap with it, thanks to its static ability afterwards.
The worst case scenario is you hit a situational spell off the cascade or something really, really small and inconsequential. Or even if there's no creatures on board and you hit a spell that targets. This is not Discover, so Cascade will only cast the card if you want to cast a card or can cast a card.
Otherwise it stays in exile.
Instead of going to your hand. But then you just have a 6/6 Flying Trample. So the worst case scenario, you hit something bad, your opponent immediately removes this with unconditional removal, and then you're out of gas. Any other scenario is like if you untap with this, even if you don't untap with this, it's probably winning you the game. It's possible this is an A+, actually.
It might be. I think it might be better than Professor Delian.
Which is...
marginally.
Yeah.
I'm like trying to weigh up between it and Emeritus of Ideation.
I think this is actually better than the just the stats on it is huge.
Yeah, they're very similar cards, I feel. They're able to provide repeatable value.
I think the Quandrix, the highs will be real high, and the lows will be still really, really good.
Yeah.
This can cascade into Emeritus.
Oh, God. Okay, we can put it in an A+, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll nudge it up there. One in the chamber.
Yeah.
Warhol's the Historian. Kind of cracked. 5/5 Flying Haste for 5. Instants and sorceries in your hand have Miracle 2. Weird templating, but Miracle cards do technically enter your hand when the Miracle trigger goes onto the stack. So it has to be written that way. And at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, you may discard a card, and if you do, draw a card. Of course, enabling Miracle
on your opponent's turn. Yeah.
Incredibly easily.
It probably, the first time that you play it, that loot will just, get rid of something that you don't need. But then if you untap, that loot will start miracling things, maybe.
I think this is just obviously fantastic on rate.
Yep.
And
the stats will kill people before the other effects will.
It's honestly, like, the Miracle stuff, when it comes up, it'll be cool. But you're more often just going to be playing this because it is a dragon with fantastic stats that also smooths out your hand.
Yeah, if this is your top end, then it keeps you going, keeps the engine going.
Yeah,
so,
I dig it at an A-.
Absolutely amazing. The stats will kill people more often than anything.
Yeah.
Speaking of stats, we have...
geometry,
yeah.
My God.
Create a token that's a copy of target non-aura permanent you control, except it's a 0/0 fractal creature with 6 counters on it.
So it's just a 4-mana 6/6.
Yeah. You do need something to copy. Guess what? It can copy lands.
Ooh. So at bare minimum, it's like a ramp spell, which also makes it uninteractable. Because one thing I was going to say is... I'm always scared of my opponent holding mana open and being able to, like, remove whatever I target with a spell like this in response. But the fact that, at minimum, you can target a land and guarantee that it's not going to be interacted with.
Against an untapped Silver Quill deck, I think I'll be targeting my own lands over some minor permanents that have value, like other value.
I mean, it also just, like, jumps you up the curve to 6, which is pretty relevant in an increment deck to let you multi-spell and keep gaining mana advantage that way.
It does, although you don't always want to be tapping this for mana because
it's a 6/6, but still.
It's very good with instants because you can leave it up as an impenetrable blocker
and then also just tap it to cast your spells.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I could potentially see this being shunted down to B+. but it is just very good on rate. So I'm hesitant to say anything like that. Especially, we haven't even gotten into anything like copying something that has really relevant abilities.
Yes.
Like, even just looking at the floor of making a 6/6 mana dork for 4 is fantastic.
If your opponent is playing on curve and taps out and doesn't kill like a really decent 3-drop, even that 3-drop blue creature that just stun counters something, you can win off curving into this from that.
Yeah. Okay. We can leave it even now, maybe.
I'm ready to die to this a lot.
Yeah. Silverquill the Disputant.
Yeah, nearly all these old dragons are pretty cracked.
Yeah, this one, 4/4 Flying Vigilance, instants and sorceries you cast have casualty 1. This also includes your prepared spells, unlike Quandrix.
Yeah.
It's cheaper to cast. The stats are really, really good
it's
on
Serra
rate.
Angel at base.
Yeah.
Can sometimes be easier to cast in a multicolor deck because you only need one of each color rather than 2 of one of them.
Yeah, eminently splashable.
Yes.
I think this is really good, especially given that Silverquill colours have a lot of good single target removal in them. Being able to casualty those off of random tokens seems fantastic.
And we've seen some things getting Casualty 2, and Casualty 2 is so different to Casualty 1 because we have all sorts. We have Inklings and we have Pests at 1.
Yeah, if it was Casualty 2, you'd have to start sacrificing
Like
more Hold Spirit
spirits
tokens.
and actual non-token creatures.
Which you don't really want to be doing.
No. I'd be playing this even without the Casualty text. I'd prefer this to be in Witherbloom because I think they have things that you'd prefer to be sacrificing.
Yeah, like a Witherbloom deck splashing for this as your big finisher seems pretty saucy.
Yeah.
I could see nudging it above Applied Geometry.
Okay. Just also as like a statted creature for 4.
Yeah, which then, like, I think that if I'm in a deck that's playing this versus an opponent that has the Applied Geometry, I think the ceiling on the Silverquill is higher than the ceiling on the Geometry.
Because, you get to use your removal spell, copy it, kill the Applied Geometry thing, and something else.
Yeah. I think that's pretty sweet.
Yeah. This guy is Breaking Commander, like the last Witherbloom did.
Yeah. I actually have a foil Sprout Swarm, which I bought ages ago. So that's now probably a lot of money.
Yeah, I did. I saw in the MTG Finance that has spiked a lot. I did not realize that it was because of this creature, because Sprout Swarm is already
Sprout Swarm's already very
silly,
good,
actually,
but yeah, this does immediately create a 2-card combo that makes an arbitrarily large amount of tapped stat rolling tokens
at instant
speed.
This is because it gives your instants and sorceries affinity for creatures.
And it itself has affinity for creatures, so don't let that casting cost fool you. This is most likely going to cost 4 or even 2 mana. A lot of the time it's going to cost 2.
If you're going strictly on curve with an opponent who's interacting with you and you're making trades, making trains is cool too. This is probably going to be a 5 or 6 mana 5/5 flying Death Touch. That's pretty good. At that point, your instants and sorceries having affinity is not as relevant unless you have a bunch of prepared guys who you can fire off in quick succession.
Yeah. True. I was for some reason reading this as double affinity. I was thinking of some other creature.
No.
But that does make it worse.
I think in limited this will be a bit harder to the times that you get it down for very, very little mana, you're already quite far ahead or you're in a board stall, and this is a decent way of breaking that board stall of just having a statted flyer.
Yeah, it's another wall of stats.
It's really good, but I don't think it has the same kind of impact as the other 3 dragon mods that we've looked at.
I think so too. Alright, Moment of Reckoning. Ooh, big sorcery. 7 mana, you choose up to 4, you may choose the same mode more than once. The modes are Vindicate and...
It is non-land permanent.
No, non-land permanent reanimation.
Yeah.
Oh, true, sorry.
So it's not strictly Vindicate, but when you're destroying your opponent's lands with this at turn 7, very rarely.
But blowing up 4 creatures is going to be Plague Wind.
At
7 mana, that's ridiculous.
At 7 mana, it's Ruinous Ultimatum that doesn't cost triple red.
Or just blowing up 3 of your opponent's best things and reanimating 1 really good creature you have in your graveyard is probably going to be a very good mode for this.
In limited, especially if you're in Silverquill and you're interactive already, this will probably actually be destroy 2 things and get 2 things back. Like make some aggressive trades and stuff.
Yeah, trigger some repartee abilities.
Every single way that we're like, if it's destroy 4 things, it's great. If it's destroy 3 and reanimate 1 thing, it's great. If it's destroy 2 things and reanimate 2 things, it's great. If it's reanimate 4 things, amazing. Like,
whatever mode you want to pick is going to be way above the curve and win you the game.
This is it is a Ruinous Ultimatum that's even more flexible because on a board where your opponent doesn't have anything, you can get all of your stuff back. It doesn't have a super prohibitive casting cost. It'll be a bit annoying to splash for.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Annoying to splash for, and it does sit quite high on the curve, so it's not like a slam dunk, but you will win basically any game where you get to cast this.
Especially as white-red seems to be the most aggressive, apart from maybe the blue-red. Oh, sorry, white-black. Yeah.
White-black is definitely an aggressive pairing, for sure. Yeah, I'm happy with it there.
I honestly
we could, I think, bump it above
just
with
because
a
of the immediate impact that it has.
I think so. Yeah, that seems
and
fine.
then it's just here because of the casting cost.
Yeah. Hardened Academic.
It's your constructed card, red, white, 2/1 flying haste. Discard a card to give it lifelink until end of turn, and whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. So it can be anything. Obviously, if you pile them up on this, it's going to be really good.
Because it can just gain you back life.
You can. I think that would be mostly just discarding spare lands at the end of the game.
Yeah. Just on rate, this is just a very aggressive creature and pairs extremely well with the wall holds mechanic.
It does. Notably, it doesn't trigger itself. It kind of can fuel itself by discarding cards.
With flashback. That are easy to have leave the graveyard.
But you do need to be making sure that you take cards that do that. So it will change your deck building, and it will not make the cut in some decks that just can't actually support it. As a 2-mana, 2/1 flying haste is...
It's shut down by Inklings until you get the first counter on it.
Yes. I think I'd play it if it was one color, even if I didn't have that many leave graveyard things.
Yeah. This is solid though. I like it in B+. It could maybe head down a little bit.
Yeah, it's a build around.
Yeah.
It doesn't have an enormous impact, but...
I think still in B+ is good.
In the right deck, this will be the engine that takes over.
Yeah, and again, white decks want to be aggressively slanted anyways. So.
Absolutely.
Traumatic Critique. This card seems nuts.
Certainly has interesting art.
Yeah, I'm confused, but...
That is Galazeth
That is
Prismari.
Mr. Prismari getting angry at a student.
Wearing glasses now, which I don't know if he did in the previous sets.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, blue and red for an instant with an X cost, deals X damage to any target, draw 2, then discard a card. So at base, this is 2 mana instant speed, draw 2 cards, discard a card, which is already serviceable.
Yeah.
And then with any amount of mana that this scales up, it becomes a fantastic removal spell, or even super late into the game, the thing that kills your opponent.
Yes.
And then you get to draw 2, discard a card to, I had all of these still, your opponent.
Yeah.
This seems great. It's really good at every point on the curve. Instant speed makes it super flexible.
I don't like it how little damage it does for how much mana you have to put into it. But if you're casting it for 5 is kind of the spot where the damage starts being super relevant. And
5
that's
is
your
also
opus
that's
number.
your opus number.
So if you're casting this on 5, it will probably win you the game. In some capacity. If not immediately, then by removing something, fixing your hand and triggering stuff.
Yeah, that seems great.
Yeah.
Exit. My guy.
Look, sure, this does a lot better in Constructed than in Limited, but like...
It's really good.
This is what Flow State wishes it was. This is why they
For
made Flow
Limited
State
at the very least.
Yeah, trying to fix it up on the...
Yeah, like, Expressive Iteration, like, obviously, don't cast it on 2.
No.
You think quite carefully when you're casting it on 3, but any turn beyond that, it is pretty free to just jam this and reap the rewards.
It's possible I should bump it down a little bit,
yeah.
because it's not like as impactful, and it is still a sorcery, and there will be times that it kind of whiffs and only draws 1 card.
Yeah.
But the card is still like...
It's very good.
Yeah, it's very
good. Vibrant Outburst. This is a great removal spell. Blue-red for an instant, deal 3 damage to any target, tap up to 1 target creature.
Deals it to any target. You can finish off your opponent. It's just got a Lightning Bolt with just like a free tap.
Yeah.
Not a free... It costs a blue to tap, but...
That's on rate.
Yeah, that's...
And when you staple it to another already good card, we've learned from Lightning Helix that stapling any effect onto Lightning Bolt is a great way to make that card playable.
Lightning Helix was a great stabilizer that puts you ahead in a race.
This is also a great stabilizer that puts you ahead in a race, because it
Instantly
bogs your opponent's combat step, essentially.
Yeah,
tap 1 big creature, kill a small one, and then you get to untap and keep
or
going.
a medium one in this set, as far as stats go.
That's true.
And your opponent who thinks they've just stabilized, they've tapped out to put a bunch of stuff on board and goes, finally, I can block you, you can go, psych, tap that, kill that, swing wide.
Yeah.
You can do it on your own turn before you go into combat to trigger your opus.
Yeah, this seems really good.
Yeah, I think this guy's going to be killing a lot of people, and it's good in multiples, even, because it can hit face.
Hell yeah. Vicious Rivalry.
Yeah, you remember Toxic Deluge?
This is Toxic Deluge too.
Yeah.
but it also blows up artifacts for whatever that's worth. Not really going to be a super relevant line of text, but when it does come up, you'll be very thankful that it does.
Yes, it also costs 4, which Toxic Deluge's main strength was that it was only 3 mana and a single pip.
Yeah, this still is very, very strong.
If you
have the life to pay,
are always good if you know that you have them and play towards them, then you can often 3-for-1 or more your opponent.
Yeah, the fact that you can have a creature with a high mana value on your side that then dodges the sweeper on this.
Yes, especially in green. You do have to be in green to play this in some capacity, but that's the color of having a big thing, so...
It's also the color of gaining life to offset the additional cost.
Exactly. I think that's the biggest blow against this, is that you'll be having to pay up to 5-6 life in this limited format. In Vintage Cube and stuff, the mana curve's so much lower, and your interaction's much better at higher things, but you'll be trying to kill 5 mana through 4/4s, with this.
Yeah. This is an interesting... do I like this more than the Academic? I'm immediately tempted to say yes, but maybe that's just because I favour the decks with sweepers to decks with aggressive creatures like the Academic.
That's fair. I think the Academic is an engine piece that can destabilise your opponent to the point that their Vicious Rivalry can catch them up, and then you just blast them with some extra red damage out of nowhere.
Yeah.
We've already seen a couple of things that can target face. Sure, these are in blue-red only, but there were some other red things that can go face that make this risky.
Yeah,
if your opponent has any number of resources left.
I can see that, for sure.
I think it'll be good, and I think sometimes you'll be top decking it and it won't work like a board wipe at all.
Yeah, that's easy. We can leave it there then. Lewin, this card, I went to pre-release last night as a recording, and Lewin was fantastic.
I think I've marked this as the second best uncommon in the entire set.
I believe it, honestly. Yeah. It is a board in a can.
Absolutely. Enters prepared, and then you can exile creatures from your graveyard to re-prepare it. Only at a sorcery, but its prepare spell only costs a green or a black.
And it is also a sorcery anyways.
And it makes a pest.
Pests are so fundamental to what the black-green deck wants to be doing.
Yeah.
They're so useful, and the fact that this can just come down in the late game and be 4 bodies at once.
Yep.
That will then all trigger your infusion effects.
Yeah.
And be separate instances of life gain as well to trigger them multiple times over if it's things that care about that.
If you're splashing for some reason, you just repeatedly triggering Opus, paying a single mana to... I will be splashing this guy in, any sort of blue-green deck that has blue Opus.
Yeah.
This repeatable 1 mana sorcery is pretty nuts.
Yeah, and the fact that you only really need to fix for the initial casting cost, and the prepared spell is so flexible in terms of its casting cost, is super good.
The turns where you dump a ton of pests after you untap, and the turns where you can just make an extra pest on the side because you have the mana to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Card's great. Conciliator's Duelist.
This is such a weird casting cost.
It is a very weird casting cost. This is another card that I saw across the table from me at pre-release. One of my opponents had 2 of these, and it made the game pretty difficult.
I managed to cast them both on curve?
Managed to cast one, which I answered and felt bad because I had to 2-for-1 myself to do it.
Yeah.
And then the second one came down. And I was like, okay, well, whatever.
This reminds me, there was a whole bunch of cycle of these from the not the last time we went to Ravnica, but
Ravnica, Legions, and Guilds.
Yeah, and those cards were interesting because it meant your dual lands were very valuable, and it was
you were
a full
hard
cycle
committed to
of
that
them.
colour pair, yeah.
Yeah, but it's very odd that white-black seems to be the only
pair
colour
with
pairing
something
that gets one of these.
Yeah.
So be careful of that when you're looking at your mana base.
But still, the upside is super here. The fact that this will immediately rebate you a card back will put pressure on your opponent's life total, and then continue to rebuy not only its own ETB effect, but other ETB effects, and re-preparing your other creatures. This card's great.
Its stat line's pretty good. I wish it had one more point of toughness, but if it did, it would be broken.
Also, we're going to keep coming back to this, maybe Elite Interceptor's best friend.
Yeah. Everything is Elite Interceptor's best friend.
Everything's Elite Interceptor, but that means that 3 mana repeatable...
You can just,
you can always flicker the Interceptor. And it will re-prepare itself to make another spell that triggers Repartee to re-flicker the Interceptor.
1 and a white, tap target creature or untap target creature, draw a card, buy back 0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Yeah. The reason that this isn't much higher is because that casting cost is going to be
Very restricted.
very fucky.
So
hey,
hard
second
to-
swear word of the video.
Yeah. Hard to fix for it, but if you can, like, lock into this lane, this will be one of the best cards in your deck.
It's weird that it's not like in green.
Yeah.
Colossus of the Blood Age. I love this guy. 6 mana, 6/6. When it enters, deals 3 damage to each opponent. You gain 3 life. Fantastic stabilizer. Wait, it has more text.
Oh my god.
When it dies, discard any written number of cards that draw that many cards +1. So at the very least, even if you're empty-handed, this will draw a card when it dies. It really is a big stabilizer. It's a really good blocker. Gives you a little bit of extra life.
Yeah.
Can push some extra damage. And then if your opponent somehow does answer it, it draws a card. This looks like Palaka Worm to me.
Yeah. No, this is sweet. It's also, like, reasonably splashable as well. It's only 1 pip of each color.
Works great with Flicker.
Yeah. I dig this. This is a good lad.
It is pretty expensive.
Yeah, 6 mana is pretty expensive, but again, we've talked about this being a grindy format.
Yeah. Your opponent will want to board in artifact removal for it, though. So.
Yeah.
All right, so we want to have the like triple pip cost cards, which we saw last Strixhaven.
Yeah, but this condenses it down with the hybrid mana symbol.
Yeah. Well, yes, which was what we had for the first time last Strixhaven.
Oh.
Was the 1 pip, 2 pip, and then one of either
so
pip.
right. Yeah. Anyways.
Strixhaven signature.
Yeah. 3 mana, 3/1 that ETB makes a pest, and at the beginning of your own stuff. If a creature died under your control this turn, draw a card. Fantastic.
I'd play the 3 mana 3/1 with the second line of text, and it also makes a pest here.
Yeah.
So,
I'd play a 3 mana 3/1 with the first line of text and non-zero mana of the
That's
text.
true, although its casting cost does make it a bit weird. It just means that in the green-black deck, you have to have both of your lands, and then it's colorless after that, like the generic cost after that.
Yeah.
If you're splashing for it, that's where it gets weird.
Yeah, splashing for it, you'll have to be pretty greedy.
Yeah.
Or just very heavily base green, I would suspect.
Yeah, it wouldn't be too hard to be on a base green deck,
Splashing a
shoot
single
one
black
swamp
pip for
and
this.
still be able to cast this.
Yeah, but the upside is super great, especially in a deck that's going to care about pest tokens. They slice, they dice.
Yeah, the best case scenario for this is untap on turn 3, swing your 2/2 into their 2/2, they make the trade, you play this, you go up 2 bodies, and you draw a card in your own step.
Yeah, that's correct. Silver Quill, no. Silver Quill Charm, the first of the charms.
Yeah.
This one's really good.
A lot of debate over which charm is the best, because there's one that's better in a vacuum, and I think this one's probably better in the set.
Well,
In its color pairings.
yeah, this does do a lot of quite good things. 2 counters on a creature wins combat very neatly. Also triggers your repartee abilities, obviously.
Yeah, leaving that value behind as well just keeps the pressure up constantly.
Yep. Exiling a creature with power 2 less, also quite good.
Gonna
Also
hit a lot of
triggers
things.
repartee.
Super clean, exiles it.
And then Lightning Helixing your opponent. The niche mode on this card, but it will come up.
It'll be the one that comes up when both players are empty-handed and there's no creatures on board, which won't happen a lot in this set with Prepare and everything. But just an extra bit of reach. This reads as super aggressive to me.
Yes.
Like, super aggressive.
Yeah, I like it quite a lot. We'll have a quick read over some of the other charms and see how exactly it fits, but I think a B is a solid spot for this to be in. It will be a good role player.
Elite Interceptor turn 1. Turn 2, attack with the Interceptor, even if I'm on the draw. They'll block with their 2-drop. I'll put 2 counters on it.
Hell.
And now this thing is a 3/4 that they can't get rid of. Ugh.
Value. True, the counter staying is a huge deal.
The counter staying, I think, is what really pushes this into the top tier here. Prismari Charm, I believe this one's the best in a vacuum.
Its modes are very just always good.
Always good, yeah.
'Cause at bare minimum, you get to cash this in for some card selection.
Yeah, at instant speed, surveilling 2 and drawing a card. That's fine. You don't want to be playing that card in a monocolor deck normally, but in this set, I think it's quite important.
Yeah.
Dealing 1 to each of 1 or 2 targets means that you can remove a small body, get some pests out of the way, turn a combat trade into a combat loss into a trade, and ping your opponent for some extra value. And then the classic, return any non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Super flexible. Hit your own stuff to re-prepare them, hit your opponent's stuff to tempo them out.
Yeah, I think that the damage here the damage mode here is interesting.
Yeah.
Because there are going to be a lot of times where it's very underwhelming.
Yes.
But when it does come up, you'll feel great.
I prefer it if you could divide the damage so it could deal 2 to 1 target.
Yeah, if it was more like Fire Ice. But a Fire Ice is a lot to hope for these days, I suppose.
Yes. Downshifted to common in the... No, upshifted
It was
to rare?
It was...
Downshifted to common in Ultimate Masters and then reprinted at rare on the
because it
bonus
was
sheet
originally
in Modern Horizons 3.
It was originally a rare.
Yeah, it's
A weird ride that Fire Ice has had.
it's legal import, but this Prismari charm. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Prismari charm. I think I agree with you that I prefer Silver Core charm. I think that it's better at winning combats.
Yeah.
And the removal mode is cleaner. The bounce on this is good, but bounce
It's
less
not as good as it used to be.
Yeah, because things will have so much value attached to them. We've already talked about the prepare spells being awkward to bounce.
The benefit of bounce these days is targeting your own stuff more than it's targeting your opponent's stuff, or hitting tokens, but there's not... The tokens in the set are quite small.
There is some consideration in Standard. I'm just going to briefly tangent here. This can become like your 5th copy of Boomerang Basics in a Stormchaser's talent deck.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty strong use application.
I think we won't talk about this on camera, but when it comes to the multicolor spells, the ratings here are kind of like in a vacuum. When it comes to the actual stats on 17 lands, they will all be affected by how good those color pairings actually are. And I think Prismari Charm will actually be more like a B- C+ because I don't think blue-red is the best color pairing. Which is awkward because they've had some of the best multicolored cards so far.
Yeah, I do think red has some very strong removal spells, and I think blue has some potentially very powerful game enders in it.
But I think it's quite balanced by the fact that they cost a lot of mana.
They cost a lot of mana, and your average Prismari deck is probably going to have trouble scrounging around to find the last few playables.
Yeah, and removal spells is great, but when your only threats are being answered by Silver Quill stuff, then it'll be...
yeah, it's going to be rough.
Yeah. So, we'll see.
I think I like this positioning here.
Yeah.
I think it's fine. Witherbloom Charm... Another great charm.
Yeah, nearly all of the charms are just really good this time around.
Yep. The removal mode on this is good. Obviously it's either trading even or down, but just blowing up a bear is fine.
Yep.
Sacking a permanent to draw 2 cards. There's plenty of wayward permanents in your Witherbloom decks that you're happy sacrificing.
Always turn lands into cards much later in the game.
Yep. Turning pests into cards in the mid-game is probably going to be the most common thing that you do with this.
Yes.
And then gaining 5 life, deeply unexciting, but when you need it, it's going to be the thing that gives you that extra turn or half a turn to try and round the corner and grind out your advantage engine.
Your opponent taps out because they think you're pretty dead, even if you kill one of their creatures. It's like, surprise, I gained 2 creatures worth of life.
Yeah.
The hitting a non-land permanent hasn't seemed super relevant in this set.
I think creatures are going to be... Well, creatures are just always going to be more important.
And then it's not going to be hitting very consequential creatures. And the sacrifice of permanent mode, you'll want to be leaving this one up for sure because you can turn creatures that are going to be dying into cards, but that doesn't really advance anything on your board or anything like that. It just
doesn't stop a repartee trigger from going off either, so your opponent will still, in a lot of circumstances, accumulate value from the removal spell being cast.
And in a weird twist, sometimes your opponent can remove the permanent that you were planning on sacrificing before this spell resolves.
Yeah, that's true, because it doesn't sacrifice for cost.
It's going to be very rare that comes up, but when it does, you're going to have to decide if it's worth sacrificing a land.
Yeah.
And if it's not, then you've just kind of
You've just paid 2 mana to blank yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that this one under Prismari Command makes sense, or Prismari Charm.
I might actually move it slightly down under Quandrix Charm just for the impact size. I mean, if you compare any of these charms to the original charms from Return to Ravnica, they're all substantially better.
Yeah, I mean, is it Charm versus Prismari Charm is maybe a bit of a conversation, but I still think Prismari Charm is probably just better.
I think so too. Is it Charm got downshifted at common? If Prismari Charm got
also
downshifted
playable in Pauper alongside Fire Ice.
Yes, yeah.
Let's have a look at Quandrix Charm. This card looks quite good.
Yeah.
Destroy target enchantment will very often be the flavor text mode on this one.
Yeah.
But countering a spell unless they could pay 2, Quench is a fine card in Limited. This is a Quench
keeps your curve going.
That's slightly worse on the mana.
In the mirror, Quench is going to be really good against X spells.
And then making a creature have base power toughness 5/5 until end of turn is your way to win combat.
Yeah. And that will probably be winning, not just a trade, but a full win. 5 is huge if you have any counters on it, which your blue-green deck
with
will.
your fractals, etc.
Yeah, not as many fractals this set, but definitely like the increment creatures mean that sometimes this will actually just be a burn spell that deals 5 to an opponent, and that is really, 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 really good for 2 mana.
Better than Boris Charm.
Lava Axe,
3
mana less at instant speed.
Yeah, I think I like that here. After having looked at the modes on Witherbloom Charm, It's just slightly lower in the ceiling in terms of all of the things that it can do.
I think this is a bit more flexible. Although this is a very reactive one.
Yes.
Your opponent needs to be casting a spell, or you need to have creatures that you want to be making bigger.
Yeah, Prismari and Silverquill both have more powerful proactive modes.
I can absolutely do something without that. There will be a very, very weird world where sometimes you can use this to shrink an opponent's creature.
Sure.
I don't think that will ever come up.
If that comes up, call me.
Yeah, I think if that comes up, you're already losing.
Yeah.
Splatter
technique.
technique.
I guess this is part of the cycle with the one, and maybe the
that guy's part of this.
maybe the hybrid one is also
I thought
essentially part of a cycle, and they're using the hybrid mana symbol to squish the double pip into a 3-drop.
The hybrid one is part of a cycle at uncommon.
Oh, okay.
This is part of a rare cycle. Although that guy, I don't think Splatter Technique is the same cycle as the critic, because I think Splatter Technique is in the same cycle
as the Moment of Reckoning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Splatter Technique also very good.
Yeah.
Either 5 mana draw 4 or deal 4 to everything.
I think I'm going to be drawing 4 with this more often than not. But if you can play yourself into a situation where the 4 damage to everything is either a 3-for-1 or a 4-for-1, which is the same as you'd be getting if you drew the 4 cards.
Then you're going to be very happy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, this card's great.
It's going to be really annoying for your opponent to play around. There will be times that neither mode does quite what you want it to do, because drawing 4...
Tapping out to draw 4
Yeah.
is the big thing.
And its mana cost is a bit much. Even in a base green splash deck, this gives you room for 1 forest, and then you need the blue, red.
Yeah. I could see it being above the charms, potentially.
Yeah, I don't like its casting cost. The fact that it's a sorcery. The charms are uncommon, so you're more likely to be able to pick up a couple, but they also will be your way of knowing what colours are open.
Yes, very good signposts.
Yeah.
Um,
Charms are kind of splashable, but not
really. Spider Technique definitely not splashable.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can see it there. But anyway, Stress Stream. I also once had a dream that was so stressful that it dealt 5 damage to me and I died.
Yeah. A removal spell that draws you a card is really good.
This is Hypothesis, or without the downside of having to discard something. It looks at top 2 and you just get one of them, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is nuts. This is really, really good nuts and bolts removal for your Prismari deck.
It will kill nearly everything you
want
to.
Everything, triggers Opus at for the maximum.
Basically Prophetic Bolt. Note that it can't hit players, though.
Yeah. I still think that this is a solid B tier inclusion.
And it's
splashable.
5. It's 5 mana. It's splashable, and you can Opus it.
Yeah.
It is
Opus. Yep. Grapple with Death.
Destroy an artifact or creature, gain a life.
Destroy a creature, gain a life.
Yeah, the artifact probably won't come up. It's not being an instant means it's not quite like Murder, but it can be easier to cast in a green-black deck.
The infusion bonus is quite nice.
It is. There won't be a lot of times where you cast this and then also double spell into an infusion thing. And,
I did miss that this was a sorcery. I kind of just assumed this was an instant and would be Power Crept Mortify.
Yeah. Or Putrefy.
Putrefy, the other one.
You can't regenerate off of Putrefy.
Very wrong.
I think that they phased out.
Yeah.
Look, I think the 1 life is actually kind of flavor text at this point. It's just a nice little thing to help you win a race. I'm not going to be infusioning off a 3-drop a lot of the time.
I think that the 1 life triggering other things will do something.
Yeah.
Enough of the time. But it is basically just a removal spell.
Yep, which is still...
good enough.
Yeah.
Black.
Loafing Pest. 1 black, green, 3/4. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on each pest, bat, insect, snake, and spider. I haven't done a count on how many of those there are. I don't care. This guy is a pest. And all of your 1/1 pests, obviously. This is like whenever a pest attacks, put a counter on all of your pests, and it triggers each time. It doesn't say once per turn or anything like that.
Yeah.
Maybe this guy is actually a bee.
Maybe. It is best friends with Lewin.
Yeah, it is. They even curve into each other.
That's kind of gnarly.
I was just looking at this as a 3 mana 3/4 and being like,
it's already
okay.
decent stats.
And if you gain a life, it's a 4/5.
The upside is really, really high. Yeah, we can put it in the Bs.
Actually, if you have any number of send in the pests, like that,
Mm.
they grow themselves
think
and the Bletch.
The ideal with the Bloom deck looks like the ideal place for Bletch to absolutely pop off.
Yeah, true.
Alright,
Yeah.
yeah.
Feel a little bit Winmori, but
Get to the bottle, then.
yeah. Actually, the more that I think about it, the more crack this is because multiple pests. You start. If you want to have
trigger
2 pests,
individually.
they attack as 3/3s alongside a 5/6.
Yeah. Good.
Card
good.
Ugh.
I don't think it's as good as Lewin,
It's
necessarily,
so good
but
with
it is
Grapple with
so
Death.
good with a lot of things.
Actually, I kind of want to move this a little bit higher.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a little bit annoying to cast, and there's a little bit of infrastructure you need to put.
Do we want to put it above
My
Spider
favourite's gone
Technique?
for- Yeah.
I think I Yeah.
I know this guy draws cards and stuff, but this thing just kills.
Do we want to put it above the Colossus? I kind of like it a bit more than the Colossus. I think Conciliate is duelist. I prefer
Yeah,
that.
okay.
Yeah, but higher B.
Yeah.
This card's
I
good.
really wasn't thinking about the pests, pest tokens.
I think the pest tokens are super key in this set.
Yeah, and that's your main way of making pests. So.
Yep.
They are, and because they trigger all your infusion for free, and free infusion is where I want to be at.
Yeah.
Right, Berta, why is Extrapolator?
Big murder.
Yeah, 4 mana, well, a 1/4 Frog Druid, with increment though, and whenever one or more counters are put on Berta, add 1 mana of any color, X tap, make a fractal.
Uh-oh.
Sensitive stomach line.
This card seems pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Just the fact that at the very least you're going to be able to like turn this into a token making factory.
It's
is strong.
its trigger is weird. I wasn't sure how to evaluate it because it feels like a storm card in Vintage Cube, and then in limited it's like it'll help you multi-spell one time, then it will outscale
your cards that you're casting.
and so you just kind of turn that one floating mana into a 1/1 fractal.
Yeah. I think that this has pretty decent potential because at the very least it is like making a token per turn and then growing into a really strong blocker that can just make the token in the end step with whatever mana you've got lying around.
True. I think it's going to be really hard to play through and remove. It's just going to be like chunky,
Yeah.
and it will eventually. It has an inevitability to it that will like kind of wear your opponent down. I don't know.
I think B- is a fine spot for it. I could technically see it like creeping up to a B.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that this will win every sealed game it's played in, but in draft,
It's going to be
a lot
less
worse.
abusable. Yeah.
I'm still honestly a bit dubious about increment. It is rewarding you for what you want to do, which is play on curve and everything, but the times where it just stops working, it just stops working. I do remember Evolve, at some point it's like, and then the creature had 1 counter on it, the creature had 2 counters on it, and now there's nothing left in my deck that can trigger it.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to evaluate it like that. But starting with 1 power means that you probably increment this up to 4, maybe 5.
The fact that if you cast this on turn 4, turn 5 you untap, you cast a 2-drop, trigger this net of mana. You can cast a 3-drop,
Or
trigger
a
this
4-drop.
3 or a 4, trigger this net another mana, and have that mana left over to make the fractal off of this.
There's going to be a lot of mana burning up because a lot of the time I think I want to have this statted creature rather than tap to make a 1/1.
That's fair.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, it'll become more clear as we play with the set, but
Yeah. It could potentially be nudged higher over Grapple with Death. I think Sorcery Speed makes Grapple with Death slightly awkward.
it does. That is true.
So maybe
it
we
just
just
feels
leave
so
it.
nice and clean.
It is very clean. Bert is a little messier.
Yes. Practiced Scrollsmith. Here's a 1/1 hybrid. First strike 3/2, and when this creature enters, exile a non-creature, non-land card from your graveyard until the end of your next turn. You may cast that card. So this is
This is great.
Snapcaster in red-white.
Yeah. And it's a really chunky body. The first strike is going to be very good at winning combats.
As 3 mana 3/2 first strike, yeah, your opponent has to spend a removal spell on this basically, which is easy because it only has 2 toughness.
But it's already netted you a card back.
Yeah, and otherwise, combat's going to be way too painful for them, especially in white.
Yeah. I like this a lot. Obviously, also just triggers all of your hold synergies as well. You don't even have to cast the card
No.
in order to get those synergy points.
Non-creature, non-land, like it's not going to be getting back artifacts realistically, or enchantments probably, because we haven't seen like any auras in the set at all.
Yeah.
Have we seen any auras?
I don't think so. I think this is just
Wow.
not an aura
Auraless
set.
I think they've been kind of phasing auras out because they are bad and limited.
They're really awkward to scale correctly in terms of power.
Yeah.
Like, you either tweak the knob too high and it's way too easy to gain advantage off of them, or
You get
it's way too easy to get point out.
Yeah. But so this will basically just be hitting instants and sorceries. That's pretty good. It obviously can't hit your prepared creatures and stuff. And you won't want to be casting this on turn 3 a lot of the time.
Yeah, but I still think that this is going to be a very good role player.
I think it's going to be fantastic.
Yeah.
Snapcaster,
Woo!
Scalding Administrator, White-Black, Menace 2/2, and Repartee just gets a counter on it. When it dies, if it had counters on it, put those counters onto another creature.
Yeah. So it's a chunky creature that's hard to block, and even when your opponent
Yeah, really
does
hard to block.
remove it, it nets value.
You can't even... The double blocks are going to be so hard where you...
It's so easy to blow out with
Yeah.
removal spells.
You kill one thing with the removal spell, the Repartee trigger outsizes this. And...
Or pump spells as well.
Yeah, that too. You're going to have to spend a little bit of time beefing this up. You know, a couple of Repartee triggers to get the stats that it really wants. The worst case scenario is it gets answered really quickly, and it's counters. Either you don't have another creature to drop them on, it only puts one over, which is still fine,
Yeah.
or it gets removed with its trigger on the stack so it doesn't get any counters.
I think another worst case scenario is drawing this really late into the game when you
Yeah.
don't have ways to trigger it. At which
Yeah.
point it is just a bear with menace. So it doesn't scale super well if you draw it without the resources to start buffing it up. But in the decks that will want this, the Silver
Your
Quill
elite
decks,
interceptor decks.
yeah, this seems like a really great way to start getting the screws into your opponent and
Absolutely.
really putting on pressure. I like it.
Suspend aggression, 1 red white, instant, exile an online permanent and the top card of your library. For each of those cards, its owner may play it until the end of the next turn.
It's essentially bounce target non-land permanent, draw a card at floor.
3.
At its floor.
I thought you said
No,
at 4.
yeah.
I was like, it's a 3 mana.
That's
It's
if your opponent
literally
has
3.
Thalia in play.
Yeah, true. Which I was thinking about this briefly for my 7-point deck. The downside is that it is just a bounce and your opponent will just recast it, but the tempo from that is pretty big.
Yeah. I think like it's sort of a weird reprieve variant, and of
Yeah.
course has more flexibility than reprieve because it can hit things that have resolved.
That aren't on the stack. And
Have your opponent tap out for some big 5-drop, and then you are able to cast this, bounce it back, and net yourself a card.
just like we said with reprieve, this will occasionally be the card Time Walk,
Yeah.
which is a very
A good
good
card.
card.
I don't know if you've been paying attention to Magic for the past 30 years, but Time
Legally
Walk's
not
pretty
allowed
good.
to reprint it, like.
Yeah.
And it may be a Time Walk at instant speed sometimes, kind of, but it is red white. It is 3 mana.
It also is bad into creatures that have solid ETBs.
It has a
or
lot
prepare
of
things.
downside to it for a 3 mana spell. Like, it's not true removal for a 3 mana spell. And the card that you draw may not strictly be drawn if you cast this like on turn 3 and it exiles a 5-drop or something.
You're feeling pretty awkward about that.
Yeah. So I think this has a lot of upside.
But it is like it doesn't also play super well into a lot of synergies.
Yeah.
Like it can trigger repartee stuff, but it's sort of a generic good stuff card.
Yeah, it's I call it a tempo piece more than anything, and I don't know if red white's the deck that wants that.
Yeah. I think it's fine here for now. We'll have a look to see what the other things
I
in
wish
this
it did
slot
what
are.
all of the other red white cards do, which was mill a card and then you may cast it from your graveyard because it triggers
Then it would trigger, which is unfortunate that it doesn't do that. Mind into Matter. This card seems really, really good to me.
Yeah.
Blue, green, X. Draw X cards, then you may put a permanent card with mana value X or less from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. The big thing for me is that this is a card draw spell that scales, and it doesn't suffer from the usual weaknesses that scaling card draw suffers from,
It's tapping
because it
out.
also deploys to the board.
Except the thing does enter tapped.
That's
So it's still kind of tapping out, but it means you don't like lose a turn or something. This probably will go higher. I'm not casting this for like any less than 3. Once it's at 4, it's really good. For 3, it's pretty decent.
Yeah, 5 mana, draw 3, put a 3-drop into play. You're essentially stapling 2 mana to whatever you put into play in order to draw cards equal to its mana value.
Yeah.
Which is really
When you
strong.
phrase it that way, that is quite strong. Yeah.
Yeah, I think most decks will have enough stuff to put in with this, but
I think I'm okay to move this one quite high up.
yeah, I think top of B- is fine because it does definitely have downsides. There will be a lot of situations where you're not allowed to pump a bunch of mana into this because you will just die.
I think this is an A- and sealed.
Yes. Very glad to not have run into any Quandrix mages last night.
Yeah. Everybody's taking the Witherbloom kits, right?
Yeah, that was me. I was a filthy with the bloom player through and through.
Proctor's Gaze. This is one that I had much higher. Talked about it with people who had it way lower, and I moved it a bit down, but it's still high for me. 4 mana instant, 2 green-blue. Returns up to 1 target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Then you search for a basic land, put it on battlefield, tap, then shuffle. The reason I put it so high is because I remember Death Sprout from War of the Spark.
Death Sprout was a very nutty uncommon in that format.
Incredibly strong. It was double black. This is even easier to cast. Sure, it won't kill a creature, which is very relevant. You can bounce your own thing if you need to, and it does hit non-land permanents, which can come up, but probably won't.
Yeah. This seems solid to me. It's like
Big tempo play.
yeah, big tempo play in decks that want this. Like obviously the fact that you get any basic and put it into play means you're probably playing some sort of big like splashy deck that is splashing for a bunch of bombs. And this is buying you the time and gaining you the mana advantage and enabling your splash. It's also very splashable itself.
It is, yes. I think it'll be a Converge decks, a gift to the Converge decks.
Totally.
I am prepared to move it down a little bit more.
But I think B- is a fine tier for it to live in.
Yeah.
It's doing a lot of very strong things.
I think actually most decks will see it as a C-, and then when it's really good, this thing will be really good.
Yeah. Let's have a look at the rest of this tier. We maybe nudge it into C+.
Very possibly.
But yeah, I like it.
Molten Note, red, white, X. It's one of those X spells that doesn't actually say X in the text box. It deals damage to target creature equal to the amount of mana spent to cast a spell, and then untap all creatures you control. Flashback for 8.
This is a lot of mana to pump into this spell. Being a sorcery is a little awkward, but it at the very least is just a 2 mana sorcery speed shock that is then able to net value in the extreme late game.
It's weird that you want to be doing this post-combat to untap all of your creatures. So you'll probably be killing not a blocker, but like a tap creature and using this to win a race or something.
Yeah. This has a lot of advantage stapled onto it.
It does.
But it is just really weird to take full advantage of what it's offering.
It is. Especially 8 mana flashback. It fixes the damage at 8 no matter what.
Yeah.
But it does trigger your long hold synergies. It's an X spell, so it sits anywhere on your curve, although not super useful in the red-white deck, unless you got red opus things.
I might be tempted to bump this down, to be honest.
I can see it. It was there just because an X deal X damage is Disintegrate is good.
Yeah, but this is
Disintegrate
Disintegrate that you have to tap an extra mana onto, and I'm not sure how good the untap ability is.
You don't have to tap that extra mana onto because Disintegrate is X and red.
Oh.
It only deals the X damage, whereas this always deals...
Yes, you're right.
Yeah. But the Disintegrate is an instant, I think, so...
Mm.
If I'm thinking of the right card... Heat Ray?
Heat Ray, Disintegrate.
One of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Obviously it's removal. Removal is strong. It's card advantage. Card advantage is strong. But it's just a weird one to...
I guess I'm ready for it
out.
to both actually turn out to be a B+ and also a C-.
Yeah, I think it's going to depend.
It will totally depend.
Yeah. Fractal Tender.
Yeah, another...
5 mana 3/3 with Ward 2, an increment. And at the beginning of your end step, if you put a counter on this creature this turn, you make a 3/3 fractal. Well, a fractal with 3 counters on it.
Yeah, so that fractal's always fixed at 3. It's not tied to the increment on this or anything. This is weird because I think if you untap with this and you can cast, a 4-drop or whatever, then it makes 1 fractal. This is quite good. 5 mana 3/3 Ward 2 that's made a fractal. Or 4/4 even
Ward
that's
2
made a
that's
fractal.
made a fractal.
Quite good. The Ward 2 means that it's even easier to untap with it. It'll be about whether you can continue to trigger that increment. This is where we need those X spells again.
Once you get to the point where this has made 1 fractal, you're very happy. The ward makes it more likely that this lives to get to that point.
If it makes 2 fractals, it's very strong. Any more than that, it's winning you the game.
Yeah. I think once you've hit 2 fractals, you're very, very happy that you included this in your deck.
I just don't like a 5-mana 3/3, you know? If you're on the draw and your opponent's in an aggressive deck, even the ward on this may not be enough to just like help
You'll
this.
just be losing on board.
Like a Silver Quill thing gets +3/+1 counters on it after reparteeing, and now even though this is still on the board,
Does this go down to a C+, maybe?
I still think it's in B- because of its
Upside?
Yeah.
Yeah. There are a decent amount of scaling X spells that can...
I had it lower initially, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard.
Alright, Color Storm Stallion. Here's another card that I'm ready to actually be an A-. 3 mana, 3/3, Ward 1 haste in Prismari. And Opus gets +1/+1 until end of turn, or creates a token that's a copy of this.
And creates a token.
And yes, true.
So it'll get the buff and then
So-
make a token that won't have the buff on it, but still is quite strong.
Even if you cast this on turn 3 and then you don't Opus at all until turn 5, this is a 4/4 and a 3/3 with haste
Yeah.
that you only paid 3 mana for.
That is quite good.
And has Ward 1 for tempoing. But a lot of the time on turn 4, sometimes you just cast a couple spells and this will be a 5/5 for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know, I want this to be quite high, but blue-red being a weird colour pairing.
I think that this is weird in limited specifically. Like
Yes.
it's very aggressive, and the blue-red color pairing like has tempo elements to it, and this will play well with those.
Yeah.
Like if you trigger the Opus for 5, it is obviously very, very strong because you're likely just going to untap, cast a bunch of instants and sorceries, and then
And even if
Kill your
you're
opponent.
like on the back foot, it means that you having to tap out for a 5-mana spell makes you an extra blocker and everything.
yeah,
That's still pretty good.
that is still pretty
Maybe
good.
this card's actually more like a B.
Yeah.
It's so aggressive. I might honestly consider it over a splatter technique just because of the casting cost considerations.
Yeah, I can see that.
I don't know. Maybe this is like a... I just don't have a good frame of reference of what to compare it to, you know?
Yeah, it's a weird one. I think in B is fine though.
Getting a free 3/3 with haste board 1, it's like...
If you trigger the Opus for full 5, you're very happy, and the floor is still very good.
Yeah.
We got the Skywell. Oh no, the Limerith.
The Limerith!
Yeah,
This
let's
thing
go.
is cracked.
I love this guy.
Green-black 2/2. Whenever this or another creature enters under your control...
Just enters.
No, creature you control
Oh,
enters,
creature
so
you control
You get
enters.
1 life.
Yeah. Still, this
Amazing.
is great.
Incredible. It triggers all your infusion.
No notes.
Most of the infusion creatures, I think there's a couple of things that are worded differently. Enter, create the trigger regardless of whether you've gained a life, and then check.
So you can just stack the triggers so that it enters this thing's ETB, triggers, gains the life so that you meet the infusion requirements for the other trigger to get its full value.
So along with pest tokens, this will be the engine in the green-black deck, and if these start going missing at the table, then you know somebody is...
Yeah, this is very solid. Very good guy.
It even, the fact that it triggers off itself is just tripping.
Just gravy.
So definitely one of the top commons.
Yeah, I think that it's...
Yeah, it's up there with Lead Interceptor.
Yeah, I think so. They're just a great role player.
Now we have this guy, Whale.
The Whale.
I think it's gorgeous.
4 mana, 1/4 flyer, and it's a Kiln Fiend. But if you play a 5-drop spell, you get 3 counters on it.
Instead of +3/+0.
So it'll just, like, keep the Kiln Fiend buff.
This is, again, another hotly debated one. I have played against too many Kiln Fiends to not respect this card. If you let someone untap with it, you're going to die.
Yeah. Obviously, this thing can die itself, and it will suck a little bit when that happens.
Yeah.
But the threat that this card represents cannot be ignored.
And there will be a lot of worlds where it just becomes unkillable because you untap, you Opus, and it becomes a 4/7.
4/7 flyer permanently.
4/7 mine permanent.
That can then, if it's allowed to
Attack
untap
with
the
like a
following
7
turn,
or more.
yeah, it'll just like
And-
keep getting bigger.
Sometimes you just untap and go like preordained sleight of hand, tap target creature, deal 3 to another target creature.
This
attack
is
for
probably the
10.
card that makes bulk up playable if you're able to build towards that.
Yes, although be careful of opponents with Inklings because you want to try and give this trample or something.
Yeah.
I think this is the card that if I have one of these, I'm taking every single Ancestral Anger.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, card sweep. This card's also sweet.
It is. I really like this.
It's just a really solidly statted body, and it's doing the Warhold thing for you every turn.
4 mana, 4/4 trample lifelink. I'd already play. Like last Strixhaven had a very similarly statted Slough.
Especially in a set with smaller bodies and tokens that might want to be on chump blocking duty, being able to trample over those is great.
Yeah, and then you can either start hating out your opponent's graveyard or triggering your own leaves things. It's really, really solid.
This will be stapling together your Warhold decks very nicely.
Yeah.
Old Growth Educator, big lad.
Also statted. 4 mana, 4/4 Vigilance Reach, but Infusion and enters with 2 counters on it.
Yep, so even without Infusion, this is still a decent body. The moment that Infusion comes online, this is dominating the
It's
battlefield.
like a Magnagoth Sentry with the fact that it has Vigilance means that combat is kind of over for an opponent who can't go wide.
Yeah, I dig this.
Just it will be interesting triggering Infusion on a 4-drop. That's where your Lumerate comes in.
Yes. Or just swinging in with a pest.
For the benefit of people who want to know the difference between the infusions that check before and after and the vented, it's where the if comes. So when this creature enters the battlefield, put 2 +1/+1 counters on it. If you gained life this turn, means that it will put the trigger on the stack even if you haven't gained the life. If it says when this enters, if you gain life this turn, put 2 counters, then it's checking before it puts the trigger on the stack. So that's the way that we know that it.
Yeah.
It's a weird one.
Get your grammar checked.
Yeah. Teacher's Pest. More pests. 2 mana, 1/1 menace. When it attacks, you gain a life. 2 mana, return it from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. It's a repeatable pest. In the deck that you forgot to grab all your other pests, this is just like pay 2 mana, re-trigger your infusions.
Yeah.
Make combat weird for your opponent.
If you're somehow in a 4-color deck, it triggers your Warhold stuff.
It sure does.
There's no way that you're ever making that
it's
happen.
It's more likely if you're in a 3-color deck that has like splashed for
some sort of vivid monstrosity.
like a silver quill deck that has some white.
Yeah.
This one, it is kind of weird where your opponent wants to block it so it costs mana to bring back. And if they do that, then your other creatures can get in.
Because of the menace.
And if they don't block it, then it just keeps gaining that life. I probably will move this down quite a lot, actually.
Yeah.
I still think it's good, but it's not great in multiples.
Yeah. Somewhere in C+ is probably fine, though.
Yeah.
Probably lower down in C+.
It not being very good for the lore hold, I can see this not performing super well.
Yeah. Okay. Let's keep it there. That is 2 in the chamber. I'm sorry. Okay. Where's the stirring Onomancer? Storing Onomancer.
What did you call me?
I'm not going to repeat myself here. You heard me. 5 mana, 4/5, ETB, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of creatures you control. 1 into your hand, the rest in the graveyard. So, at the bare minimum, this is just a 5 mana, 4/5 that draws a card on ETB.
Yeah.
Because it looks at 1.
Unless the opponent kills it in response.
If your opponent kills it in response, then
you're losing the game. You have no creatures, your thing just died.
Yeah, but it is still, in the aggregate, like, your creature spell is traded for a removal spell, so it was, like, never going to be getting good.
True.
The upside of just filtering through the top, like, 4 or 5 cards and finding the best one.
If you have all your lovely white Lorehold cards, it dumps them into the graveyard.
Plays really well with the very minor flicker themes.
Yeah.
Like, if this pairs extremely well with Daydream.
Although you may deck yourself, be careful.
Yes, that's true. You do have to look at that number of cards.
And they do have to go into the graveyard. Why is this a Silver Quill card?
I honestly couldn't
This
say.
is the perfect Lorehold card. I feel like they realized they didn't have a Silver Quill card, had come up with 2 Lorehold designs, and just like, we'll shift it over
color shift
and
it.
fix it in post. Like, Silver Quill doesn't go super wide, it's got some inklings, but maybe that's what makes this work, is the fact that it's difficult to get X up more than 3 or 4.
This does feel like a card that, again, is more of a generic good stuff card than something that plays towards the synergies of the set, but it's good enough at doing the stuff that you'll be happy
It's a really solid curve topper in an aggro deck, even if it doesn't really contribute to your aggro strategy beyond just having stats.
I like it. Tam, Observant Sequencer.
4 mana, 4/3, Landfall becomes prepared, and its spell is green-blue, draw a card, gain life. Tatiova, this is not.
No, having to dump the extra mana into the spell every time.
That's a pretty big game.
Is pretty big. It's reasonably statted at the very least.
That is
like
true.
a 4 mana 4/3 is fine.
That's why it's up here in the B minus.
Yeah, and it is still like a very strong engine that is letting you constantly cast spells.
It starts your increment things off really well on the curve, and it's a nice small spell that can trigger increment creatures that you find later in the game. It's a lot of value. The life gain also relevant in green.
Yeah, I think it's like fine on curve. It's insane, or like pretty good once you like. The specific hump I'm envisioning this in is that like mid to late game period where you've still got cards in hand and stuff to do, so that this can continue to just fuel itself and re-prepare itself.
It's a great engine stabilizer in the mid to late, and there will be times where you cast this and you're too busy curving out for it to ever be anything more than a 4-3.
Yeah, and that's gonna suck.
Yeah.
So I think the upside is there. It will win you games, but it will also lose by being like an okay body that struggles to do anything more than that.
Tathy over is like an A, so this being a B minus is a pretty big hit compared to that.
Yeah, and then
We
we've
put
got
the multi-
we
note
put
under
note to note here. I think it's
That could be above this, to be honest. I'm not that impressed with Tam. I think Tam costing mana is going to suck big time.
it is gonna suck. That is fair. Yeah,
Maybe Proctor's Gaze.
Proctor's Gaze can go down a bit. Yeah, okay, I think that's fine. I'm happy with that ranking.
Okay. Damon's going to shoot me because Cuboid Colony's here in C+. 2 mana 1/1 flash, flying trample, increment.
This does get out of hand
On curve.
on curve.
Doing the Quandrix curve.
Yes.
Anywhere off curve, and I hate this.
I agree, but if you draft a deck that has multiples of these, you're going to be on top of the world. The first one of these gets triggered by the second one.
It does.
They
They don't block
don't
well
block.
at all.
That's true, and your average Quandrix deck probably isn't going to want to be as tempo slanted as this
Unless
card.
you have a lot of these.
Yeah, if you've managed to like draft a Cuboid Colony like only deck, then yeah, sure, pop off. You're gonna win a bunch of games.
Yeah. Look, I can see it above Tam and Proctor's Gaze, I guess, as an actual threat that the Quadrix deck needs.
Yeah, I don't mind it in B minus because I do agree that you'll draw it late and you'll sob.
Yeah, there'll be times where you just draw it and it will never get above like 2. It reminds me of Demir Spybug from Ravnica, where it was one of those cards that looked like it was going to perform well, and it did in certain decks, and in other decks it just like...
I don't think this has better keywords and is...
Yeah, the trample's weird.
The trample's weird, but it means that it's not just like shut down by Inklings.
True.
And it is easier to increment this up than it was to get the Demir Spybug up with Surveil.
Yeah. Mind Roots, I love this card.
This
Target
card
player
is very
discards 2, puts a land from the discarded cards onto the battlefield tapped. So I might have already mentioned, in this Fire Design world, no one goes empty-handed. So discard spells have gained a lot of value, especially as you can always pitch a lot of spare lands, and this is an 18-land format.
Yep. And if your opponent does decide to pitch spare lands to this, they get mega punished.
Yeah, and if they don't pitch spare lands to this, then
they're also
pitch
getting
gaps.
punished because So it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't proposition, where this card is just gonna let you get a lot of value. This is a very solid mind drop. I think I like it here at C+.
I'd honestly put it into B- if it wasn't for there's still the times where you'll top deck this and your opponent doesn't have enough cards in hand. Sometimes you fire it off and just get rid of one card, and that's, fine. But it's not living the dream of 3-for-1ing them by discarding a land they needed, a card they needed, and then getting their land.
Yeah. I think this is, like, fantastic to curve out with. And, yeah, very punishing card to play against.
Elemental Mascot. It's a wee Dragonauts. Flying Vigilance. Opus gets +1/+0. And you exile the top card of your library. You may play that card until the end of your next turn.
I'm not, like, immediately super stoked on this.
These feel really good in multiples to me. Them not getting the huge buff that, like, Wee Dragonauts or the Whale does is big game. But them having Vigilance and 4 Toughness...
Vigilance and 4 Toughness means that they are annoying to deal with.
Like, you can keep blocking while just valuing your opponent in the air. And that is one of the downsides of, like, that blue-red deck, is you can accidentally out-tempo yourself.
And when you do cast a 5-drop, the fact that this will just draw you a card that you can then untap with and use to keep fueling this ability to chip in is strong. So it'll be a solid role player, especially when you do have multiples of them. It's going to be really annoying to play against.
Yes.
I don't think I can rate it any higher.
No, I could see moving it down.
Yeah, I'm tempted to move it down a touch, but I think C+ is probably where it belongs.
You know what? Teacher's Pest.
Oof.
I'm sorry, teachers, but I don't know why I put it so high. Maybe because I didn't realize.
It's just a recursive creature, but I think there are other better ways to do the thing that it's.
It's a recursive creature, and I got very excited for that. It's also a 1/1.
It's a 1/1. The menace is like a bit awkward. Yeah, okay. Bye, buddy. Yeah, I think it's fine to drop down a few slots, but yeah. Abigail, Poet Laureate.
3 mana, 2/3 flying. Whenever you cast any creature spell, it becomes prepared, and you can just pay 2 mana to put a +1/+1 counter on target creature.
This is super nuts and boltsy in your repartee deck.
Yep.
Because
I forgot to draft my instants and sorceries in a repartee deck.
No, never mind. I found my instants and sorceries.
Yeah, every creature I cast gets me one.
Yep. This gets big very quickly as well.
It will be targeting itself a lot.
Yeah. And
2 mana is annoying because it makes it difficult to double spell the creature and then the heroic stanza.
Yeah, I think like you're going to want to be slanting kind of lower on the curve and using the stanza as a big mana sink ability to make up for the fact that you're lower on the curve.
I would play this over Tam, I think, though.
Yeah, I can see that. Which is 2 in the chamber, unfortunately.
I think the playmat still smells like that gummy lime vodka shit from the other day.
You'll have to fumigate it. Tom.
Yeah.
We got Killian's Confidence up next, I believe. Yeah, there we go. 2 mana sorcery. Give a creature +1/+1 until end of turn and draw a card. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you may pay an Orzhov hybrid and return it from graveyard to hand. Again, just a nuts and bolts way to get your repartee on. This one doesn't have the upside that Abigail has of being a creature.
Yeah.
So this one is worse.
But it does draw a card.
It does draw a card.
Its mana cost is a lot more prohibitive.
Yeah, like, this is a sweet engine-y thing to be doing.
It doesn't put a counter on it either.
No, it's just +1/+1. Like, this is kind of scaled down, but I think that C+ is a fine place for it to belong.
I was thinking of an aerial maneuver from Hour of Devastation. +3/+3 and flying to something, and then whenever a zombie enters, you can pay a white to get it back. That was a win con.
Yeah.
This is not quite the same, because it's only a +1. But it does, the drawing the card is pretty big. Even in a non-repartee deck, which I don't know how you do that in Silverquill, but well done. Its trigger is just based off hitting people, and so at some point in the game, you can start getting it back and just cycling it off as an incidental value.
Yeah. So this is like a grindy long game engine thing.
Even if you're not planning on going into combat, it just triggers your repartee.
Yeah.
The first copy I'd put at C+. Additional copies are a bit worse.
Does that mean that this is lower in C+?
It could be. Especially Wilt in the Heat, yeah.
Yeah.
I played over Lawhod Charm, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Okay. Wilt in the Heat. 4 mana instant, but it can be a 2 mana instant if you've done the Allhold thing, and then it deals 5 damage to a creature and exiles it if it would die.
Chucked a fat Lawhold. I'd play this at 4. It wouldn't be amazing, but I would play it at 4.
Yeah.
Then it incidentally will be 2 sometimes.
Yeah. This seems solid.
Yep.
Not much more to say.
No.
Pest Mascot. This is a good boy.
Yeah.
3 mana, 2/3 trample, gain life, put a counter on it.
Yeah, with all of your pest tokens and everything, each incidental.
Yeah, individually gaining life. This definitely plays pretty well in multiples because you just get multiple big creatures clocking in.
The trample means that even if you're somehow this is dying, sometimes it will just deal extra damage.
Yeah, this is a solid nuts and bolts way to be the thing that is killing your opponent in your grindy with a bloom deck.
I will say it is one of those classic, you do have to be careful with it in multiples, where it is really good in multiples, but they don't trigger each other.
Yes.
So you do need to have that engine going in your deck. It's not enough to just take these and then run them. You do need to have that infrastructure.
The 2 into 3 of the 1 in a black make a pest spell that is going to, I think, be a very important play pattern.
That's true.
Warhold Charm.
Here we go. Worst Charm all the way down here on its lonesome.
Worst Charm. Sorry, bud.
Yeah, red-white. Instant. Each opponent sacrifices a non-token artifact of their choice. So it doesn't even destroy the one that you want. Except there's not that many non-token artifacts, so it probably will destroy the one that you want. Or return an artifact or creature with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Ambush Viper. Or I think this is the only mode that's really kind of relevant. Creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain trample until end of turn. You remember in the white-red deck we were like, you need Overrun. Overrun's really good.
This is an Overrun.
This does double the power of most of your creatures sometimes. So.
Yeah. It'll win a decent amount of combats. The other modes will occasionally be relevant.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's mostly just a 2-mana overrun.
That middle one on like an empty board, or you just need to catch up with an extra threat. It's possible this can go even lower.
I think it can go lower inside of this tier.
Yeah.
Like...
Put it down here for now.
Yeah. It's just so much more unexciting than all the other charms.
It's crazy.
Oh, right.
You know, Boros Charm is going for $10 these days.
Jesus, I should maybe sell mine.
Yeah.
Imperious Ink Mage, 3 mana, 3/3 Vigi, ETB Surveil 2. This is just solid rate.
It's your filigree. It doesn't have any repartee or anything like that, but it doesn't matter because it's just a 3/3 Vigilance Surveil 2.
It also wears the things that you can repartee onto this fairly well.
It is, but I think I'd rather have the actual 3/3 Vigilance white one that does have repartee most of the time. This Surveil 2 is really nice if you're in any sort of deck that's like splashing, isn't full repartee.
Yeah. This is
Speaking
just...
of, where is that guy? Because this should not be... He's down here, so I wouldn't put this above it. So
No,
this
can go to C. Like, it's solid, but it is just kind of solid, and it doesn't really play towards synergies.
Surveil 2 is big. I mean, Lawn Eclipsed had that 3 mana 3/3, didn't have Vigilance, ETB Surveil 2. People were playing that. And it was kind of a C.
Yeah, so I think this can still be kind of a C.
Yeah.
Oh well. We've got Kirill up next.
Another hard one too. I just don't know how to evaluate these legends that have their prepared spells.
Yeah, they're kind of tricky. Whenever you do the Warhold, it becomes prepared, and its Warhold is you mill a card, put 2 counters on a creature, and gain trample until end of turn.
I don't think that is its Lawhold, because doing a Lawhold is excellent stuff.
Yeah, but when you do the Warhold, it Warholds.
Okay, sure.
So-
Except it doesn't remove anything from the graveyard.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't have everything you want.
No. This is up here because it's a 2 mana 2/3 at base. I think it will be a little bit trickier to trigger than things like Repartee and Infusion. Once you do, its Pack-a-Punch packs a punch.
It does, and it's already like solid rate on base.
Yeah.
And these Warhold decks are probably gonna want to get frisky, get into the red zone, and packing a punch. Even though it's sorcery speed, even though it's a lot of mana to sink into something, it's a solid option to make sure that you're just getting in for a good chunk in combat.
Just note that even though it looks like it curves, it doesn't, because it doesn't enter prepared.
No, you need to have a 1-drop somehow that
That can exile.
I don't think that exists in the format.
No.
Unless
Not
you
that can prepare
cast
for free.
Homestead Courage on 1. No,
No.
never mind. That still doesn't work.
Yeah.
Alright, well...
Sinar, Unfinished Genius, finishing the cycle.
Yeah.
2 mana 0/4, but he enters prepared. He can tap to make a treasure, only if you've cast an instant or sorcery, but no sorcery speed restriction on that. His prepared spell, Wild Idea, 5 mana, tutors up an instant or sorcery.
5 mana is a lot to
It's a
tutor an
lot.
instant or sorcery.
I treat it almost like kind of 4, sometimes 3, because he taps to make a treasure, and he can tap to make a treasure off his own Wild Idea.
I think at base, this is just a weird 2 mana 0/4 mana dork.
Yeah.
That is like inconsistent.
Yeah.
The power level of this card will depend quite heavily on whether or not you've been able to draft this with something that is worth tutoring up with Wild Idea.
Although
And
I think
even then, 5 mana at sorcery speed is super heads up and give your opponent a lot of opportunity to play around whatever you fetch.
that is true, but at some point I would just... it doesn't really matter what you tutor up. If you have the mana to, this guy means that you're never out of gas.
Yeah, it also enables Opus.
Yep.
Banking treasures.
It's actually pretty good.
Entering prepared means that it's banking you at least 1.
I'm playing this guy with the red paradigm spells because I want to ramp to it.
Yeah. I kind of like this a tad more than Kirill, to be honest.
I normally would, except I actually don't like this in the blue-red tempo deck. Because
It's not tempo-y,
Yeah,
true.
he doesn't do any sort of tempo. I mean, the treasure is nice. It's 1 treasure per turn.
Yeah, I do think that the version of the Prismari deck that's playing towards this style is going to be the worst version of the deck.
It's going to be a 3-color converged deck that's tutoring up bomb bonus.
Yeah. So if you've drafted that, then that's where your win percentage is coming from, not from this guy.
So I think I like Kirill more because of that. Also, Kirill's just a 2 mana 2/3.
That's true. Okay. Well, I'm happy to leave it at that then.
Arc of the Covenant. Of Hunger.
Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, it pings your opponent and you gain a life. and then you can tap to mill a card, and you may play that card this turn.
Basically says, draw a card every turn by tapping it.
Yeah.
As long as you play that card. Which
draws
can
a
be
card
awkward.
every turn and puts your opponent's life total under that little tiny bit of duress while you do it.
While
because it, of
gaining
course,
a
triggers
little bit of
itself.
life, yeah. So that incremental value will add up. It will be enough to keep you alive.
Yeah.
Will lightning helix people pretty easily over the course of a game. And then if you have the other doing a lol, then it can pop off and kill them.
Yeah. I might like this more than a C+, to be honest.
I really, really want to. I think it's slow, weird to enable, and
It is
drawing-
restrictive, because you have to
Yeah.
play the card that turn. So it's not
Yes.
just a full Phyrexian Arena analog.
So sometimes you have to decide whether you should be casting the more mana efficient things, the better spells, or whether you play the card that this has exiled.
The trigger off of this is, like, fine, but not something that you immediately have to play towards. If you're constantly playing towards making this trigger happen, you will probably lose games because of it.
Yes.
But on the other hand, if you play really heavily towards it, you can just burn your opponent out.
Absolutely. I do really want to first pick this and start playing Lorehold things. I don't think this is going to be a card that performs well because it doesn't put anything on board and it won't draw you the extra card till the following turn, and it's...
It also doesn't play super well with the aggro plan, apart from just being a way to keep you gassed up while you're being aggro.
But it also provides a bit of extra reach through that damage. So I think
That's true.
it is good with an aggro plan. But it is a card that you want on the battlefield for 4 turns to get the most value out of it after you've spent four mana
Up front
not
on it.
not making a body.
Yeah. Upsides there, downsides there. I think C+ is fine. It can maybe go a touch higher because of the
Yeah.
ceiling,
Yeah.
but only
Take
a
it
touch.
over the Kirill.
Take it over the kill. Yeah, okay, sure.
Kirill might be back, but probably not. Abstract Paint Mage, the final one of this cycle, I think.
I don't know, I haven't been paying attention.
And the first one I saw, and it's the weirdest one to evaluate. I do like that the body of the Jin is kind of making the Prismari symbol almost, if you squint. Anyway, 3 mana 2/2. I thought it flies. It doesn't. At the beginning of the first main phase, add blue-red, but it can only be spent on instants and sorceries.
So, when you evaluate this at base, if you're curving out with it, this is a 3 mana creature, and it's letting you cast a 6 mana worth of instants and sorceries on your next turn.
It gives you the guaranteed opus.
It was also a bad body,
Terrible body,
and has a big glowing target on it that says "kill me."
and I'm
And
very
there's a
easy
lot,
to kill.
yeah. There's a lot of removal, especially the flashback removal
For
out
two
of red.
mana, yeah.
That removal is really good at incidentally picking off random utility creatures like this. So I
Yeah.
think that this will suffer because of that.
And the worst part is sometimes you untap with this, you add the mana, and you can't use it. You want to be using it on or it promotes bad play and you use it to cast a big mana prepared spell or something, and you should have just made a body and now you die.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think where it's going to be quite good, you untap with it and it's going to be really good, and I think it's just going to be really easy to blow out, and so it might actually be a C, but
I'm tempted to throw it down a little.
until proven otherwise.
We can put it bottom of C+. The upside is there.
Yeah.
The upside is certainly there.
You are right about it being a really high value target, which means sometimes your opponent fires off removal at this 2/2 that doesn't have too much other text. And
That's true.
That can be a win.
Yeah, if you've got enough other things to follow it up with, that is.
Alright. This also might be getting bumped down. Rapturous Moment, 6 mana, draw 3, discard 2, add blue, blue, red, red, red. So it's meant to double opus you.
Yeah, and if you do double opus, this is fantastic. So it's going to lead to some huge pop-off turns.
Yeah.
But it is a lot of mana up front.
At first I thought it might have been really good to refill your hand, but it doesn't really refill, it more selects.
It just filters, yeah.
Yeah.
Discarding the 2 cards probably isn't going to matter that much because there's not a huge amount of graveyard stuff. I think this can go into C.
Yeah.
Fairly comfortable.
A cost of 6 mana up front.
Is pretty brutal.
I wish it was, even though it feels it's kind of 1 mana, I wish it was 3 mana and then...
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. We'll see where exactly it ends up, but I could even see it lower down in C, potentially.
Yeah, just the potential to double opus is pretty big.
Yes. I think much like the Dork, it has really high upside and very middling downside of being uncastable for a long time.
True.
Visionary's Dance. Very flexible card. 7 mana sorcery that makes 2 3/3 flyers. And then early game you can just pay 2, discard it, and cash it in to just look at something else.
Yeah. So this is a riff off the there's something very similar in original.
Yeah, the gods.
Made 2 4/4s, and then you could pay 2 hybrid to discard it, make a treasure.
Yeah, the opus kind of spells. Magma opus, right?
Well, Magma Opus was the mythic equivalent.
Yeah,
Which
this
was,
is a common
this was
equivalent.
there was a common that was also 7 mana.
Yeah.
Now it made 2 4/4s, and so that card was really cracked because it was the ultimate stabilizer that went on to win you the game. This makes 2 3/3s, bit smaller. They do fly, so your opponent is on a little bit of an annoying clock. It's up here in C+, especially because its discardability to just put one card into sleight of hand at instant speed is colorless. I'm playing this in every converged deck.
Yeah.
I'm playing this in a lot of red decks and a lot of blue decks, and then putting like one mountain or one island to cast it if I make it to 7 mana. The burps still taste like that gummy vodka.
Oh my god. No, I agree. Like, it's solid at all different points on the curve. It's flexible. It's very splashable. I think it's fine in C+. Like, it will just be baseline quite good at a lot of different points in the game.
That guy.
Yeah.
4 mana 4/4. When it enters or attacks, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card.
This is just solid.
Solid. Big stats.
Big stats, good
goes into
selection.
your opus if you need to. This is the blue-red tempo piece that I don't mind of just having big stats.
Yeah, and the fact that it's doing something useful on ETB and not just on attacks.
And it wants to stay aggressive because it also does on attacks.
Yeah. Social Snark.
When you cast a spell, if you control the creature, you may copy it for 1 white and black. Oh, that's what the cost is. And each player sacrifices a creature of their choice. Each opponent loses 1 life. You gain 1 life. So if you have 1 creature, your opponent has 2, and you don't like your creature, you can kill both of those.
Yeah.
While losing yours.
It's a bit of a weird edict fact.
It's a really weird edict.
In that it doesn't necessarily play super well with what Silverquill wants to be doing.
It doesn't target anything.
Doesn't target anything and reduces your own board presence.
I feel like they changed what Silverquill was doing halfway through and left in all of the Silverquill go wide cards.
Yeah, this almost feels like it's better in a Witherbloom deck that can splash for it, weirdly.
I think so, and that is my point, is that I'm taking this at C if I have a lot of pests, and I can play towards that, and if I'm in a repartee deck, this is more like a D-.
Yeah, I would not play this in a decent amount of decks, but the upside is certainly there if you want to be a very control-y, grinding, tokenish deck.
It's also the classic fleshbag thing of if you're on the draw or even on the play and your opponent has dropped a creature before you or they've killed your creature, then you can fire this off and just kill their 3-drop.
True. So it is just a 3-mana edict with a slight amount of upside stapled on. Not super exciting. I think it can go down.
Yeah.
We'll see exactly how far down, but yeah.
Snipping page, 3 mana, 2/3. In Silverquill, repartees can't be blocked, and whenever it deals damage to a player, draw a card and lose 1 life.
Solid.
I used to be on the kind of like B- on these, and then OTJ had that guy with whenever you commit a crime, it can't be blocked, and that card was like a C-.
Yeah, wild.
So it's crazy how the mighty have fallen.
I'm still I want to draw cards, man.
Yeah, this losing life and being 2 colors is a little bit rough.
Yeah.
But it does keep up that sort of Silverquill tempo aggro plan.
Yeah, maintains pressure.
If you can drop counters on it, then making it unblockable is really big.
There are a decent amount of ways to drop counters on it. Plays very nicely with Abigail.
I can move it to the top here, but I still don't.
Not immediately sold because of how these effects have been performing recently.
Yeah, but it is really good with removal if you keep your opponent from having anything that can block at all.
It reads very well.
Then it can keep
reads
gassing
very well.
It does. I'm just so ready to have this in a race, and I draw a card, lose 1 life, and that 1 life kills me.
Yeah, and you do have to invest mana likely into triggering the repartee to get it through, so you'll have less mana to do that.
So
Every
time I see it, it just keeps going
No,
down.
my boy!
It's a lead balloon.
Yeah, we'll leave it there for now and we'll see how it goes.
Root manipulation, 5 mana, until end of turn, creatures you control get +2/+2, gain menace, and whenever this creature attacks, you gain 1 life. Normally it wouldn't be too super high on overruns like this, but if you have enough pests, it doubles up your infusions. The menace is pretty big game.
Yeah, if you've got the ideal deck that is just a bunch of pests and pest mascots, then this double triggering all of your pests and then making your mascot +2/+2, tons of triggers to gain counters and having menace and trample.
Yeah.
This is a very powerful overrun.
So sometimes you may prefer the overrun to give trample, but those pest mascots already have it.
Yeah.
If you have 2 creatures, this is if you have like 3 or more creatures that you want to attack with, this
This is-
will
ooh.
probably kill someone. Yeah.
So, I think C is a perfectly fine
Yeah.
place for this to slot, just because it will vary so much depending on what the board state looks like as to how good
It
it
looks
is.
like there's an Abzan pest focus kind of deck
Totally.
that wants to be going wide and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Here's the last of the cycle. Full hybrid. Or not full hybrid, but 1 hybrid, 1 reach. When this creature enters, look at the top 5. You may get a land or a card with X in its cost and put it into your hand. I'm way more excited to get a land most of the time.
Yeah, 3 mana, 3/3 reach that gets a land is pretty good, but it is very restrictive in its mana cost.
So
we talked about how excited we were for the 2 mana 2/2 in green.
Yep.
This is definitely worse than that because of how restrictive the cost is, and because it's 3 mana and not 2,
Yeah.
and it can't immediately fix you for your splash color. So this is...
It only gets a land if there is one in the top 5, which there will be, but it probably won't be the one you want.
Yeah, this weirdly much worse, even
Yeah.
though it reads quite similarly and is a better body.
It's because Converge is in the set, I think.
I think so.
That other guy will be insane in Converge, and this will be for that blue-green dedicated X deck, which definitely is around, but I don't think it has quite... The payoffs are the X cards, not the cards that say...
And there are good X cost cards, and there are some less good
Yeah.
X cost cards.
I still like Procrastinate because of cards like this.
Yeah, being able to draw your Procrastinate is fine, but it's nah.
It's going to be an archetype that's either super open or everyone wants to try it, and then it's bad.
Yeah.
Fractal Mascot, 6 mana, 6/6 trample, ETB, tap target creature opponent controls and stun it.
I think this can go up.
I think this one wins. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a solid role player, a really nice thing to have at the top of your curve, wins a lot of combats, and
Very splashable.
yeah, this seems decent. We're going down to Aziza, Mage Tower Captain, I believe.
Depending on if I want to move these, but I think they're okay where they are now.
Yeah, we'll see. 2 mana 2/2. When you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you may tap 3 untapped creatures you control, and if you do, copy the spell.
This is the commander constructed card. This is not for limited.
Yeah, it'll still sometimes do things.
It will. It's in C because the time that you can copy some really, really big important spell, it can win you the game. And other times, it's just a 2 mana 2/2.
Yeah.
It might even be a C- because it's going to be a 2 mana 2/2 more often than not.
I think the upside makes it bottom of C for me. Like, I'm more excited to see this than Teacher's Pest, personally.
Yeah, it's a bit of a build around in a way. It goes really well with your group projects and stuff. And hop to it. That is one hell of a combo, actually.
Yeah, this plus hop to it.
That's a really strong reason to be taking hop to it.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, you're only going to see so many hop to it's in your drafts, but it will play really well with them.
We keep saying hop to it, and now it's lost all meaning.
Yeah.
Hop to it on that thing. All right, Embrace the Paradox. 3 blue-green instant, draw 3, put a land from your hand on the battlefield tapped. It's the final form of Ghost Barrel.
Yeah, this also, I think, just with the way that the numbers line up, is kind of another card that you're looking for in the blue, red, green, opus-y, convergy decks that are looking to cast big splashy spells.
It opuses, it sits on the curve for increment. It's a refill that can ramp you a bit more if you still have other X spells.
Yeah.
It's whatever. I'm not thrilled to have it.
No, same here. I think it's fine where it is. Cauldron of Essence.
Whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Historically, that's an okay effect. You can pay 3, including a black and a green, to tap it and sacrifice a creature to return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield only as a sorcery. I don't think there's tons of cards that are worth... what is this? The Nightmare.
Yeah.
Not Recurring Nightmare.
It is Recurring Nightmare.
Recurring Nightmare?
Yeah, the one that sacks a creature to bring something back. Yeah. The thing that I am thinking of is cards that bring another creature with them on ATB.
Yes.
This does play incredibly well with those.
That is true. Which are mostly in white.
Mostly in white.
There's a couple of... There's
that uncommon or rare or whatever it is that's...
It was an uncommon, yeah.
Yeah, but so there's a couple of creatures that are going to be exciting to play along with this, and it'll loop with them, but I think it is limited in its scope.
That top effect is nice with, Pest into a pretty decent burn, you gain a lot of life. It makes your post-combat infusion really good if your opponent makes any trades. I don't love this one, because a lot of the other effects that like this either come with a body or a much more powerful effect.
This is also a lot of mana to sink in to it. You're paying 6 before you get a creature back. And up until that point, how much work is the drain going to be doing? It's going to be doing a decent amount. Maybe it can go slightly higher.
Yeah, I can see it going a little bit higher. I'm less impressed with this than I am with that arc. It's a little bit of a build around. There's just like no self mill or anything like that. So it thing that it reanimates will most likely be something that naturally died.
I think that this does definitely have pop-off potential,
Yeah.
but it's just going to be hard to realize that potential.
Yeah.
Okay, Spirit Mascot.
Pauper All-Star.
Yeah, it's literally all we've been talking about for the past week at Pauper is
Pretty
how
much.
we can shove this into some sort of tireless tribe shell.
Shipwreck Sifters, yeah.
Yeah.
Red, white, 2/2. Whenever one more cards leave your graveyard, put a counter on this. I think in limited, it's not amazing. I think in limited, it'll be a 4/4.
Yeah, but like a 4/4 for 2 that you've spent a little bit of work to get online is fine.
It's kind of rewarding you for stuff that you want to do already, but if you're not already doing that, then this is not playable at all.
Yeah. I'm tempted to take this above Embrace the Paradox, though. It's not super hard to...
Okay, I was actually going to ask if you wanted to move it down, but I think technically everything in the multicolored could be moved down like one tier and be accurate.
Yeah. We'll see how it all pans out, but like, I think Spirit Mascot in an aggressively slanted Warhold deck can do the thing well enough.
That's true.
Petrofractal. Terrafractal.
The P is silent.
Nah, my bad. 1/0 flyer.
Yay, 1/0 fire!
Yeah, so ETB died to state-based actions.
Yeah.
But it enters with X counters on it, and it does have an X cost. I don't know if you noticed that, Dom. When it
I thought
enters,
they
you gain
reprinted that
2
8/0
life.
with trample.
This is, so basically, in your decks to make sure that you can increment at all possible junctures in time.
Yeah.
Outside of that, it's just super unexciting, I think.
Yeah, it baseline is kind of like a 3-mana 2/1 flyer, ETB gain 2, which back in the old day, I would be playing those. And
This is
that's
not
like
the old
10 years
days.
ago.
Yeah.
More likely it's going to be something like a 5-mana 4/3 flyer, ETB gain 2 life
It's decent.
It's kind of a win condition. Like, it's not amazing. Now, I'm putting this in C because, again, that X deck that, like, wants X cards, and then you increment once at every point on the thing and all that. In your big decks, this will be fine. I wish it gained X life.
Yeah, if it gained X life, then I think we're really talking.
Yeah.
The 2 life is just pretty incidental.
Yeah.
I'd be tempted to move this into C-.
The fact that this is a common means that you have plenty of...
which is the second.
I think, yeah.
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 We can maybe move Teacher's Pest down to C- as well.
Yeah.
It's...
I think I play with Pest over the Terrafractal.
I think so too. I do think that
Yay,
it has
we found
uses.
something that's better than...
Yeah, woo, let's go. We could only sink so far.
It's good with the Cauldron.
It is good with the Cauldron. It's good with Black.
Bletch, yeah.
Bletch, but Bletch is good with a ham sandwich.
All Pest, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Bletch is good with no text, yeah.
Yeah. Render Speechless. 4-mana Thoughtseize.
Yay!
That then puts 2 counters on a creature. So it does trigger Repartee, but it is a pretty nasty way to do it. I'm unexcited by this.
Yeah.
I kind of want it lower.
Yeah.
4 mana is so much for a Thoughtseize.
4 mana is a lot for
Like, compare it to the Mind Roots or whatever, the Mind Rot, that
That's true.
it's so much worse than that.
I do like that it will trigger your Repartee.
It does add to the board.
Decent. Well, like, yeah, it adds to your power. If you have something on board. If you don't have
If you don't have something on board,
already,
or if your opponent is able to remove what you would put the counters on
Yeah.
in response to this.
this is worse than, like, Dark Inquiry.
Yeah. And boy, howdy do we love Dark Inquiry. Let's look at some more cards, shall we? One in the chamber.
Oh, dear.
Inkling Mascot. Repartee, you get to jump this bad boy and surveil 1, and it's a 2-mana 2/2.
I can see it going a little bit higher, but I don't love that you need to have the black-white on turn 2 to cast this exactly on curve.
It's less exciting than a lot of your other Repartee options, I think. This reads much more fillerish.
Basically every set these days has a 2-mana 2/2 that gains flying somehow. The Surveil does make this nice. The casting cost makes this less nice.
Yeah, I'm not stoked on this. I think top of C- is fine. Like, you'll play it, but you won't be, like, jumping for joy when you see this in your opening hand.
It will be jumping then. Maybe, if you're Repartee it.
Yeah, that's true. That's
the
true.
problem with this kind of card is that you kind of want to trade it off early after icking a little bit of damage in, because...
And a little bit of surveil value as well.
it doesn't typically get better in the late game. Although with all the repartee stuff, you can be putting counters on this.
Yeah.
And it's Gust Walker. This is not.
Yeah, Gust Walker, this is not. Let's just leave it there. So we got Growth Curve as the next one.
Counter on something, then double the number of counters on it. I thought this was an instant. That's why it's in C-. It's a sorcery.
Go down. Get out of here.
There will be times this kills your opponent.
I think, is it above or below Render Speechless?
Above. I'd put it above.
Yeah, I think so.
Because there are times that you will put it on your Pterrafractal and in the air it kills someone.
Resonating
water
Loop.
I had to drink yesterday. I had to drink my entire body weight in water.
Oh,
just to flush everything out.
Look, we put our bodies. He puts his body on the line for this.
Next time you're taking a shot.
Next time I'm taking a shot. All right, fine. Resonating Loot up next. Gives your lands the ability to tap for double mana for casting instants and sorceries, and has the library effect where you can draw a card if you've got 7 in hand.
Which I don't think will ever come up.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Unless you're able to cast a draw spell that is able to immediately refill your hand.
Oops or Quick Studies, or if you're in green as well for all of their draws that we've seen.
Yeah, this does fix for green, so in that deck I think that this card will be very good.
I didn't think about that.
So the fixing on this is kind of exciting, and I do think you can snag this at some point in the draft and build around it to the point where it becomes very strong
I just
in
realized,
a big spell deck.
It's part of that a cycle. It seems that there's a cycle of rare artifacts.
Which
might give value to the destroy target artifact cards that we were.
Yeah, but these are all at rare, so.
Yeah, and multicolored, and not all of them are even good.
Yes, so when you see them, sure, board in whatever artifacts removal you found incidentally, but I don't think you need to be going out of your way to find those effects.
No. Look, this will be scary if you have the paradigm spells.
Yeah. Up next, Prismari Inspiration! This is, of course, the dragon that everybody's losing their minds over for Commander. Well, everybody's losing their minds over all the dragons.
Yeah.
But it's a 7 mana, 7/7 flyer with ward, pay 5 life.
That is a commander ward cost. You're not paying that cost in a 20 life format.
It's very hard to, although I will say that the fact that this can just die still.
Yes.
Paying 5 life does kind of mean you've essentially taken a hit from this, but it also means that you don't get to untap and take advantage of giving your instants and sorceries storm.
And sometimes you don't get to take advantage of that anyway because you spent all game working towards 7 mana and now you have no instants and sorceries in your hand.
That, I think, is the big thing here.
Or even if you do, you don't have more than one.
Yeah, this is a big Dumbo with a slight little bit of ward tacked on. It's way less exciting than any of the other dragons.
He's in C- because he can kill someone in 3 hits. Classic Elder Dragon Highlander
That's
style.
true, but unless you're a Witherbloom player, in which case you can pay the ward cost super easily, and you don't die in 3 hits because you've gained enough life of your pests.
Green-black is just the best color.
I think green-black is really, really strong in this set.
Yeah, we're back to Bloomburrow.
Yeah, welcome home. We never left.
You do need to have multiple spells to make this work. Sure, it does work with Prepare, but I don't know.
Yeah. We've got an interesting one next. Culling Ritual.
Yeah.
Destroy each non-land permanent with mana value 2 or less, and you get to add a black or green for each permanent destroyed this way.
This is a weird one to evaluate. In the green-black deck, you're probably killing all of your own pests, but you do get to make mana for it, so...
Yeah. I think C-. We'll have a look at Zephyr and Adrix and Neve.
Sweeper. Oh, they aren't good. They should probably go down.
Yeah. Well, I mean, bottom of C- seems about appropriate for this, because there is a potential amount of pop-off ability for this card, where you can kill a bunch of things, net a bunch of mana, and then slam some Haymaker into a board, against your Silver Quill opponent who's been curving out with a bunch of bears.
True. I think that was the world I was looking at.
Yeah, so there's upside, but, this is not even necessarily main deckable in some card.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I'd never play it in my 40, though.
Yeah, it's a weird one. It's a very weird one. I am tempted to bump it down.
Yeah, okay.
Let's put it above Growth Curve above, and then but above Render Speechless. I think this has more utility than Render Speechless. Render Speechless, I think, is just bad.
Yeah.
Okay. We get to look at Zephyr and the Tempest.
Another 7 mana
idiots.
That
once during each of your turns, you can cast a sorcery spell
without paying its mana cost. So you have to untap after going to 7, and then have something still worth casting I mean, sure, it means that you can do it while also casting prepared spells, but hang on. Does
This
this
also-
also count amount of mana spent to cast something,
It
not mana
does.
value?
It does.
So this is a non-bow with Opus.
It also doesn't work with X spells.
Yeah. Actually, maybe this is
I
not
think
even
this
a
is.
D plus.
I think this is worse.
Its stats aren't even good enough.
This is really quite bad.
This is terrible.
I think a D minus is where it
Why
belongs.
did I? Maybe at first pass I was like, you can Opus multi-Opus.
No, but I mean Opus. I think there are a few weird things in this set that are easy to misread. Like Flow State and Opus are things that in other sets would work differently.
Yeah.
But yeah, this card is bad. I would not play it. D minus, I think, is just
Yeah,
enough for it.
it's not so bad.
It's not so bad that it's unplayable. It is still a body that adds power and toughness to the board
Technically.
and can cast a removal spell from your hand, so they're not fully tapped out.
That is true. It can do it on the turn that you cast it.
So it does rebate a bit of itself. Maybe it's a D then.
No.
Yeah, all right. Adrix and Neve, Twin Casters is up next. Give us a bit of a scroll up, Dom.
Yeah.
Special guests card, 4 mana 2/2 with Ward 2. I forgot that this card's stats were so bad.
It's a commander card.
That's true. And if you would make 1 token, make
2.
2. Make 2, make 4.
In the right deck, if you make the correct token, this will win the game.
It's very unlikely
It's
for it to
super
happen.
unlikely.
Though. Yeah.
It's probably more like a D plus. I was really quite optimistic with how many tokens it could.
Yeah, in blue and green, they're really not the token colors. There's not many ways to make fractals.
No, there's not. It's not like the last.
Yeah, so this card is just here to give the Adrix and Neve players a premium version of
Yes.
Adrix and Neve that they can put in their commander deck.
Those fractals that you do copy with this, like I said,
They do maintain their
will be
abilities
quite
and
good.
everything.
And it will pop off with the right thing, and like in a Sultai deck with, just a ton of I don't know how many pests do you have to make before this becomes good. 4.
Yeah, well, I think if you make 3 extra pests, then this is essentially netted you 5 power and toughness worth of stats. So sure. But that is quite a high bar to clear. So I think D plus is fine.
It'll wheel.
It'll wheel. It will.
Okay.
We're into the D pluses now, properly.
Yeah, we say
We moved a bunch of stuff down there. But
there's cards in the C that should be in C minus, etc.
it's fine. It's fine.
We're beyond that now. Pursue
Yeah.
the past. Great for constructed. Red, white. Gain 2 life. Discard a card. Or you may discard a card if you do. Draw 2 cards and flashback for 4. I'm going to be playing that in Pauper.
Yeah, you're not going to be very excited if this is the way that you have to enable your stuff in Warhold, because it just doesn't play super well with what White wants to be doing in this set.
It's the classic tormenting voice issue where you're taking time to remove your cards from your hand to draw new cards and
Gaining a bit of life doesn't do enough to mitigate the downside.
This does go up cards if you flashback it, technically.
Yep, if you do that, it is very slow.
But otherwise it's card neutral. And
I kind of like it a bit more than Render Speechless.
Yep. I actually like it more than these.
Growth Curve more than...
All
Yeah,
of them.
top of D plus is fine.
Yeah.
You can play this in some sort of weird, grindy red-white deck that wants to stall the game out somehow.
Or if you're like really desperate, this does give you a
ways to do
trigger, I guess, but
Yeah.
it kind of triggers Opus, but not well.
No.
Nita, Forum Conciliator, another constructed card. It is a 1 white black 2/3. Whenever you cast a spell you don't own, all those times that you do that in limited,
when you rob your opponent.
put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control, which is
that is a
big
very
game.
powerful ticket.
If you can trigger it by sacrificing another creature for 2 mana to exile an instant or sorcery from an opponent's graveyard, you may cast it this turn, and mana of any type may be spent to cast that spell. If it would be put into a graveyard, exile it instead. Activate it as a sorcery. So it almost kills itself, except you have to pay 2 mana, sacrifice a creature, and then pay the full cost of an instant or sorcery only. If your opponent's all prepared spells, they may not even have anything worth taking.
You also can only cast it this turn.
Yes. Yeah, it all has to be done immediately.
Yeah.
I might move it up here slightly because if you go through those hoops, the upside is massive.
Yeah, but it's so... It's asking a lot.
Once again, it's that silver quill. You really want to have a lot of pests.
or Inklings,
Or Inklings, yeah.
and yeah, this also doesn't play super well with repartee at all.
No.
It's
Unless
a
you
below
target-
rate body.
If you hit a removal spell from your opponent's graveyard, you
Then
can
all of a
trigger
sudden,
it,
yeah, but it's
It relies on a lot here. If your opponent's law hold, then they've already exiled everything that they want
Yeah.
that you want to be hitting.
if you're able to get one trigger off of this, then sure, you're gaming. But yeah, a lot of work needs to be done to get to that point.
I'm ready to play a deck that I build around this, and it's actually like a B plus.
Yeah,
But even building around it, it's
yeah. Even building around it, the ability for your opponent to play around it is pretty much there.
Let's move the arthropod.
Geometer's
side further.
Arthropod. We haven't looked at this card yet, but
I know what it is, and I want to move it up.
that's fair. 2 mana 1/4. When you cast a spell with X in its mana cost, look at the top X cards in your library, get one of them into your hand, rest go to the bottom.
This could go even higher, actually. I didn't realize how many X spells there were in the set. until
This
we
could
sat
maybe
down
even
and
go
looked
into
at
C
the whole
minus,
thing.
I think.
Yeah,
Which I think does queue you up for a shot.
I can't take it anymore, Frank.
I can take it. Hold on. Let me. I can't carry the ring, but I can carry you.
Carry the glass.
Yeah. It's pretty sweet, but I think that the X-Spell theme overall was maybe not super exciting.
If it's as a 2 mana 1/4, if it triggers once, it's fine. If it triggers twice, it's good.
Yes. 1/4 means that it blocks against the aggressive decks, and the aggressive decks are going to be a problem with running over these X-Spell based decks, I think. Anyways, Bring to Light.
Yay!
It does double trigger Opus if you fully converge it.
No, it doesn't, because the card that you cast.
Oh, it doesn't get cast for mana!
So it triggers. It does double trigger Opus, but only big Opus once.
Oh no, the dream. Yeah, you need something really good to tutor off
It's
of
still
this.
in D plus because in the Converge deck, this does find your best spell because all of the spells in the set are creatures, instants, or sorceries.
Yeah, so it finds basically everything, but yeah,
If I can make 4 colors of matter, I'd still consider playing this if I have something really worth getting, like one of those, like something like this.
yeah. There's things that you can get which will make this feel worth
Does
it.
it say from hand?
No. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
But I
okay.
think that it will wheel, and
Yeah.
you do have to get lucky and pick multiple really good cards in order to make it worth it. So
Yeah.
I think there is fine.
Deflecting Palm can go down.
Yes, okay. Fracture? Yeah,
It's a definition sideboard card.
totally sideboard. You'll be feeling really smart for have snagged on one on the wheel when your opponent resolves Delian Fane, but apart from that.
True.
Yeah. Dina's Guidance, a constructed card for sure, but...
You're never putting anything into the graveyard.
And 3 mana to tutor a creature to hand, it's going to have to be a really good creature.
Yeah, so again, it's indeed because if you have your Emeritus...
Do you want to get back in frame, buddy?
I spent
just
like the
noticed that
first
you get
1.5
like-
hours staring at myself in the camera, and
And
now
it's just like,
going
oh, Frank, you take over. Yeah, there is fine, I think. Deflecting Palm,
looks cool, but yeah, it's
Zeph-
too situational.
yeah, it can go above Zephyr though. Zephyr sucks.
Yeah, the Deflecting Palm, the damage does have to be dealt to you, so it can't save a blocking creature, but...
Yeah.
Fix What's Broken is the counterpart to the Toxic Deluge.
It's
also, I love
worse
the way
than
that we
the
shouted at
Toxic
you. We
Deluge.
should have been doing like the Eiffel Tower they're doing.
Hey.
That's not what they're doing.
Oh. My bad. I thought that we were just doing a magical girl transformation.
That would be nice. As an additional cost to cast a spell, pay X life. Return each artifact and creature with mana value X. Not X or less.
Oh my god, I misread this
so
card.
I was like,
I
it's
opened
pretty
this
good.
in my pre-release kit, and I had 2 copies of the mill creature, and my thought was, oh my god, I'm going to play this in an Esper deck. I'm going to mill myself, and then I'll fix what's broken my entire graveyard into play, and I'll win on the spot.
Assuming you have a life left to do it.
Assuming you have life left to do it, and assuming that it returned X or less. This
This
sucks.
sucks balls.
Oh my god.
Actual testicles.
I think it's not an F,
It's
because
not
it
an
can return a single thing.
Sometimes you can pay 4 mana and get like
A
2
5 drop.
things back.
Yeah. It's like a weird bad zombifier.
Yes. It hitting artifacts is kind of incidental. It probably won't come up. It triggers
Yeah.
your law home in silver core colors. I do think it's like nearly an F, but
Yeah.
yeah.
It's I did not realize that it didn't say
a
X
lot
or
of
less.
people
Wow.
in paper are going to be playing it as X or less because that makes sense and it would be a strong card.
Yeah, this is so annoying. Oh my god. Well, Borrowed Knowledge is the last one in multicolor.
I think this is a combo piece for eggs where you pay either 0, 1, or 2 mana.
Yeah, that's probably what it's actually for. But why are they printing eggs cards in 2026? Anyways, Borrowed Knowledge.
I hate this card so much.
Yeah, you had a bit of an off-camera rant about this when we were about to launch into...
It's not an F, but I hate it so much I'm putting it there.
Look, tell you what, it's been a long day at the office. I'm not going to fight you on this.
Discards your hand, draws cards equal number of cards discarded this way at sorcery speed. So you're going down a card, it's a sorcery. You can't even keep the cards that you like. You don't get to select. Throws the whole thing away.
Or you discard your hand and draw cards equal to the number of cards...
in an opponent's hand, which is totally outside of your control.
Yeah, so if this is going to be good for you, you have to have gotten lucky.
Technically, it's a D- because against a green-blue player.
Yeah, or like if you're on the play and you've been dumping your hand out, then you can wheel for your opponent.
But the time where you just like have a bunch of land stuck in your hand and it's not even...
I'd rather just play a creature. I'd rather just play a creature.
Pursue the Past is so much better than this.
I 100% agree.
Yeah.
The fact that Pursue the Past is just a random common.
Together as One is currently in B. I'm actually ready for this to be an A-. 6 mana, converge sorcery. Target player draws X. It deals X damage to any target. You gain X, where X is the number of colors spent.
So obviously this has to be in a Converge deck. Or at least you have to be able to splash a little bit, because if you're doing this for X's 2, that's extremely mopey. 6 mana, draw 2.
Might kill a 2/2, you gain 2.
At sorcery speed is like fine, but pretty unexciting.
That's kind of at the bottom of the C-.
Yeah.
Kiss of the Amacia level.
6 mana, draw 3, deal 3, gain 3.
Is suddenly
we're talking.
Very quite good.
We already talked about how the 6 mana artifact in Boros, that is just a 6/6 that lightning helixes.
Yeah.
And this is like doing similar things, except instead of putting a 6/6 body in play, you're drawing 3 cards. And that's only if you spend 3 colors of mana on this. If you pick this up, you're very consistently, I think, going to be able to cast this for 4 or even the full 5.
Yeah. Yeah.
And by the time you're doing this is really, really good.
Once you have this, you're taking every single dual land you see.
I think this is at least a B+.
You might be right.
It could be an A-.
I think it's an A- in the Converge deck.
And it's like a B
it's a
in
build
other
around.
decks.
It's something that'll be... I'll have to think about when picking it up.
Yeah,
right?
weirdly, it's a colorless card that doesn't leave you open in the draft, because it does kind of want you to add splashes into
It's
your
true.
deck.
It's not actually colorless.
Yeah, so an interesting one there. And a lot of the colorless spells will be similar. There's some weird, like, Converge being about casting colorless spells from multiple colors.
Now look at whatever the hell this thing is.
Yeah.
10 mana 7/7, but it costs 1 less for each instance and sorcery in your graveyard. Has reach.
Just casually.
Yeah. Whenever it attacks, it casts an instant or sorcery from your graveyard.
Without paying its mana cost.
That's why it's in B-.
You do have to put a lot of work into getting this guy on board.
I actually think you'll just have 3 instants of sorceries in your graveyard by
and
turn
you'll
7.
pay this as a 7/7 reach.
Or maybe it probably won't be turn 7, it'll be a bit like turn 8. But
Yeah.
when you hit your 7th land drop.
Yeah, so you'll be able to play this as the top of your curve fairly consistently. It does come down super late, but it will net a huge amount of advantage if it's allowed to start swinging in.
Once it's online, it swings in as 7 and recasts a removal spell.
Yeah. Not being able to cast things for their mana cost is like potentially somewhat of a downside.
But it means that it doesn't have to go in the Opus deck, so...
That is true.
It does trigger your Lawholds.
Yes.
And repartees potentially.
Yes. I think that it's solid at B-. Like, it will top the curve and, yeah, it'd be interesting.
More Archaics. This one has Converge. 6 mana 3/3 converges something with mana... Exiles something with mana value less than the converged colours. And just 2 mana, put a card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library.
So it also triggers your Lawhold stuff.
And
which is
stops
interesting.
your opponent's Lawholding stuff if you need to. Like, remove...
remove relevant flashback spells, so long as it's not too bad to do so, because you're triggering their other stuff.
Doing a weird impression of the 6 mana 2/4 that can exile something in.
Yeah. Again, this is something that you want to be able to cast for, like, Converges 3, at least.
Yeah.
But it's like a nice, chunky Flame Tongue Kavu-esque creature. Definitely worse than a Flame Tongue Kavu, which is why it's in the C's and not the B's.
Once Converges 3, it's decent.
Yeah.
Converges 4 or more, if you're in the full 5, then this card's really good.
Yeah. Page Loose Leaf.
And this is a contentious one.
Interesting.
Yeah.
A 2 mana 0/2 mana dork that taps for a generic is not super exciting.
I actually think in this set, getting 1 extra mana is big game.
Like, being able to accelerate, I do think is, like, decent, but not being fixing
It's not good
is
for the converge.
kind of awkward.
That is true.
Yeah, I could definitely still see it in C+. You can live the dream and snag multiple of these and pick up your important instances or sorceries. It's also slightly easier in this set to sculpt your deck to have instants or sorceries that you really want to cast.
Yes.
Because you can have a lot of them stapled onto creatures.
Yeah.
If you're able to grandeur with this, I think you'll be feeling, like, quite happy.
It's not like your opponent's going to kill the first one.
Yeah, this is not a creature that dies, and it does accelerate you. So I actually think bottom of C+ is kind of fine.
I think it's going to be one of those cards that overperforms where people think it's at, but people think it's a D.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. Like, a lot of people are getting lost in the sauce about this in Constructed somehow. And I think that they are all silly. And, like, people talking about playing this in a Pauper deck where your only instants and sorceries are Winding the Way and Lead the Stampede.
That's actually really cool.
It's cool, but I think that it is too much squeeze for too little juice.
Yeah.
Lead the Stampede and Winding Way are already good. You don't need to be playing 0-2 mana dorks for 2 in your deck.
That's true.
That's just Constructed, though. I think Limited is much better. The needle is nudged way higher.
Skycoach, 3/2 flying vehicle. Only vehicle in the set, maybe?
I think so.
Yeah, when it enters, just gets a basic, which is why this is in the C+. 3 colors, mana, fetches out a basic, and then it makes a body that is pretty relevant. It will trade with most things at 3/2.
Yeah.
It will always trade down, but...
But this is already a set that it trades down, but it's already netted value on ETB.
Yeah.
So I think that you're totally happy with this.
Getting that basic for 3 mana, 3
Yeah.
colors mana is pretty good.
I dig it. Then Diary of Dreams.
Yeah, this one's tough.
2 mana artifact. When you cast an instant or sorcery spell, put a page counter on it, and then 5 and tap to draw a card, but it costs 1 less for each page counter on this artifact.
If you cast 2 instants and sorceries, this thing reads fantastically, and you're probably going to do that.
And the more... It's interesting because getting the ball rolling here is the hard bit.
Yes.
And once you're able to activate this for 2 or 3 mana, it finds the rest of the instants and sorceries to snowball this to where this is just better than Phyrexian Arena.
Yep, tap to a card every turn.
So I quite like this as a build around. I think that there are going to be some decks where this is going to be the best card in your deck.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a lot of times where you draft this as a speculative pick at some point, like early on in like pack 2 or something, and it just doesn't end up making the cut.
Depends on how much grinding power you need.
Yeah. I think that C+ is a fine place for it to live.
For it to start. It may prove to be better, but some decks might not like it.
Yeah.
Turn-keep 4 mana 3/4 when it enters, prepare something or unprepare it.
This is kind of fine, because preparing one of your other creatures is essentially just drawing a card.
Yeah.
4 mana 3/4 colorless creature, draw a card, or have your opponent's creature become unprepared,
Which
making
lets
them
them
discard a card.
It's super flexible. I actually really like this for its flexibility, and
Yeah.
I think it's going to play really well when you prepare something really, really strong. Like get a Swords to Plowshares off your mythic guy, Emeritus.
Yeah, this seems like totally fine. C...
There'll be some decks that just comes down and doesn't do anything, and
It's possible that it's a C- instead.
you may be sideboarding it out, but I think its upside is high enough.
It does have good upside. Like, if 4 mana 3/4 draw a card, even if the card is a slightly unexciting prepare spell, you're still happy with that, I think.
Stats. Potioner's Trove. It's a manalith. 3 mana, taps for 1 mana of any color, and or you can tap it to gain 2 life if you cast an instant or sorcery.
This bridges you into Opusing on turn 4.
It triggers your
Infusion stuff?
Yes, with the infusion spell on the stack if it's an instant or sorcery.
True, that's pretty huge, actually.
Yeah, it doesn't say only its sorcery speed.
Mm.
And it adds colors for your converge. I think this is going to be... Manalists have been losing value even as they've started stapling more effects onto them, but I think this is actually going to be one that does quite well.
Yeah, C seems decent. Transcendent Archaic. 7 mana for a 6/6 Vigilance with Converge. ETB, draw X cards, and if you draw 1 or more cards this way, discard 2. So...
Want to be drawing 3.
Yeah, 7 mana 6/6 Vigilance, draw 3, discard 2 is pretty exciting,
Yeah,
actually.
that's a nice curve topper.
And
If
draw
this-
4, discard 2. You're kind of foaming at the mouth rapidly.
If this is the last card in your hand, it loses a lot of value, especially if you're only casting it for 2 colors somehow.
It's an interesting one, but
The
I'd be
Converge-
tempted to maybe nudge this up into C+, honestly.
I think it has to be in the Converge decks only, and I genuinely think no other deck really wants wants this.
It is very high on the curve.
And you do need 3 colours to... Although it's not hard to get 3 colours by turn 7.
You do need to have those 3 colours in order to go up on cards.
And I also think there's no shortage of these curve topping effects.
That's
even
true.
for
We've
the
seen a
converge
lot of
deck.
them.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of them.
This will wheel and you'll be able to pick it up when it does.
Yeah, okay. That's fine then. C is good. Rancorous Archaic.
More of these.
5 mana 2/2 trample reach enters with a counter on it for each card of mana spent to cast it.
So expect to cast it as a 5 mana 5/5 trample reach.
If you want it,
That's
that's good, but it's putting work into something that otherwise is kind of a fillery card.
yeah.
If this is oftentimes like a 5 mana 3/3 trample reach, you're not stoked. And like you'll play this.
I don't think it can be a 5 mana 3/3 trample reach unless.
Enters with a counter on it for each card. Oh right, true.
So if
Oh,
you're
no,
in a
no,
2
sorry.
color deck,
I
it
am-
should be at least a 4/4, but that's still kind
Yeah.
of
For some
below where you
reason,
want
I
to be
was weirdly reading this as being a 0/0.
Oh.
That's I just immediately see things with 5 mana. And
Yeah, no,
converge, and I'm
that
like,
makes sense. 10 years ago, they would have printed this as a 0/0 or like
Yeah.
a 0/1 or something.
I guess they got tired of players like me not putting this card in their deck. Yeah, C minus seems like a fine place for it.
It'll be a 7/7 with trample in the converge deck, but not on curve.
Yeah. Yeah, right there is fine then. Edge Tower Referee.
2 mana 2/1 cast a multicolored spell gets a counter.
Mm,
I hate it.
mm,
You got to cast 2 spells for it to be fine.
yeah.
That's a lot of pressure on your 2 mana 2/1 that has no other text.
It could potentially be a C minus, but yeah, it is just kind of flimsy. And again, we've already talked about how there's a lot of random incidental ping stuff out of red.
And it turns out there's a bunch of random incidental destroy artifact. So
Yeah.
not that if they're sending a spell on this, then
Maybe you're happy. Maybe this is Mother of Runes. Because it makes your opponents play that. And then Cody! Don't play this. I
Don't play
think.
this. It's in D minus because technically there's a deck that might use it. You
Yeah.
can't cast permanent
spells.
spells. It really doesn't matter what the rest of the card says.
Yeah, and in this set where
Actually-
permanents are so important because
They're
your
prepared.
spells cast. Yeah, this is bad. This is just bad. Maybe you live the dream once, but just don't go for it.
It kind of says that once this comes down, you can't play any other win con.
Is that a shot? I can't remember. I haven't been keeping track.
It is. I don't want to do it.
Fine, I'll do it. Yes. Twist my arm, dude. Okay.
I could. We didn't actually finish that shitty gummy vodka. If you ever wanted to try any of it, did you try any of it?
I tried one shot.
You did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was awful.
Yeah, I'm not going back.
No. Library of Alexandria. It's in a B minus because you can be on the draw, and once you're on the draw and you work yourself into a position where this just draws a card every turn, it's broken as shit.
Yeah. Or if you're on the play and this is just your land one as well.
True.
So
Actually.
on turn 1 specifically,
Yeah.
this is maybe the best card ever.
On turn 1 specifically, this is an A+.
And then in every other situation, this is a bad land.
Sometimes
And not the kind of one that's on the reserved list. Even though this is on the reserved list.
Yeah.
And hence is digital only.
because the bad land can at least tap for coloured mana.
Yeah.
I'd be careful about playing this in anything that has Converge.
Yes. But I do think even there, the raw power is on turn 1 is probably enough to still just give it a whirl.
Okay, then we have all the rare lands here. They
Yeah.
enter tapped unless you control 2 or more other lands.
They're fine.
They're really good in your Converge decks. They're good fixing. They'll probably enter untapped most of the time. Technically, when it matters most is if you're trying to curve out on 1 and 2, but by turn 3, this is going to be untapped. So
Yeah. Good fixing.
Yeah, and if you don't have a spell on turn 1, it enters tapped, and that's fine anyway.
Yeah.
Then we have the Surveil versions of these because they do always enter tapped. But
As well as Terramorphic Expanse, which
Yes.
you put in an interesting spot as
yeah,
below the 2 black producing lands and above the other ones.
yes.
Do you care to explain yourself?
This
Hugo?
was my call on just what colours I thought were going to... I thought all of these are going to be C, but these green, black and white, black are the strongest colours.
I actually do agree.
And
with
I would
you.
take the Terramorphic Expanse over these.
Yeah, because it
this
lets you
sounds
get
like
back
a
into
convert
green, black, and white, black.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I can get behind that. Like, I mean, I think that
And it's-
all
it's-
throughout this set we've been talking about
I
the
think I have
Interceptor and the Witherbloom
Yeah,
cards.
I have
so...
the same order here as well. Oh, I skipped the Sky Coach.
Oh,
Wait,
we
what?
did, totally.
I like this card a lot.
Interesting. I guess it's 3 and... Well, it's 4 mana to draw a bad card.
It's
in the
not
land
always
slot.
a bad card.
Sometimes it
it's
is a good
Sword
card.
to Plowshares.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I mean, you can spec on this, and
Probably.
it can be good.
More than one's a bit, especially
No,
if you have any Converge.
I would not play more than one of this, and There will be times when you draw this and it's just like a land that is making curving out awkward.
But as my 18th land, I'm happy to have this.
That's true. And
Because it's kind of a
as
spell.
per our Lord and Saviour's great wisdom, this is an 18 land set. And so if you draft 17, we'll be coming to find you.
I thought you were referring to someone else, but you did just call me your Lord and Savior for some reason.
Ah.
So the Terramorphic Expanse goes in the... technically, the Terramorphic Expanse is a way to shuffle when you have that Brainstorm prepared guy.
Yeah.
So then we have the Surveilling's really good. The Surveilling costing
4 and tap, so essentially 5 mana to surveil.
makes it really hard to surveil if you're using these 2 splash.
Yes. I do still think that, like, the surveil ability is just really strong.
It is.
like-
As we learned from the campus in the last.
Yeah, we learned from the campuses. We've been playing Castle Vantress for a while now in, like, Standard and whatever. We know how good card selection on lands is at this point.
Great Hall of the Bibliopex. Test kill this, or you can pay a life for a colour, but only for instants and sorceries, and you can spend 5 to make it a 2/4 wizard that gets
+1/+0 when you cast an instant or sorcery.
It does make the wizard permanently.
Yes, so an interesting point of comparison is this and Soulstone Sanctuary.
Yes.
And this does a lot of the same things as Soulstone Sanctuary, but you can tap it for coloured mana in a pinch.
Yes, although sometimes that might promote bad play where you lose life and take damage as a result. I would say this creature is actually kind of worse for 5 mana.
Yeah,
I
the fact
don't
that
love the 2/4.
I mean,
Doesn't have vigilance.
it doesn't have vigilance. Vigilance is a big part of
Soulstone.
Soulstone Sanctuary being good because you can attack in with it and then use it post combat to still cast spells, or in the middle of combat. I think that this in a Prismari Opus style deck gains a lot of value.
Or in Converge.
Or in Converge because it does fix for your big splashy Converge spells. Outside of that, it's definitely less exciting.
Yeah, I don't really like this card.
It's still a land that's a threat
Actually,
though.
but the Converge, it doesn't even converge your creatures.
It doesn't converge your creatures.
It is a land that is a threat. I'd rather have it cost 3 to activate and
then
go back.
Yeah.
Weirdly.
It does, yeah, in limited especially, being at boulder dodge sorcery speed removal is way more relevant.
Yeah.
I think C- is fine. Like, it's still, like, playable in a lot of different spots, but it's not a super high priority pick.
It'd be in C or C plus if yeah, I don't know.
It's a weird one to evaluate, for sure.
Petrified Hamlet. Technically not an F because it's a land with a Pithing Needle effect on it. It's not an F because you can name Terramorphic Expanse or any of the Surveil lands against opponents who are getting really aggressive with their Surveils.
But it doesn't turn off the mana abilities.
It doesn't turn off the mana abilities.
I think the big thing about this is you can honestly sideboard it in against some really weird high-value threats. Like, if your opponent has a Planeswalker, you can bring in Petrified Hamlet so that you can preemptively name that Planeswalker. And that's actually quite strong.
It says choose a land card name.
Fuck. There's the third swear word of the video. We're no longer PG-13, sorry.
Across that many hours, we should be fine.
Okay, sweet.
It says choose a land name specifically. Otherwise, this card would be really good in constructed. Like, really good in constructed. Like, broken in constructed.
Yeah. It's already, like, for some formats, really, really good in constructed.
I don't think I will put it in my 7-point deck, but I'll think about it. In Legacy, Vintage, whatever, it's going to be amazing.
In Legacy, in Sowing Micah Spawn... When Sowing Micah Spawn's banned, isn't it? Did they ban Sowing Micah Spawn?
Yeah, it's only legal in Modern.
Yeah. Damn. What a shame.
Yeah.
Play your Sowing Micah Spawn in Modern, whatever.
Go to it. Yeah, but specifically here in Limited, it does have weird upside against really greedy decks, and if you're in the right deck, it's a low opportunity cost, especially an 18-land thing. If you're in Converge, again, maybe don't do this one.
Yeah.
It is fully symmetrical, so you'll turn off your own thing, so in the mirror match, be careful, just watch your own lands. But it doesn't stop the fixing of anything other than Terramorphic Expanse, because even though it says lands with the chosen names have tap, add colorless, it doesn't say they have that instead of anything else.
Yes. It's an unfortunate one, I think.
Yeah, but it's a D-. I wouldn't put it in F yet.
Yeah, you can crop rotation.
I was about to say, I've got a crop rotation for it. Okay.
If you do, then I will be surprised, but hey, stranger things have happened.
That takes us to the end of the set. Do you have any parting thoughts on that one?
I'm quite excited for this set.
Yeah,
After
me too.
having jammed the pre-release, I enjoyed playing with a lot of the cards. I think that the archetypes are quite well defined. I think that there's a lot of cool overlap between them.
Yes.
They get you to do fairly powerful things.
They reward you for doing things you're already going to do, so you're just kind of playing the game and it plays into it.
Yeah, so I think that Wizards has done a nice job on balancing this one out.
Except for green black.
Except for green black, I do have some concerns that green black will just stand the test of time and be one of the best things to be doing in the set for by a reasonably high degree.
Yeah.
I do recognize that I'm very biased towards the color black, just in general.
We do have some quite high white cards. I think it's going to be, once again, fire design, bomb heavy stuff. There will be the blue-red deck that has its bomb and then just uses that to win.
Yeah, but that's just part of the cost of admission when it comes to modern day Magic design, is that occasionally you will just get blown out by some ridiculously powerful mythic, and you'll have to live with that.
Okay, well, there we go. We'll catch you all for the next one, and don't try this at home.